seen many things. We've seen an anti-aircraft installation which now has a spinning radar dish on top of it that's in operation. We've seen bombing missions that have left what looks to be either a chemical plant or a refinery in flames with huge clouds of black smoke puffing out. We've discovered a communications tower in downtown Baghdad that has been damaged by a bombing attack that our engineer Nick Robertson. Bernie?
John, I was down in my room minding my own business, and it seems to me what's going on is a dichotomy, and I apologize to our viewers around the world
for having had no sleep in 2.5 days. Yeah, go ahead.
It seems to me that there is a dichotomy here, and what is happening, in my judgment, is that the local people, the Baghdadis, are saying, Saddam, you conduct your war. We're going to conduct our lives. Because when you hear these reports, when you feel these concussions and from the bombs that I felt, I've been trying to sleep, and sleep won't come. I cannot shut down my mind, and I wish I could. But it is clear that there is a dichotomy in Baghdad. Yeah. It seems as if the people are saying, Saddam, you fight your war. We're going to carry on our lives.
Yeah. But as we look out here at the fighting of this war, Bernie, we see very little Iraqi response to what seems to be continuing probes from the American or the coalition forces as they come through here. This incident just now where we had a jet, we're sure it was a jet, had to be a jet.
Oh, I heard it. It went swish. And ladies and gentlemen, I've been trying, I was sitting in my room a few moments ago, and I was trying to, how can we describe what it sounds like? First of all, you know it's happened after the fact. There's no way that you can see an F-15, an F-16 coming. There's no way. But after it has come and gone, you hear the anti-aircraft batteries going off. And what you hear in the background, before you even hear the anti-aircraft batteries, you hear boom, 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 boom. And as you hear that, is that the sound, John?
Absolutely.
That's the sound. And as you hear that boom, 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 you then feel the earth shake under your feet. And it is frightening. It is frightening. It is thunder. It is lightning. It is frightening. And what makes it even more eerie is that it is happening in daylight. That is what makes it more eerie. It is happening in daylight.
I never expected the coalition forces to attack in daylight because they've got a lot more security attacking at night. But obviously, or apparently, I won't say obviously, it appears that the coalition forces are so secure that in the air superiority that they have, that they just will attack with impunity. And another attack appears to be coming now. There's something going on the other side of the building, which Chris Manich, our editor, suggested that we go and take a look at. So we're coming now. And Robert Wiener and Mark Biello are out here having a look. Robert, describe to me what you see, and I'll be able to look as our viewers get your word picture.
Well, we hear more than we actually see right now. There was some puffs of smoke, the anti-aircraft batteries out in the distance, and again, that rolling thunder that we've heard continually during the night, in which you and Bernie have been describing a moment ago. The battery on the building, which we are not permitted to name, has been at the ready. The gun has been swiveling, turning in various directions, looking for the planes.
And there are people running now on the grounds of where we are. It's a very frustrating, it has to be a very frustrating feeling for the Iraqis as the coalition forces conduct their military operations, because it is obvious, it is apparent, they cannot respond to what is being laid on them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is really hard for them.
Yeah, it's like a football game where one team is getting all the points. And at least that's the way it looks to us. I mean, the Iraqis may have a totally different point of view from this, but from our vantage point, that's what it looks like. The coalition forces are coming through here wave after wave after wave, and you don't even hear that much anti-aircraft fire anymore.
I still say, This is a dichotomy. It seems as if the common people of Baghdad are saying, Saddam Hussein, you conduct your war. We're going to conduct our lives. And it's eerie. It is broad daylight, and these bombing raids continue on the outskirts of Baghdad.
And there's a group of 5 people there walking over to a place to get lunch. I mean, they're not running. They're just walking slowly.
As I say, these bombing raids are continued on the outskirts of Baghdad and on Baghdad proper, yet life is going on. It's as if, I hope I don't sound redundant, but there is a dichotomy of life here. It's as if the people are saying, Saddam, conduct your war. We're going to conduct our lives.
All right, Bernie, thanks very much. I'm going to poke my head out the window here for a moment, if I can, over cameraman Mark Biello, a man who has a great pair of binoculars who's helping spot for us here as we look over downtown Baghdad today. Still, that building with the huge clouds of smoke, the factory or industrial complex, whatever it is, it continues to burn. As we look out in another direction to the south, I'll see what I can see to report to you. And there's not much there, really. It's I see a giant picture of Saddam Hussein, a poster painted on concrete. Virtually every place you look in Baghdad, you see those, and there's another one of them right here near our area.
I don't want to sound trite, and I hope we have not sounded trite in our reporting, but I'll be responsible for my observations and my remarks and attribute them to me. But I've said all along, when I've sat back home in Tacoma Park, Maryland, and sat in Tacoma Station. Tacoma Station is a little jazz club, and it is dear to my heart. It's owned by a dear friend, and I hope the network won't mind my mentioning this, but it's germane to the point I'm trying to make. Bobby Boyd is the owner of Tacoma Station, and I've often sat watching the closing minutes of NFL football games, John Holloman, and I've always said, as I looked at the screen, I hope, or not I hope, I said, I wish, or I'm glad I do not have to make my living that way. Watching Joe Montana and Ripken of the Washington Redskins, obviously I'm very fond of them, even though my son likes the Chicago Bears. And all I can say is that, while I've said, I don't want to make my living that way, the way the NFL football players make their living. I would trade places with Mr. Ripken. I would trade places with Mr. Montana and other players in the NFL right now.
This is a little bit more dangerous, probably, than what they do day to day, Bernie. At least there's the appearance that it might be. And as we look out here on the city, it appears that things have gotten more calm.
I want to discuss something with you, John, that is much more serious than my wishing that I could trade places with the players in the NFL.
Yeah.
And please, guys, don't hold this against me for these remarks. But the remarks I just made. When I was in my room a few moments ago before I ran down the hall, it occurred to me, and I ask our viewers around the world to entertain this question. Push this question through your mind. Why is the government of Iraq allowing us to report what is happening here? And I will tell you, we did a conversation, an interview with Walter Cronkite. I don't know how many hours ago it was. John Holloman, you tell me if you know.
It was before the bomb started, so I guess it was probably 7 or 8 hours ago, Bernie.
Okay, 7 or 8 hours ago, we did an interview with Walter Cronkite. He was reporting from his home in New York City. And we talked about what is happening. And Walter, I recall Walter talking about his cynical reporter's mind. As you know, my mind is virulently cynical.
Absolutely.
And the question you have to ask yourself is why? Why is the Iraqi government permitting CNN to report what is happening? You know what I think, John Holloman?
What, Bernie?
I think that what you are experiencing through our reporting of what is happening is support and opposition. There's no doubt in my mind but that if they wanted to pull the plug on us,
well, they could do it instantly. They control these wires that we're talking to our viewers on. Absolutely.
They could do it instantly. Obviously, and this is a gross understatement, it chokes in my throat to even utter it. Saddam Hussein obviously is very busy right now. He's a man with a lot on his platter. But it seems to me that the government of Iraq is permitting us to report. They have indicated that they want us to report. They've even protected our people. Even Peter Arnett, when he was on the streets, he had troops around him while he reported. All I'm saying is that keep in the back of your mind the fact that we are able to come to you around the world and report what is happening as far as we can determine. And keep in mind, we don't know everything that's going on in Baghdad.
No.
There's no way we could possibly know. But that elements of the government of Saddam Hussein are allowing us to report out of here is significant. And frankly, I'm appreciative.
Well, I think, we can all appreciate the fact that we're being allowed, at least to a certain extent, to do our jobs. And Bernie, you'll be interested to know our engineer, Nick Robertson, was over at Iraqi television about, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago now, and he saw President Saddam Hussein walk into the television station. And we had heard that the president was going to record a message for the Iraqi people, and perhaps he was there to do that at the time that Nick saw him there.
The Iraqi people at this hour are very frightened. They have not heard from the president of their nation. They have heard clearly the reports of what is going on not only in Baghdad, but in Iraqi proper. You don't need word of mouth, ladies and gentlemen, at a time like this. It is clear that something major is happening. The ground is rumbling. And when human beings feel the ground rumbling, they know that something's up.
All right. Very short. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank both of you, Bernie and John. Let's go to Jonathan Mann. Jonathan?
Patrick, we're joined now in Israel by Israel's Deputy Foreign Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Netanyahu, thank you for joining us. Can you tell me, are Israel's armed forces still on that intense state of alert right now?
We are still in a state of preparation, both the military and, of course, the civilian rear. So far, nothing has happened. We're very happy that nothing has happened. But even though we're all watching, like the rest of the world, with appreciation, we're impressed with the early successes. We have our own experience with wars, and we know that it's, frankly, not over until it's over. So we're waiting.
Can you tell me, obviously, Jewish Israelis have to be very happy right now. There are also Arab Israelis and Palestinians who have different loyalties. The curfew, I imagine, is still imposed on the Palestinians in the occupied territories. What are you hearing about what's going on there now?
We had some minor disturbances. We don't have any major flare-ups. When you say curfew, you should remember that Israeli Jews, the citizens of Israel, are at home. They've been asked not to go out today either. So, first of all, this is a measure of protection. But secondly, we've also said to the Intifada leadership that takes its cue from the PLO. The PLO, as you know, just announced that it would embark on a global campaign of terror against America, siding with Saddam Hussein. We've said, look, if you do that against us, we will take action. But other than that, responsible or quiet, peace-loving civilians have nothing to worry about.
Benjamin Netanyahu, this is Bernard Shaw, CNN in Baghdad, and I apologize if I sound a little scruffy around the edges, but I've been up for approaching 2 days now, and I apologize for that if I sound scruffy around the edges.
May I say, Bernie, that May I say before you ask me that you don't sound scruffy at all, and that the CNN crew is deserving a lot of admiration. Believe me, everybody's watching you and admiring what you're doing.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate that on behalf of every woman and man here at CNN. I have to ask you, from what I know and what I've studied, what I've read, what I've heard, and what's been told me, I have to ask you this question. Based on what is happening, what do you see Saddam Hussein doing? He's trying to come up on television and address his people. What do you see Saddam Hussein doing now?
I don't know. I can only guess because no one knows the mind of this man. No one knows how he allowed Iraq to be dragged into a confrontation with the greatest power on earth, with a sophisticated air force, with tremendous planes and pilots, and electronics, both human and technological superiority of unquestionable character. How did he do it? We don't know. Why is he doing it now? We don't know. Perhaps he thinks he can be another Nasser, that is, turn defeat into victory. Maybe try to speak and incite the Arab masses. If he's betting on that, I think he's going to fail here as well.
Benjamin Netanyahu, Foreign Minister, Deputy Foreign Minister of Israel, I'm going to ask you this question, and it's going to put you on the spot. You know me, you and I have sat opposite each other having coffee, and we've had lunch, and we've had dinner, and we've sat opposite each other in the studio at CNN in Washington. I'm going to ask you this question, and please, I am not being maudlin. I'm trying to extract from you, for our viewers, a feeling. I don't know that, I'm sure a majority of our viewers do not know that you lost a brother, a member of your family, in the raid at Entebbe. And when you heard the United States informed your government 1 hour before this massive wave after wave bombing run went over us, I want to know, what do you think? What did you feel? Did you think of your brother? Did you think of Entebbe? What were your thoughts? And I ask you that question, sir. I totally respect you, but I ask you that question to try to get into your mind to see what was going on in the head of Benjamin Netanyahu.
I'm not going to discuss when we were notified, but when we did learn about the results, I can say very clearly that my first thought was relief, that the threat to Israel, the threat to my country, to my people, has been, if not removed, significantly reduced. And no, I was not thinking about my own personal history at that point, very frankly. I was thinking about the fact that we have had here moments of anxiety, and that in any war, one doesn't know in this country when you face the brink of disaster. We have fashioned here a capacity to defend ourselves against tremendous odds, and perhaps the world now understands what we've been facing. But one never knows, after all the preparations, after the superb intelligence that we have and the wonderful army that we have, one never knows if everything was done until it's actually tested. And when we saw the action, magnificent action, by the United States and its allies in this instance, then my first feeling was relief. It's all right. It's certainly not as bad as we thought. It may be even very good.
And may I apologize to you, Benjamin Netanyahu, for being so personal, but you know me, and I have to ask you what you feel down there in the solar plexus, and if you were in any way offended, I apologize, but you and I have always looked each other in the eye and talked face to face. One last question before you go. More than, well, I won't say that, cancel that, but based on all the Israeli intelligence on Saddam Hussein, if you had to go by what you know, what would be your prediction of his behavior from this point on? And as I speak to you, keep in mind that these raids are continuing here in Baghdad.
I don't know. I simply cannot make an assessment. I think this man has defied all reasonable expectations, and if one deals in unreasonable expectations, then everything is possible. One would hope that he would draw at this stage the appropriate conclusion and bring an end to the suffering of his own people. They're the ones who, as you eloquently described, are paying the price. They would like to see an end to it. I think everybody would like to see an end to it. But whether he wants to see an end to it, that I don't know. I really don't understand him fully.
Deputy Foreign Minister of the Nation of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
And Jonathan Mann, as we go to you, I have been thinking for the last 90 minutes or so about the Iraqi soldiers and the Iraqi military personnel who no doubt were in those command and control centers and anti-aircraft batteries that were struck by the warplanes that continue coming here and around Baghdad. Jonathan, to you.
Bernie, thanks very much. Take good care and stand by. We'll go now to Rick Salinger, standing by somewhere in eastern Saudi Arabia. Rick, what are the latest developments at your end?
Just a few moments ago, a pair of British tornadoes went screaming off the runway into the sky from an airbase behind me, presumably towards Iraq and Kuwait. So the action at this hour certainly does continue. I spoke a moment ago with a captain in the U.S. Air Force, and I asked him if he could provide his feelings on this day when this big attack on Iraq, and he said actually they were mixed. On the one hand, he felt a feeling of regret that military action had to take place at all. But on the other hand, he had a feeling of satisfaction that the job they were doing was a good one, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. In fact, he told me, and we've seen planes doing victory rolls as they return to the bases where their mission began. In one mission so typical of many others that have taken place on this day, about 1:26 this morning from an air base somewhere in Saudi Arabia, pilots of the 35th Tactical Fighter Wing took off for their targets in Iraq. With their F-4 Wild Weasels accompanied by F-18s, A-6 Intruders, their targets, Iraqi surface-to-air missiles in Iraq. They flew into Iraq expecting to meet with some anti-aircraft fire. They were, but they hit their targets and they returned unscathed. Within a matter of just a few hours, they were back on the ground from where they began. Once the pilots returned, they spoke of a mission accomplished.
Well, the biggest thing I saw was one of the most fantastic fireworks demonstrations I've seen since 4th of July party years and years and years ago. This was tremendous. Baghdad was lit up like a Christmas tree. Looked like everything in downtown was, fireworks were going off, a lot of AAA, impacts on the ground. I think we hit there just about the time we're 60, 40 miles south is when they're pounding targets in Baghdad.
What was your target?
We were shooting the SAMs who were trying to shoot at the guys who were doing what they were doing downtown.
The SAM missile sites in town?
Around the perimeter of the town.
Around the perimeter of Baghdad?
That's correct.
And tell me again about the resistance that you ran into?
Lots of ground fire, lots of AAA, that's anti-aircraft artillery. And like I say, I think there was one SAM fired that I saw, but it was so far away and up through the smoke and haze, it was hard to make it out.
So nothing came close to you?
No, but that's the beauty of the system. We can stay far enough away that that's not going to be a problem for us, from the SAMs anyway. The bullets are the ones that scare me.
Now you're going back, after breakfast.
We got to go eat breakfast, look at the next mission, and get ready for the next go.
Did all the planes come back?
All 12 of mine came back.
His story, typical of many others that have spoken on this day. The action seems to be all pretty much one-sided. During the night, it appeared that the Iraqis might want to hit back. In fact, here in eastern Saudi Arabia, not once but twice, we heard the air raid sirens go off. Members of the civilian population headed for the shelters, gas masks in hand, but each time, a short time later, the all clear was sounded. In fact, it turned out there were no Iraqi Scud missile attacks at all. So, all the military fighting seems to be going on in Iraq and Kuwait, not here in Saudi Arabia. John and Patrick?
Rick, what's your sense, what's the sense of the pilots you're talking to about how long this is going to last? It seems like they're doing very quick, easy work right now.
It does sound like it's quick and easy, and it does sound like it's going very well, but the one thing that they haven't spoken of is an end to it. In fact, long before this began, it was said that the air attacks would probably go on for some time, hoping that they might achieve a surrender through all the use of air power and might not have to use the ground forces where the casualties would be most likely to occur. So far, of course, that has not happened, and for the same token, we haven't heard of any talk of any end to this use of air power.
Rick Salinger in Saudi Arabia, thanks very much for that. We are going now to more unedited U.S. pool video that's coming in.
Did you have to go through many drills? Were you concerned about a possible retaliatory strike from Iraq?
No, like I say, we just come on duty, and all of a sudden we had a pilot, and boom, we was gone. I mean, there was no notice situation. No drills, no nothing. That's what we've been doing for years.
Well, how do you feel? You like these pilots? You running on empty?
Oh, no. We're fired up. We're ready to go. Just get it done and get it over with. Couldn't do it peacefully. Let's do it, I guess, the hard way, I guess they say.
All right, let's talk to you.
All right.
All right, what's your name?
My name is A1C Teal. I'm the
A1, what's an A1?
Airman First Class.
Okay. And what does C stand for?
First Class.
What's your first name?
Robert.
Robert, and your last name is Teal?
Teal,
T-E-A-L. And you're from?
I'm from Virginia also.
That's the 71st Tactical Fighter Wing, right?
That's correct.
Squadron, all right. And what do you do?
I'm the assistant crew chief on this F-15 that just got launched out, and I do basically the same duties that the dedicated crew chief does.
All right, so tell me, how do you feel now that we're at war?
I'm pumped up. I felt that for a while I thought maybe the resolutions and stuff could work. Apparently they couldn't. I guess Mr. Hussein's gonna have to learn the hard way.
Personally, I'm not asking you to speak for the Air Force or anyone else, but personally, do you think we should have waited?
I believe we waited as long as we could, did everything possible, gave it some last-minute tries. He didn't want to listen. He's gonna have to be taught.
All right, tell me now, what is going to happen here?
Okay, we're gonna bring the F-15 back in, we're gonna turn it, we're gonna get it shut down, check the jet out, make sure it's good to go, get the pilot out. If they want to send it back up, we'll get another pilot and launch him out again.
Okay, in your words, what's special about this particular F-15 that's returning?
It's mine. I take care of it.
Roger that.
Whatever the jet needs, it gets done. It's broke, I fix it.
Is there anything special about this, what this F-15 did last night?
It fired the first missile in first TAC fighter wing, and it also just showed that we're not going to stand around and let aggression go. It's got to be done.
All right, do you know anything, have any details about what has to be done as soon as this plane pulls into the revetment?
We'll bring him in, we'll turn him, we'll chalk the aircraft, we'll hook up and talk to the pilot. If he has anything to tell us, things that need to be done on the ground before we shut down, we'll do them. If not, we'll shut down. That'll be that.
Do you feel any jitters right now, any butterflies about what's coming up?
A lot.
Tell me about it.
I'm kind of jittery. There's still the chemical question in my mind. Apparently, the news said that he did fire some this morning, but they fell short of their targets. That was a little bit to help out my worries, but still there's a worry there. He's still got a big arsenal.
Okay, you heard the news that, on the news, that Iraq had fired some Scuds, but did you get any warning here yourself?
Yes, sir.
Were there sirens
We were
blaring?
We were just given over a radio that was carried around. There's enough radios for people to find out that there was a Scud alert.
And what did you do? I mean, how serious was this alert? What did you do after you heard it?
First reaction is to put your mask on, whether it's real case scenario or not. So I put my mask on.
Okay. So why don't you, can you describe for me what happened when the
Oh,
alert
okay.
happened?
I was in the hooch, laying down. They came in, told me it was a Scud alert. I had my mask laying next to my bed ready. I got up, put my mask on, waited for further instructions.
Well, that's about it. Okay, your name is?
Senior Airman Reed Logan.
And how do you spell your name?
L-O-G-A-N.
And you're with the 71st?
Yes, I'm with the 71st AMU 1st Tactical Fighter Wing.
All right.
Where are you from? I'm originally from New York, but I'm with Langley at Air Force Base, Virginia.
Why don't you tell me about what happened last night?
Well, I wasn't on shift at the time, but we got woke up when all the jets cranked, and like I said, we launched out, and we were all pumped right from the beginning. We had a lot of good adrenaline going, and we knew they were going for a reason. We weren't just a regular launch. We knew that they were going in there to get Iraq.
When did you first realize that the United States was going to war?
This morning when they launched. It wasn't, you know, like I said, it was a no nonsense thing. They just come out, pilots showed, we launched, and we knew they were going. It wasn't a scheduled launch, it was just go.
And how did you feel when all that was going on?
I had big butterflies, the adrenaline was really going. I was feeling really hyped, I was ready to go. I was ready for anything.
Any second thoughts about what we have just done?
No, I don't think so. We gave them, like I said, all the chances we could. We gave them chances right up even till after the 15th. We told him, we'll give you every chance you can. If you want to pull out, please. He wouldn't do it, so we had to do what we had to do.
If you could make a wish right now about what may or may not happen in the next few days, what would it be?
I wish that Iraq would, Mr. Hussein would realize that he doesn't have a chance here, and that he would just say, hey, we'll call quits. I'll leave. You guys can, take off.
Sergeant, do you know what kind of punch these planes can deliver? What can they do?
These aircraft that we have, the F-15s, are air-to-air. The E models, which are here, they're more the air-to-ground. We would just fly a defensive role. We would go up with bombers and stuff like that and escort the bombers in, and take out any air targets that were trying to get our bombers.
So you had strike aircraft here as well, the F-15Es?
No, just the C models.
Okay. First of all, what's your name and your rank?
I'm Lieutenant Colonel Don Klein, the 27th Tactical Fighter Squadron Commander.
Colonel, your name, can you spell your name for us, please?
K-L-I-N-E.
Colonel, first of all, tell us what happened last night.
Well, we got the execute order late yesterday afternoon, and we went through our mission planning and tried to get what sleep we could, and then got up early this morning, went and executed our mission.
And can you tell us something about what you did? Did you fly into Iraq? Did you escort a strike force? What did you do last night?
We flew into Iraq, and we did escort. We escorted a multinational force, and had the ability to go in there. I can't get into numbers of different type of aircraft or what targets were, anything like that. But we went in with a group of guys, and we got everybody out, and that was the most important thing to us. So our entire package got in and out, and we felt pretty happy about that.
Now, did you encounter any resistance?
We encountered a few airplanes coming up, nothing that really came close enough to us to deliver ordnance or anything. They were mainly coming up and going north. So they didn't come through to the south for us.
Colonel, why do you think that you didn't get any Iraqi planes coming up to intercept?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if probably we were just lucky at the time frame where we went. I think our president and all of our command just needs to be extremely congratulated for that. They did a great job at tactical deception. It worked out perfectly. We didn't even know when we were going or how we were going to go. So I think they did a tremendous thing with that. And that type of work only can save lives. And I'm just proud as Punch to be a part of this.
Now, did you see the attack itself? Did you see the strike on the target? Can you tell us anything about that, what you saw?
I saw the attack, and it was awesome. There were a lot of bombs going off.
What did it look like? What did it look to? Can you describe it?
It looks a lot like, lights, flickering lights, like Christmas lights or something like that when the AAA's coming up. And then shortly after that, it looks like some big bomb fireworks or something like that going off. It was an awesome display. It truly was.
Now, did you hear from any of the pilots that you escorted, in the attack planes? Did they tell you anything about whether or not that they feel like they were on target?
No, we did not have the opportunity to discuss that. Frequencies are very busy, and that's something that you just don't even want to get out in the air. The big part is that the package is out. We get those kinds of words, and when they're coming outbound, then we feel pretty good. Nobody was down, and no beepers were going on guard or anything, so we felt pretty good that we got our package in and out.
Colonel, I'm assuming you guys are pretty well briefed on what you might encounter on your mission. Were you frightened at all when you were up in the air? Did you feel butterflies when you flew over Iraq?
You bet. You bet.
What did you feel?
It felt to me just like right before a big football game or something. I mean, you go to the bathroom 50, 60 times, and you can't do anything when you go. And you sit there and you try to go. You got the butterflies, you got the churning in your stomach. You don't know really what you're going to do. But it's just like a football game, too. Once you get airborne and you get the jet under you and you start feeling good, then you just start working your game plan. And it's just like a game there. First couple of plays of a big football game, you settle down, you feel a lot better.
When did you feel a little bit easier, like you were hitting your stride?
Well, probably on the way out. No, we felt good the entire time. When we first took off, and you can see we've got some weather here, and we had to find our tankers in the middle of the weather, and that wasn't a whole lot of fun. And once we found the tanker, and that worked out well, and got our gas, and then came over to our time to push into Iraq and everything, you start feeling pretty good and just start working it out at that point in time. For some reason, you lose your nervousness. When you look back at it, I don't know when I lost it. I just can't tell you because you're just up there doing your job.
Colonel, what was your scariest moment up there?
I don't know, probably the takeoff, I guess, I don't know. Scariest moment up there, we really did not have that much resistance to really get frightened. I would say that's a hard one to answer.
Well, how about, weren't you thinking at all perhaps about the possibility of surface-to-air missiles and that sort of resistance as opposed to interceptors?
You bet, and that hurts us a lot for the F-15 fighter. But we got up there, we got lit up by a couple of SAMs, but if they launched at us, they didn't come our way. So I don't assume they launched at us.
What does that mean, you got lit up?
Just with our electronic gear, it just lets us know that somebody's looking at you. RWR, it's a warning receiver type of thing.
But as far as you know, there were no SAMs launched at you?
Not that we know of.
And what about anti-aircraft fire, any?
We saw some anti-aircraft fire. It was off from us quite a distance, 8 or 10 miles, so it wasn't to us. But you could see it coming up.
And you said the Iraqi planes that took off came up and then headed north?
It seemed to from where we were, and it just seemed that they were headed north. But there were other things going on, and they were probably being vectored towards other things. I don't know. I have no idea, really.
Were you surprised at how little resistance you met?
Yes, I really was. I was surprised with that, but I mean, it's a brand new day and the day's just dawning, and the Iraqis don't fly a whole lot at night, and that was a great way to begin this. And they don't do a lot of night flying, so we're into a day, and we're going to have to be extremely vigilant and keep our guard up as we go along with this thing. It's going to continue until it's done, and we need to be smart about it because, one good thing, you can't get overconfident. It's almost like scoring an early touchdown or something. You get overconfident, they can still beat you 38-6 or something.
How did you feel when you're finally pulling back in safely?
I felt pretty good. I felt good, really, when we crossed the fence coming out. That was a good feeling because we knew we were back inbound, and that's when you could sit back and relax.
A lot of people, analysts have been saying, the armchair journals have been saying that our Air Force could establish air superiority within 48 hours, maybe even less. You see anything up there to change your mind?
No, I don't. I think that We have got a tremendous Air Force only because of what our people have bought for us, and it's really their Air Force, which you have to understand that. And we have the best equipment in the world right now, and it's working out very, very well. And we've got some good stuff, and we're just proud to be able to employ it.
And I guess one last question from us. You're going to have to fly a lot more today?
I don't know. I don't think I am. That's a question gets into, so I don't know what I'm doing. I really don't.
Can we shoot? We need to shoot some.
We're watching here, of course, U.S. pool tape, interviews with Air Force ground technicians and most recently a pilot who have been involved in the sorties against Iraqi positions, all of them saying that they're nervous about the war being underway. They're proud at the same time about the results and eager for the whole thing to be over. A surprising remark from the gentleman we just heard from, Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Don Klein. He said they encountered Iraqi jets only once, and the jets were flying away from them, flying north. Very little ground resistance. More pictures here once again from Saudi Arabia, from the airfield where these interviews have been taking place. From all of them, what we've heard earlier, very little resistance, no casualties that any of these men could tell us about, and nervousness that went away when all of them encountered the tremendous success that the multinational force has been finding so far in this air battle, a very one-sided air battle. Some ground fire coming, no response from the Iraqi Air Force, and just the vision below them of Christmas lights as their bombs met their targets in Iraq. A very relaxed group, obviously surprised and noticeably happy to find that there has been so little resistance, that the job they've been sent to do has so far gone so well. All of them saying the job isn't over. Defense Department officials say the attack is continuing, but once again, all of them delighted that this far at least, they've had better success, much better success than they've expected.
All right, that was the pilot we just saw being interviewed. I'm told that we're waiting right now on this unedited pool tape for a couple of more pilots. We'll get a perspective from them on the missions that they ran over Baghdad or possibly over other targets in Iraq as they flew north. Shots here of the pool reporter and
Patrick, we might just want to make clear here, we are seeing U.S. pool tape, and for that reason, we're seeing U.S. Air Force officers. Let's remind everyone that there were Saudi, Kuwaiti, and British Air Force officers and pilots involved in these sorties as well. And we should eventually be getting pictures and interviews and information about all of them, too.
How about one smile first? I'd like to take a photograph, because I am going to take a freeze frame of it and then shoot it and pull right back.
Okay. Cheese and
one.
All right, we will take the opportunity then to, as we're seeing the group shot here, to send back home of the pilots. Mikhail Gorbachev, we're looking forward to, among many more things to come as this coverage of the war in the Persian Gulf continues. We're looking forward to at 4 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time, an address by Mikhail Gorbachev. That will be coming up very shortly, if it shows up when it is supposed to.
And where are you from?
Oklahoma.
Where in Oklahoma? A lot of guys from Oklahoma working with NBC.
Okay. Osage County.
Osage County. Senior correspondent above me is from Ponca City.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's on the border of Osage
your
County.
rank again?
Captain.
All right, man, we got down where
That's right.
Captain, tell me, what was your scariest moment last night?
It was pretty exciting as we crossed the border and we watched the ground fire coming up from Kuwait. We knew that we were out of there
out their engagement envelopes, but nonetheless, watching the airbursts below us was sobering, nonetheless.
What did it look like?
Exactly like the movies, to be real honest. The ground fire of the artillery coming up and the airburst below us was exciting.
Wasn't that frightening as opposed to exciting?
Well, the fact that we're engaged in the mission, and we're very much wrapped up with what we're doing with our jet, traveling right at the speed of sound. And that initially, we watched the ground fire come up, and the first response was, gee, that's neat. And then the second response is, it's aimed at me. And then it became very realistic. And that's when the maneuvers and the chaff clouds were put out to protect ourselves.
Did you have to fire any of your missiles last night? What happened?
We had no adversaries that ever came to engage us. Those that did get airborne for preservation went north out of our way.
Do you think that they hightailed it north because they just didn't want to mix it up with you guys?
I think it was a preservation move. If they stayed on the ground, they would have been bombed, and had they flown in our direction, they would have been shot down. So it was their best move to go north.
What about, did we get that last comment? Let me ask you that one more time, because you missed that on the audio. Why do you think these Iraqi planes hightailed it north?
It was a preservation move. Had they stayed on the ground, they would have been bombed, and had they come southbound into our foreship, they would have been shot down.
And how's it feel now that you're back?
Well, it's exciting to have one under my belt. Same adrenaline that a young hunter has on his first hunt, or a young athlete has after his first football game. It's now behind us, and we're ready to press on with the mission.
What did you feel when you first got your orders?
Mixed emotion, a little apprehension, a little fear, a lot of excitement. None of us are so, we have an element of discipline about us that we don't necessarily want to go out and wreak a lot of destruction, but yet we're trained for thousands of hours or many years of combat training to go out and do exactly what we did tonight.
Anyone else? How about?
Step in there, Rod.
Go ahead, John.
This was your first combat.
All right.
Right there?
Right. Okay, what's your name?
John Doucette, Captain.
Captain, how do you spell your last name?
D-O-U-C-E-T-T-E.
C-E-T-T-E. And what part of the state you from, Captain?
Virginia. Yeah,
it's one of these, you know, big city vibes. You're from Oklahoma originally?
Yes, sir.
Whereabouts in Oklahoma?
Lawton, Oklahoma.
Yeah, guys back in Peacock are gonna love this. Why don't you tell me, can you describe as well, give me your description about what you saw last night once the attack commenced on your target? What did it look like?
It was, to look down low, there was sort of an undercast, so the light that came up was magnified by the undercast. Just to kind of echo Captain Drummond's sentiment about the AAA that came up, you could see that come up and the bursts. By the same token, you could see the bomb burst underneath the undercast, and it kind of rippled underneath. To see those two actions going on at the same time was, you knew that one was aimed at you, and you knew the other was aimed at them, and yet it was all the same type of light rippling through the sky. It was really kind of a transition between the two forces. Kind of neat.
But what did you feel when you saw that coming at you?
Again, I have to echo Captain Drummond's sentiment. You stand there, you sit there, and you watch this stuff come up, and at some point you become comfortable almost with what you're doing because you're in your cockpit, and then you realize that this isn't the time to become comfortable with what you're doing because you've got stuff being aimed at you. And it kind of jogs you back into reality, and you go, that is aimed for me. I need to be looking at it a little bit better. So it kind of brings you back into reality real quick.
How did you feel when you finally, when you got through with the mission?
Well, you're on such an adrenaline high, you know,
prior to the mission, there really wasn't much time for rest, and you probably couldn't have rested even if you wanted to. You're just so high. Going through the mission, you're running on adrenaline, basically. Coming off that mission, you're just flooded with an emotion of a sense of relief, a sense of, I've done it, first time's over with. You know, it's kind of like...
What altitude generally they come in at all?
They may not discuss anything along that line. Tactics, rules of engagement, nothing like that.
I asked you what your most anxious moment was.
Yeah, pretty much. It was. Yeah, you did.
When did you breathe your first sigh of relief?
It truly wasn't until I was back down on the ground. The mission isn't over until it's over. And until you come back down on the ground and you go through your debrief, the mission is still going on. So until you get your feet back firmly on the ground, that's the point when you can go, okay, I'm done.
You guys are obviously pumped up with adrenaline. Is there any point where you, like reality sets in when maybe the adrenaline kind of recedes a bit, and then you realize, my God, I'm in real danger here?
It didn't happen on this mission. Ask me in another few missions, and I may have a different answer for you, but on this particular mission, there was no lack of adrenaline. There was no lack of impetus to make it all work out right and get back home. I don't think I'll ever become comfortable with the feeling of the fact that, you know, there's a possibility of, you know, endangering one's life, but this particular mission, I did not, I repeat, did not run out of adrenaline. I was gung-ho the whole way.
Any regrets? Any second thoughts about what...
I'm back on the ground. I've got no regrets. It went perfect.
Are you looking forward to doing it again?
Absolutely.
Now, can we get just a few...
On the blowtorn ain't yet. We get the commander over here. He's supposed to be get over here. Sure, would you like to say a few words to your boys?
Hey, perhaps read some of that calm. Get on to me for talking so much. Pushing that rope.
It's team sport, sir. It's team sport.
Yay!
We've just seen some interviews and now some pictures, the men and machines of the 1st Tactical Fighter Wing that's come back from sorties over Iraqi positions. Men who are very surprised by the little resistance that they met, very delighted to have made it back with no casualties reported. More pictures there as the jets continue moving through the airfield. One of the airmen had an intriguing thought about why they met so little resistance. He suggested to the correspondent who interviewed him that if the Iraqi jets had stayed on the ground, they would have been bombed by the multinational force. If they'd gone into the skies to meet the multinational force, they would have been shot down. Instead, it appears they fled north so that they could come back and fight another day. This is just one airman's speculation, of course, but an interesting idea to explain a little bit about why they met so little resistance in the air and only from ground positions. Here we're seeing more of the airbase somewhere in eastern Saudi Arabia. Defense Department regulations prohibit us telling you more about where the airfield is located.
And you also pointed out, or I think wanted to point out, Jonathan, the AAA they keep referring to.
That's right. There's a lot of terminology here that'll be unfamiliar to us and to a lot of our viewers anyway. The AAA is anti-aircraft artillery. Those are the 3 A's the pilots are talking about. So far, they've been saying that they have been encountering some resistance from the AAAs, but not very much.
Lots of talk about jitters, one of them characterizing it as something that you might experience right before a big football game. He says he feels a lot better, though, and that all of them expressing the same sentiment, that they're very happy to be back on the ground, but that the mission has gone extremely well. And some very interesting descriptions from the air of what they saw as the AAA was coming up and as the bombs were bursting below and in the air above the city of Baghdad.
Well, Patrick, if we're going to compare it to a football game, these men are really speaking and behaving very much like it's just half-time. They're very satisfied with the way things have gone, relieved that they've come back, but they're very conscious, and you can see it in their faces that it's not over yet.
While we watch one of the jets taking off, we should point out right now we are looking for, I don't think we see as yet, though, a taped message from Mikhail Gorbachev. We're looking for it. We don't see it as yet. We also have correspondence that we'll be going to shortly, but we want to stay with our unedited U.S. pool tape as we watch these, obviously taking off in daylight, a foggy day, but taking off on what would probably have been the second mission that we heard John Holloman and Bernard Shaw describing from the 14th floor where their location was in Baghdad. All right, we want to go now to an interesting bit of information for you. Saddam Hussein taped, apparently, a message that was carried on Radio Baghdad, Iraq's official news agency, carrying Saddam Hussein's letter to the Iraqi people, announcing the outbreak of war. Saddam Hussein describing the outbreak of hostilities as the, and we quote now, mother of all battles. Made no mention, though, of the success or otherwise of the Allied bombing runs against military and strategic targets within Iraq or in Kuwait. The letter that was read, at midnight, the treacherous have deceived, he said. The partner of evil, Bush, committed the great confrontation in the mother of all battles. He said that the Iraqis were expecting the Allied assault. The Iraqi leader expressed confidence that his forces would depose what he described as the dogs ruling the Gulf Arab states, such as Saudi Arabia, and neutralize what he terms as the evil in the White House. Francis Hardin has been standing by at the State Department. We have been hearing nothing but good comments from pilots and also from other venues, Francis Hardin, about the apparent Allied success. What are you hearing at State at this hour?
Well, right now we're hearing some reaction to the comments by the British Prime Minister John Major. His brief speech a short time ago was further testimony to the strength of the U.S.-led coalition in the desert. Britain has been firm from the beginning, both under the former Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, under Desert Shield, and now under the new Prime Minister, John Major, under Desert Storm. One sign of the closeness of that alliance, Major said that he had been informed on Tuesday of the timing of the attack. And another sign, he says he has an open line to the White House. From Israel, we heard just a little while ago from the Foreign Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel, of course, is one of the United States' strongest allies. We are hearing gratitude from them. Israel, of course, had been extremely concerned because of Saddam Hussein's promise to attack Israel. Also, Israeli leaders were edgy and probably still are about the U.S.-led alliance, which includes Arab states, includes Saudis and Kuwaitis, of course, and in a sense, Syria, but Syria is on a kind of a standby basis. They say they will defend, but they will not attack. And from another...
All right, Francis, we've got to interrupt you. The Saddam message is coming in now. Let's go to it. I believe there's translation on it, or we're going to provide it.
This is Baghdad, the Broadcasting Corporation of the Masses, the great Iraqi people, ye great Iraqi people, ye sons of the great Arab nation, ye our sons in the brave armed forces. Our Supreme Commander, the President Saddam Hussein, is appealing to the sons of our great people and our Arab nation and our armed forces. In the name of Allah, most merciful and compassionate, we said, fire, be cold and peaceful on Abraham, as God verily says in a quotation of the Quran. The great Iraqi people, the sons of our glorious nation, the brave in our courageous armed forces, people everywhere. Come on, stand up against evil. The infidels and their supporters and their allies. At 2:30 a.m. tonight, on the 16th of January, the treacherous foes and Bush, the Satan, has perpetrated his crime. He and the criminal Zionism. And the great battle has been initiated, the mother of all battles, between the triumphant truth with the support of God and the evil pushed by Satan, which will be beaten eventually, God willing. The brave, your sons and brothers in the Muslim faith, the sons of prophets, the faithful and the brave, who carried the torch and light of Islam and its guidance to all humanity. These sons of yours, they were bravely confronting the foes because God supported them and guided them, because there is a lot of faith in their breasts. The criminals are not ashamed of themselves, and that criminal, the traitor, the custodian of the two holy mosques and the traitor of the Islamic nation, who and his like, he means King Fahd, will rot in hell. He is a treacherous criminal, King Fahd. God is with us, dear brethren. God is always the patient, the steadfast, and he will support them in any case, with the gravity of the conflict and the steadfastness of the believers. Success will become possible, so that the whole nation will overthrow the thrones and the presidencies that have been traitors to it. These traitors will be overthrown after the defeat of the Satan in the White House, Bush. And in this poisonous hornet nest of confrontation, criminal Tel Aviv will also be beaten, and Palestine will be liberated, and its people will take their lands back, and the Golan Heights will be liberated, and the Arab individual will be liberated everywhere. As long as the oppressors and the unjust continue in their conflict, God make this fire falling on Iraqis to be peace and cold on those who are perpetrating jihad. God is great. God is great. God is great. Victory is there with the support of God, and the criminals will rot in hell. This is Baghdad.
Okay, that was the radio address that was carried. You heard the translation, of course. Saddam Hussein addressing his people. That was carried on Radio Baghdad earlier. It was interesting, I thought, at the outset of it, that we heard a jet actually going over. No idea whose jet. A jet, though, I distinctly heard the sound of a jet going overhead as that address began, exhorting his people, the sons and daughters of Iraq, to continue with their faith, and some very colorful language in there used by Saddam Hussein. Treacherous forces that were wreaking the fire upon them. Bush, the Satan. This was the mother of all battles that had been begun, but through it all, Saddam Hussein maintains that the truth will triumph against the evil. Faithful are carrying the torch of Islam. One might preclude at that again, trying to exhort a holy war, to jihad. In fact, the word jihad was used toward the end of the address. But here, you could suggest that he is trying to call together the Arab world, and rather than standing alone in this, referring numerous times to the criminals, also the traitor King Fahd, for at this point housing the Allied forces on airways, that the king will rot in hell, God is with us, poisonous hornet's nest, putting together Tel Aviv, and the Golan Heights will be taken back. All of this carried on Baghdad radio not all that long ago. Saddam Hussein making that address, as I say, what clearly sounded like a jet going overhead. We have been waiting for about 10 minutes now for Mikhail Gorbachev, who taped an address, and that will be, should be coming to us. We simply are waiting for it right now, and as soon as 15 minutes from now, I am told now that we can look forward to the Mikhail Gorbachev address to come in. So let's go now to Jonathan Mann.
Patrick, a war of words coming from Baghdad, also a much more real war of men and machines. For more now on the changing military situation, let's go to Jeff Levine, standing by live at the Pentagon. Jeff?
Good morning, Jonathan. We understand from Pentagon officials we might be getting our first look at some combat video a bit later today. The warplanes involved in Desert Storm were all equipped with cameras to record their assaults. This material will be put together in the first phase in Saudi Arabia, will be satellited back here to the Pentagon. In fact, that's probably going on now. Pentagon officials will be going through a security review, of course, of that material, and ultimately they will provide the news media with a highlight reel, and as we say, we should be getting that a bit later today. Pentagon officials, of course, feel that they have a very positive story to tell, and earlier, Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney painted a very positive picture.
I will simply say that the preliminary reports we have received in terms of the success of the operation, and that includes the possibility of casualties, have been very, very encouraging. The operation appears to have gone very well.
Now, sources in the Pentagon say that during the attacks, perhaps all of Iraq's 100 Air Force bases were damaged or destroyed. Among the other targets of the raids were chemical weapons facilities, nuclear weapons facilities, and of course the Scud missile sites. We don't know if there have been any Allied casualties at this time. We might find out more about that a bit later. There's going to be a briefing approximately 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time this morning here at the Pentagon, and we do hope that Secretary of Defense Cheney will be here, as well as Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Colin Powell, and we'll, of course, have a fuller picture of what happened in Desert Storm later this morning. Jeff Levine, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
Jeff Levine, let me bring this bit of information to our viewers now that we are getting from eastern Saudi Arabia. Multinational forces have destroyed apparently 2 air bases in Iraqi-occupied Kuwait. Iraqi troops, though, have been shelling the multinational forces on the Kuwait-Saudi border as of early Thursday. This is according to the Kuwaiti Ministry of Information. Iraqi artillery in Kuwait were shelling U.S.-led forces, according to the official, who added that some Iraqi troops have begun to actually surrender. And a quote here, "It's not too heavy, but I haven't got the complete information yet." This is again from the Information Ministry. He could not say whether the multinational forces were retaliating or whether the shelling was continuing. But this would certainly lead one to believe that we are now talking about some kind of ground activity, which would be a first bit of information on anything taking place on the ground. Thus far, it has all been an air campaign. The official had said earlier that the tanks were shelling one another. U.S. officials in Tehran, meanwhile, would not say whether there was any fighting in the border area, which means that they will not confirm any ground activity at this point. back to the Kuwaiti minister, also said that Kuwaiti aircraft, Skyhawks, Mirage fighters, had been participating in the multinational attack as it went on. So we have what could be the first indication of something actually happening on the ground, involving ground forces, something other than airstrikes out of Saudi Arabia involving the four forces that have been described. Peter Arnett, we hope you've had a bit of a nap. Peter Arnett is awake and in Baghdad, and give us a picture right now, Peter.
Thank you, Patrick. Well, it's noon in Baghdad. It's 9.5 hours since the beginning of the massive bombing raids here on the city. You mentioned earlier, when hearing the statement attributed to Saddam Hussein, read about 2:30 this morning, you'd heard a plane in the air and you wondered whose plane it was. Well, I'm pretty sure it was one of the many U.S. planes we heard. The Pentagon is saying that they knocked out all of the 530 aircraft of the Iraqi Air Force. I think that is pretty well true. U.S. planes own the skies, certainly over Baghdad, and they've been attacking with impunity. We've seen 3 bombing attacks in the last hour or so, but they are to the south and fairly distant, but they're clearly happening. The damage assessments are limited for us, too, because we're still here in the hotel, in the Al Rashid Hotel. We have not been permitted to move out in the city to any distance at this point. Not even very. No, I haven't been permitted to take cameras when we have gone. We can see in the distance what seems to be a chemical refinery or an oil refinery burning with black smoke. I do believe that the BBC is reporting that the Defense Ministry was hit by several bombs. But the skyline of Baghdad that we can see, the government monuments and the communications towers, are still standing today. Patrick?
Yes, Peter, I understand that you heard the Saddam Hussein address. I'm wondering any observations from you on what we heard. We just aired it here a short time ago on CNN.
I did just hear the actual text of the speech. I was not surprised at its content. In fact, Saddam Hussein was seen by one of our CNN staffers today, Nick Robinson, when Nick went over to the Iraqi TV station in Baghdad to try and get some kind of transmissions working to send video pictures. Saddam Hussein was there. Nick says that the leader looked grim and resolute. Now, in his address, Saddam Hussein did call for support from the world and from the Arab world, the world at large, to repel the aggressors. The language showed little hint of any timidity, and it seems that at this point he is sticking to his guns literally, and there is no sense of him backing down at all. We have had no word from that. There was an official Iraqi statement from the foreign ministry earlier, and it said that President Bush will regret the attack. The Americans and their allies will be taught a lesson. That's what they're saying here.
Peter, just as a sidelight here, did you also, when you heard it, and I'm wondering if we should just leave it as an observation, I heard a jet going overhead while that tape played. What do we make of that? Do you have any thoughts?
Well, I mentioned earlier, I guess you didn't pick it up, or maybe you didn't receive my comments, but I'm sure that jet you heard going over was an American jet, because from our observations, I don't think that any planes the Iraqis seem to have gotten off the ground. We saw no dogfights in the sky, and I think it must have been an American plane going ahead. It's clear to us here that the attack, the massive airstrikes came as pretty much of a surprise to the Iraqis. The city had not been closed down. Lights were on in the streets. The sirens of warning came 15, 20 minutes after the actual raid started here. So I think the element of surprise was gained by the multinational forces in the opening of this war. Patrick?
All right, Peter Arnett, rested, we hope, somewhat after a long night as the initial surge of this attack got underway. Thank you. Jonathan?
Patrick, let's go now to Charles Bierbauer, who's standing by live at the White House. What can you tell us, Charles?
Well, Jonathan, President Bush, in his remarks from the Oval Office during the evening, pointed out that nothing had persuaded Saddam Hussein to change his ways. And in listening to this radio address that the Iraqi president has given a short time ago, it was certainly anything but submissive. Saddam Hussein took on everyone who was arrayed against him, starting with President Bush and working his way around his own country's perimeter, the Saudis, and of course raising again the issue of Palestine, saying that he would liberate Palestine and the Golan Heights, the Golan being the area of Syria that is held by the Israelis, still trying to drum up support from his fellow Arabs, obviously. The nature, the tenor of Saddam Hussein's remarks suggests that he's perfectly prepared to absorb this first strike and perhaps to continue absorbing aerial bombardment by the U.S. and its allies. That was certainly one of the scenarios which was anticipated by the Bush administration in trying to calculate just what would happen and what would have to be done to evict the Iraqis from Kuwait. Indeed, if we're now hearing reports of some ground fighting or some ground activity being conducted by the Iraqis, that would be the first of that. And in terms of actually moving Saddam's force, the bulk of his force is ground troops. That is what has been deemed likely to be the most costly in terms of effort and manpower to get those hundreds of thousands of Iraqis out of Kuwait. That's an element of the battle that has not yet been joined. Jonathan?
Charles, as you mentioned, the fighting really is going on, continuing on the ground, it would seem. What is happening at the White House? Is there any activity there to try and put out feelers to Iraq and see if maybe there has been a change of heart, if Saddam Hussein now feels differently now that he's seen the full might of the multinational force?
Well, there's no activity that we see. There is always activity in the deep recesses of the White House where the vigil never stops. The National Security Council is situated here and has what is known as the Situation Room, or SIT Room for short, where they keep an eye on things. The public areas and the official areas are pretty well shut down for the night. There's no one left in the press staff. There are a few of us press still lingering on here. The president is likely to have an early breakfast meeting. We understand that Secretaries Baker and Cheney, the Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense, are due in around 7:30 for breakfast. We believe with the National Security Advisor, General Scowcroft, and probably the president joining in that too. That will be their first overnight assessment. It does take a bit of time to get a handle on just how much damage has been done, how effective these bombing runs have been, though certainly what we are hearing from the pilots coming back is that they feel they have been quite successful and certainly encountered no resistance. But again, the question is, what kind of resistance will there be on the ground?
Charles Bierbauer at the White House, thanks very much. Patrick?
All right, thank you, Jonathan. We have a guest we'd like to talk with briefly. David Bolton is the director of the Royal United Services Institution. I hope it's an institution or institute. It's a think tank of ex-servicemen, and he is an expert on military tactics. Welcome. I wonder if you might give us an initial assessment of what has happened over the last few hours.
Yes, I think there are 3 points that come to me. First of all, that tactical air surprise was certainly achieved by these magnificently coordinated attacks, the supremacy of high technology in going for a wide range of different targets. Secondly, that a firm indication of resolve of the international allied force to prosecute this war. And I think the third element is that by evidence of this, the aim must now be to prosecute that war as resolutely as possible in order both to minimize casualties and in order to win the peace, so that we keep that in mind. My final point, I think, is an initial reaction, is a sense of thankfulness that those who launched these attacks have returned safely.
We have had some reports that some Iraqi pilots were able to get off the ground but then flew directly north. Analyze that.
Well, I think that there could be 2 reasons for this. First of all, there is the sense of trying to safeguard their aircraft, particularly if launched, and by virtue of going for ground control systems, if they were air defense aircraft, they were not then being directed onto enemy, and therefore they were trying to see them in the dark and unable to do so. So the instinct of self-preservation overrode whatever control might have been occurring, and off they went. The other element is going back, I think, to the 73 Arab-Israeli war, that many of the Egyptians then flew south in order to protect their air force should it be required later. So those are the 2 possibilities, I think, in looking at that particular situation.
I am told that you have met a number of Iraqi military. Give us an idea, if you would, please. What is the mindset of the typical military in Iraq?
Oh, very difficult to define at this stage. You're talking about a country that has been under the most severest autocratic role for 22 years, where people dare not speak frankly one to the other. Montgomery's dictum that morale is the greatest single factor in modern war comes to mind. Now, there is talk that perhaps when there is confusion, and a great deal of confusion, this might embolden some close to Saddam Hussein to perhaps settle old scores and recognize what might occur if Saddam himself is not removed. So I think that in seeing this expression of resolve, the magnificence of the coordinated attacks and the might of Allied air power, this might encourage some of those and embolden them to remove Saddam Hussein from his position and bring peace to that part of the world more quickly. But we don't know, and it might well be that the scores are settled at a lower level.
Mr. Bolton, we've had some initial reports here that some Iraqi forces actually along the Kuwait-Saudi border have apparently actually surrendered at this point. I am wondering, could that turn into a snowball? And also, if Saddam Hussein were dead at this point, he's apparently very much alive because we just heard a radio address, but if he were dead, how fast would all of this fall apart? Or maybe it would not?
First, let's take the question of the units. The people who have been easing out over the border, you can't call it a flood, until now, have only numbered about 300 or 400 over the period of 5 months. The reason being, of course, because the retribution that could be exacted on them and their families is horrendous. Now, however, I come back to my point of morale, and if units are deserting, then this gives rise to suggestions that, faced with the prospect of war, that the so-called battle-hardened Iraqi soldiers are in fact battle-weary and battle-weakened and want no more of it, particularly when faced with the prospect of operations over a 24-hour period, perhaps even non-stop, and horrendous bombardments of modern technology being brought to bear upon them. Whether this reflects all units or only some of them, of course, is a matter of conjecture. It'd be interesting to see how effective the reports were that perhaps the Republican Guard, the elite of the Iraqi army, had been affected by the bombing. Some argue that they were actually targeted. On the question of what might happen post-Saddam, first of all, I think it is important that the war aims are explicit, that we, the Allies, are not seeking to destroy Iraq at all. It is a question of removing Saddam Hussein and his coterie. Under those circumstances, you could have officers loyal to the overall interests of Iraq that might exact a vengeance on Saddam, or it could be some from the Ba'ath Party, the Tikritis, who might seek to do so. If they do that, then one could feel that the reason for it might primarily be to save Iraq itself, and therefore they would seek to come to some arrangement very quickly to prevent any further carnage.
All right, hang on, if you would, please, David Bolton, because you have some interesting things to say and we want to continue. Let's go briefly, though, to Jonathan Mann. Jonathan has some more information.
Patrick, we're going to go now to Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, and John Sweeney of CNN, who's standing by live. John?
Jonathan, CNN has learned a Saudi general scheduled to hold a briefing in an hour and a half or so will reveal details of an Iraqi rocket and artillery attack on oil storage facilities in the border town of Khafji. And this attack reportedly took place shortly after the air attack on Kuwait and Iraq. The Iraqis reportedly opened up with 120-millimeter artillery fire and rockets. It's reported that several storage tanks in the area were struck, and some are reportedly still on fire. There were no casualties reported, and the Saudi is expected to deny earlier broadcast reports that the Saudi army ran in the face of that artillery and rocket attack. Again, there were no casualties reported. A couple of those tanks, at least, are reportedly still on fire. Khafji, you may remember, is the border town between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, where many Kuwaiti refugees crossed into Saudi Arabia early on in this crisis. Jonathan?
John, we now have this report. Kuwaiti radio now says that Allied ground forces are moving towards Kuwait. Allied ground forces, we're learning now, are moving towards Kuwait. The latest report to come in, ABC Television is also reporting that a military air base outside of Baghdad has suffered a direct hit. The latest details coming in just now. Patrick?
All right, Jonathan, we have a guest, David Bolton, who is a military analyst and an expert, the director of the Royal United Services Institute, a think tank of ex-servicemen. And did you hear, Mr. Bolton, that we are getting a report now the ground forces are on their way toward Kuwait?
Yes, I think that is significant. It gives an indication that there is confidence of air supremacy, particularly localized and possibly extending right over Iraq. For those who know the area, incidentally, I would assume that the airfield near Baghdad is the old British base of Habaniyah. It's sad to think that that has been attacked or needed to be attacked, but thank heaven that it has been under these circumstances. I believe that we will now see pressure being exerted along a broad front, and that the Allies will be able to exploit whatever weaknesses might appear in the defenses, much as you have indicated by the possibility that some of the forward Iraqi forces lack resolution in defending their positions.
Now, Mr. Bolton, it is very interesting because so many analysts prior to this had said that the air campaign would go on for quite some time, and that we might even be talking days or even into weeks before any serious ground movement would take place. And yet here we are, approaching a little over, what, 9 plus some hours since the initial airstrikes over Baghdad, and we're getting reports of ground movement. What does this tell you, this telescoping, this compression?
I think that once initial air supremacy or superiority, even if it was localized, was achieved, the actions had to be concurrent and not consecutive. You don't take it piecemeal. It is important that you exert pressure across a wide front to ensure that you test morale and resolution, that you make sure that your tactical intelligence is refined, and you put the Iraqi forces and their command system and their logistic resupply under the utmost pressure. This can be achieved without necessarily risking tremendous casualties on one's own point, unless there is the possibility of a breakthrough, and then we will see some movement. Go on, yes?
There has been an awful lot of talk, again, prior to all of this, a lot of talk about the technological superiority of the Allied forces, led by primarily the United States in this case, and but that the enemy should not be taken lightly, that it is, after all, the 4th largest army in the world, and that it would be a bloody battle. Why are we seeing what we are seeing thus far? Very little resistance, and as we say, a speeding up of the schedule for ground forces.
I think that there are 2 reactions to that. First of all, there has been a great deal of speculation about what might or might not happen. I would hope that we no longer try to second-guess the commanders on the spot. Secondly, I think that it is early days yet. There is still 500,000 men or more on either side, perhaps going to be enjoined in battle. That is horrendous in the type of violence that might yet still be forthcoming. The military dictum, of course, is that one plans for the worst and hopes for the best. And I believe that we are seeing that perhaps, at least in the early stages, the technology is, in the battle of high technology on the part of the Allied forces, set against the mass of the Iraqi forces, that at least initially, high technology seems to be winning. We hope that higher training, higher resolve, higher morale will prevail in the end.
Thank you, David Bolton, insightful and educating of the Royal United Services Institute in London. Thank you for joining us tonight, sir.
Thank you.
Jonathan?
Patrick, we now have the taped message from Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev.
Американские вооруженные силы совместно с войсковыми частями Великобритании, Саудовской Аравии и других государств нанесли удары по военным, некоторым промышленным,
on military and some industrial objects in Iraq,
иракских вооруженных сил.
on the locations of the Iraqi forces. Such a tragic turn was provoked by Iraqi leadership's refusal to follow the demands of the world community and withdraw its forces from Iraq, from Kuwait. In the beginning of the Iraqi aggression, the Soviet Union did all it could to solve an acute international conflict by peaceful means. To the very last minute, we took energetic effort in order to prevent the war by political means to get independence back to Kuwait. Having gotten about an hour in advance from Mr. Baker the report on the decisions they made, I put the proposal before President Bush to take additional measures through the direct contact with Saddam Hussein to get an unpostponable announcement of Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait. At the same time, I ordered our ambassador in Baghdad to get in touch with the president of Iraq and let him know about my talk with George Bush, and let him know that in the interest of Iraqi people, in the interest of peace in the region, let him announce that he is ready to withdraw from Kuwait. That would avert war and save Iraq great losses and devastation. I expressed hope that, being judged by the high interest by the people, Saddam Hussein would follow that only saving step. That same night, we also appealed to the leaders of many influential countries, including France, China, Great Britain, Germany, India, Italy, to the heads of most Arabic states, to take combined efforts to localize the conflict and prevent it from spreading. Realizing what consequences for the Arabic people, for American people, for the whole international situation, what losses it can bring, we express our deep sorrow that the military confrontation could not be averted. Though I'm ready to emphasize one more time, we did everything possible to avert the conflict. I want to inform you that among the Soviet people who are still in Iraq, there's been no casualties. The Soviet people can be sure that the Soviet leadership will take all measures to stop war as soon as possible, and it'll go on cooperating with other countries and the United Nations.
There we have Mikhail Gorbachev issuing a statement, his regret about the outbreak of war in the Middle East at a time when his own country is very close, or moving ever closer, to civil war. Standing by to tell us more about the situation in Moscow and the situation in Moscow for the Middle East is CNN Bureau Chief there, Steve Hurst. Steve?
Yes, Jonathan, no real surprises in what Mr. Gorbachev had to say. It was interesting to hear him say that he had been contacted by the White House about an hour before the operation began, if we understood him correctly, and that he had asked the White House to make one last effort to avoid conflict. He didn't say what the White House answer was, but obviously the answer was we're not waiting any longer. He also said that he was going to make every effort through diplomatic channels to localize the conflict, as he put it, and he told his Soviet audience that among the Soviet people, I'm quoting him here, still in Iraq, there were no casualties. He ended his very, very brief remarks saying that he would do everything personally to take all measures to stop the war as soon as he could. Jonathan?
Steve, let me ask you this. Of course, there's a lot going on in Lithuania right now. There's a lot going on all through the Soviet Union. How much is this a sideshow to Gorbachev, given the problems he has to face domestically?
Well, it's very much a sideshow, but also Mr. Gorbachev knows that if the world becomes embroiled in a larger conflict, that it's going to have very direct consequences on the Soviet Union, particularly in the economy. The Soviets are already having great problems with their oil industry, unable to meet demands when they could have been reaping a windfall in this Persian Gulf crisis. At the same time, I think that being a bit cynical, we see Mr. Gorbachev and his military using the world's focus on the Persian Gulf as a smokescreen to carry out some rather draconian steps against Lithuania right now. The other Baltic republics and some of the other breakaway republics are fearing that they might be next with the world's attention turned to a war in the Persian Gulf.
Well, what is going to happen next, do you think? Not to shift our attention too far away, but the world, certainly here in the United States, people have been concentrating so much on the Gulf that they do seem, in fact, to be not noticing or forgetting all of what's going on in Lithuania. What is the next step for Gorbachev there? Is the smokescreen going to allow him to crack down ever harder?
Well, I think it depends very much, Jonathan, on how long this war lasts. If our attention is glued on Iraq with these riveting reports by CNN correspondents out of Baghdad much longer, I think that Mr. Gorbachev can move without the world paying much attention. If that doesn't last that long, I think that the world attention will go back, at least partially, to events in Lithuania, the Baltics, and the other breakaway republics. So I suppose what I'm saying is if he is going to use this as a true smokescreen and is going to take those draconian measures he seems to be threatening, I think that he will do it very quickly, knowing, as we all know, that this war is moving very quickly.
CNN Moscow Bureau Chief Steve Hurst, thanks very much. Pat?
All right, Jonathan, a couple of items to bring you up to date on. Out of London this word, Iraqi artillery has attacked an oil refinery on the Gulf Coast in Saudi Arabia. This is according to BBC reports, citing British military sources in Riyadh as a source for their information. BBC reporters saying that there are unconfirmed reports that U.S. forces, including Cobra helicopters, Harrier attack aircraft. Those are the jets that fly very much like a helicopter, where they can literally stop in midair and drop down like a helicopter onto the ground. And A-10 tank busters were retaliating against an attack. Morale among Allied forces in the Gulf region said to be high, according to the BBC reporter here. Kuwaiti official earlier had said that the Allied forces had destroyed the only 2 Iraqi air bases in occupied Kuwait, and that Iraq was shelling the multinational forces on the Kuwait-Saudi border. Also, new information coming to us that Iraqi soldiers are apparently removing their uniforms and putting on civilian clothes. We have some reports of desertion from the ranks of the Kuwaiti or the Iraqi forces. Also, this story, Iraq said on Thursday that it had shot down 14 Allied planes raiding Kuwait and Iraq. The statement by the Iraqi military command is quoting Baghdad radio, saying that the planes were downed in the dogfights that they say took place with Iraqi planes or by anti-aircraft fire, the AAA that we heard referred to by some of the pilots in the unedited U.S. tape, quoting our brave Eagles pilots and air defense men have so far shot down 14 enemy planes of various kinds. That's a quote. This is hinting also that the presidential palace Saddam Hussein lived in was targeted by the Allies. The statement says that among the planes hit were three of them shot down by the Presidential Guard in Baghdad. We have not had a report from our correspondents in Baghdad on this, so we cannot by any stretch of the imagination confirm such a report. We will certainly put the question to them the next time we talk with them, which will be soon. Right now, though, we want to talk with Richard Blivestone, who is in Jerusalem, and get a perspective from that vantage point now. Richard.
Patrick, life is slowly returning to normal here in Jerusalem. People are venturing out in the streets in greater and greater numbers. Stores have been opening as we approach the noon hour, and the traffic, unfortunately, is returning to normal. The threat the Israelis seem to feel has diminished, if it is not gone altogether. There is something else that keeps the Israelis worried, and that's the threat of intensified uprisings in East Jerusalem and the occupied territories. There are curfews in effect there. And I wonder, Patrick, since I am on one end of the Middle East spectrum, if I might talk with my old colleague Peter Arnett in Baghdad. He and I served together in another war for another organization.
Bly, if that was a question to me, could you repeat it? I was going over my notes and just didn't pick it up. I'm sorry.
Well, Peter, I think one thing that, of course, it makes us very curious is have you heard anything or do you have anything to substantiate this report, apparently on Baghdad radio, that 14 Allied jets have been shot down?
Well, it's the first news we've had of that. Of course, the planes, many of them were flying very high, and there was an enormous amount of anti-aircraft flak going into the sky. I saw what I think were several surface-to-air missiles. There was lots of this AAA anti-aircraft artillery going up there. Now, a European who was with the peace group, who was at a camp near the presidential palace, has just told us that there was enormous anti-aircraft fire from the presidential palace, but he didn't see anything that looked like a hit on a plane. Sorry, I can't help you any more on that, Bly, but there was a lot of shooting from Baghdad up into the sky during today.
Thanks, Peter, but one thing that has piqued my curiosity, hearing John Holloman and Bernie Shaw use the term rolling thunder. To those who covered the Vietnam War, that has a very specific and a very remarkable meaning. Maybe you would want to tell our viewers, as one who has seen more of them than most people, what rolling thunder means.
Well, rolling thunder, in my recollection, was the air campaign against North Vietnam. It was rolling thunder. It was escalated as the years went by. The idea was to intimidate the North Vietnamese leadership into pulling out of the war in the South and basically signing a peace agreement. I made the comment earlier this morning during the massive raids on Baghdad and raids that we'd heard were taking all over the country that they seemed to me more like the massive raids at the end of the Vietnam War in 1972 on Hanoi and other targets, which essentially ended the Vietnam War. And I pointed out that this was at the beginning of this particular conflict, so there was no rolling thunder here. It just came all at once, Bly.
Yeah, I think there are probably very few people in the West who have ever been on the ground when one of these saturation bombing attacks takes place. In the early 70s, I had the chance to interview some Viet Cong and North Vietnamese prisoners who'd been in bunkers and had it happen to them several times, and they said it was horrible. I remember that one of them described being caught in what the Air Force called an arc-light strike, a massive strike of B-52 bombers, as being like dead for 3 minutes. He said that people went out of their minds with fear. Their chests were crushed by the concussion.
Yes, well, that's it. When I heard, Bly, that there were several divisions of the Republican Guard, the elite divisions, decimated, according to the Pentagon, in Kuwait, and possibly by B-52s. I remember when I was at Khe Sanh, in the besieged Marine base in Khe Sanh, west of Hue, and which was surrounded by reportedly 40 to 60,000 North Vietnamese tough troops, and the B-52 strikes came in day after day, and they just churned up the ground to great depths, and after several weeks just stopped that attack cold and killed thousands of North Vietnamese. I would not have wanted to be anywhere near Kuwait when those B-52s, if indeed they did, were bombing in the early hours of this morning those men on the sands.
They were certainly a visual spectacular for those who were lucky enough to be far away. I'm also reminded today, Peter, that I believe, just as I was leaving you, regrettably, last Saturday, by the way, my heart has been bleeding for all you in Baghdad since I left until late last night when I started eating my heart out. Just before I left, I believe I was told by one of you that you'd been to see a high-ranking Iraqi official talking about logistics if wartime came, and that he said, oh, they'll never reach Baghdad. That has turned out to be manifestly short-sighted. How are the Iraqis talking now, those who you've been able to talk with? Do they admit that they were short-sighted?
Bly, you're right. You've been here much longer than I have in the last few years, and the Iraqis are talking at the official level, of course. It is belligerent talk with the president saying this is the mother of all battles, which has started and the victory is near, and the foreign ministry saying that President Bush will regret the attack, etc., etc. The officials we come into contact during the day, the middle-level officials, the foreign ministry, the information ministry, they have been fairly scarce today. But one of them did tell one of my colleagues, he admitted that, quote, this is serious, unquote. And here in Iraq, for an official to mention that an event is serious, that is in this context, means that they are shaken by it. I've had the impression in the days that I've been here, there's been increasing tension and realization amongst members of the government that President Bush, the multinational forces, indeed the world, was serious about its demands that Iraq leave from Kuwait, and they've had ample evidence in the last 10.5 hours now that these threats, these intentions have been realized with their full force, Bly.
Yeah, I must say that I have been amazed, even having been there so recently, at the kind of latitude and the kind of freedom you all have had to report, where our correspondents in Saudi Arabia, our correspondents here in Israel, of course, have censorship and other limitations put on them. I remember very well the 6 weeks I put in Iraq at the beginning of the Iran-Iraq war. Of course, Iraq went into that one very confident that it was going to win, and very soon found out that it was going to have a very difficult time. The correspondents in those days were almost jailed in the hotel, given very little help. And on one occasion, I asked an information officer about the name that the Iraqis were using for this battle against the Iranians, this war against the Iranians. They were calling it the Qadisiyah, after a battle, I think, some 7 centuries ago, in which Arabs beat Persians. And the information officer then said, well, I don't think I can tell you that. Even a historical question, he was not ready to answer. So you're a little bit lucky.
I'm reluctant to query authorities too deeply on this phenomenon of continued communications out of here. I think it is a gesture to the communications phenomenon in the world that every country wants its say. It wants its story across. And CNN, we're in the unique position of being able to communicate from most countries in the world. So we basically, in our coverage, help to tell their story. We also give our own observations, as we've been doing in the last 10 hours, that maybe the government realizes that we are a vehicle for them to put their viewpoint across, and I believe that all sides of these stories should be told, and let's hope they continue to maybe see it that way, Bly.
Well, Peter, keep up that tremendous work, and the very best to all of you over there. I'll sign off now. Maybe we can talk again later. In the meantime, I'm Richard Blystone, reporting live from CNN in Jerusalem, and back to you, Atlanta.
Richard in Jerusalem, Peter in Baghdad. Take care of yourselves and stick around. We'll be coming back to you later. But while we've been talking and reflecting on some of those interesting thoughts you've raised, the military activity has, of course, been continuing, and so has business activity around the world. Let's go now to Stuart Varney at the Business News Desk in New York. Stuart?
Well, Jonathan, so far, the oil market clearly likes the early results of the war. Britain's North Sea crude oil trading in London has fallen dramatically in price. It's down $5.50 a barrel, back at $23.50, and that, by the way, is below the price before the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. More on the oil market, closer to home this time. American oil companies, Mobil, Chevron, Arco, and Conoco, announcing they will freeze wholesale prices of gasoline. Mobil for the indefinite future, Chevron and Arco for at least 7 days. That's an effort to discourage panic buying and speculation. Now, stocks around the world clearly buoyed by the apparent success of the initial airstrikes. The Tokyo stock market had its 10th best day ever, up 4% with a gain of over 1,000 points on the Nikkei average. Other Pacific Rim stock markets took their cue from Tokyo. Hong Kong's market gained 3% overnight. Sydney in Australia, the market there gained also about 3%. Singapore really soared. It virtually took off with a gain of 5% overnight. The London stock market just opening, actually it's been open now for about an hour and a half. It is up 33 points on the FT 100, and other European markets are also opening sharply higher. The Paris Bourse, for example, gained 6% of the opening bell, and the Frankfurt market gained 5.5%. Massive gains for stocks so far today. Treasury bond prices also trade in London, and they are sharply higher. The 30-year bellwether U.S. government bond is up nearly 2 points. That's a massive gain on the credit markets. The yield all the way down to 8.22%. War news, though, pushing the dollar lower against all the major currencies around the world. At the moment, the dollar is down about 3 yen. It's down 2 pfennigs against the German mark and down about 2.5 cents against the British pound. We will have more financial news as it develops. Until then, I'm Stuart Varney at the Business News Desk in New York.
For a wrap-up on events thus far in the war in the Gulf region, CNN's Charles Crawford.
As the Pentagon released the first video of last-minute preparations for Operation Desert Storm, a second strike by U.S. warplanes hit the Iraqi capital.
It's happened once at night. Now it's daytime. It's very foggy outside. I'm going to let you hear the sounds as I hear them out the window.
The daylight strike over Baghdad and attacks that followed apparently were less destructive than the initial raid. But they appeared to bolster the Pentagon claim that Iraqi air defenses were knocked out by the first wave of fighters and bombers. The Pentagon says about 100 Iraqi air bases now have been rendered useless. Also destroyed, Iraqi Scud and Al-Hussein missiles that could have posed a threat to Allied forces in Saudi Arabia and Israel. CNN correspondents in Baghdad say the strikes in the Iraqi capital were precisely targeted.
We can see intact all of the important shrines, the monuments, the buildings that are so important to Baghdad.
The only Iraqi response so far has been verbal, not military. Saddam Hussein, alive in the Iraqi capital, vowed on Iraqi radio to strike back twice as hard at the U.S.-led alliance. But if Pentagon reports are true, President Hussein may have lost another key retaliatory weapon, the elite Republican Guard. The force that carried out the August 2nd invasion of Kuwait is said to have taken substantial losses in the first attack. However, Kuwait remains in Iraqi hands. The apparent success of the early hours of Operation Desert Storm has failed to win over many of the U.S. citizens opposed to the Persian Gulf policy. Raucous anti-war rallies erupted in several California cities, including San Francisco. The State Highway Patrol was forced to issue an advisory telling motorists not to travel to the Bay City. Charles Crawford, CNN, reporting.
Hello, everyone. I'm Molly McCoy.
And I'm Rick Moore as our coverage of the war in the Persian Gulf continues. Fast, furious, and frequent. And we have a story just in that if you can follow with me, we will be reporting this from the wire services. There is no confirmation at this point, but Baghdad Radio is reporting that Iraqi anti-aircraft units shot down 14 attacking warplanes during this morning's raids by U.S.-led forces. So far, the Pentagon has not released any information on possible downing of U.S. planes. There is also no word from the Pentagon of casualties. Molly?
CNN's Peter Arnett is, of course, in Baghdad. He's been reporting on the conflict there ever since it began. Peter, can you clarify perhaps this report just repeated by Rick Moore, and what can you tell us about the situation in Baghdad at this hour?
Well, just as we speak, Molly, the U.S. planes are flying over the city. They're not bombing at this immediate moment, but we can't see them, but we can hear their jet noises. Just a few seconds before that, we heard a series of bombings, runs. There must have been 15, 20 explosions, possibly 10 or 15 miles away from downtown Baghdad where we are. Since about 11 o'clock, there's been just a series of renewed bombing raids. This is probably the fourth or fifth. Now, it did start here. The time here is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The raids did start on Baghdad at 2:30 in the morning Baghdad time, and there was a break for about 5 hours. But they have resumed again, and damage that we can confirm in the city. There's an oil refinery in the Tigris River on an island that has been pretty much destroyed. There is a chemical plant, or maybe it looks like a chemical plant in the distance that has been burning for some time. And the BBC is reporting, and we can't confirm it, that the Defense Ministry has taken 3 direct hits. But I can tell you there is a lot of activity in the sky here, and the U.S. owns the sky. There is no resistance at this point from any Iraqi planes. Even anti-aircraft seems to be diminished, anti-aircraft fire. So the war is certainly still on over Baghdad, Molly.
Count for us again. How many rounds of Allied forces attacking Baghdad have you counted so far?
That is difficult to estimate because we hear planes come in, we hear bombing, but it has to be in the dozens at this point. Where it seems to be 3, 5 planes coming in. We've had one plane flew over the hotel earlier. But what is happening here is that it's just not, it's the outskirts of Baghdad too. It's beyond the city itself. Right now there's multiple bombings. To me, if I didn't know better, I'd say there were B-52s, but I'm sure they're probably not. They just seem to be concerted airstrikes, maybe 10, 15 bombs being dropped at a time. We have no idea what the targets are. We're not allowed in those sort of security areas, but there's a great intensity at this point, just on the horizon from where we are at the hotel here.
Millions of viewers all around the world heard your description last night of the bombing over Baghdad. Can you compare what was going on last night to what's going on today? Does it seem to be considerably lighter? Do these seem to be more surgical kind of strikes?
I think where these airstrikes are falling, it's as loud on the people there as they were here. Now, I think this morning they came in with selected targets within the inner city of Baghdad, and I'm talking about an oil refinery, chemical plant, communications plant, apparently the Defense Ministry. Now they're a little further out, just seemingly picking their targets. We've been out in the street. A few food stalls are open. We have had no reports at this point of any civilian casualties. We heard one siren only last night, and that was a fire engine. There doesn't seem to be any reports of much civilian casualties. I guess they are going after military targets, as the Pentagon keeps saying. And as I said, that is continuing as of now.
You said the skies are now owned by the Allied forces over Baghdad. Tell us what you hear in the way of anti-aircraft fire. I can't hear it behind your voice.
Well, I mentioned that I mentioned there was sort of diminished anti-aircraft fire. What we have is earlier this morning, when they were actually bombing targets that were relatively near our hotel, within a mile of them, the anti-aircraft was firing very rapidly. The presidential palace is relatively near. We had a gentleman came in from a peace group who was at a camp beside the presidential palace. He said the guns there were this AAA anti-aircraft artillery was firing into the sky. Now the Iraqis are claiming they maybe shot down 3 U.S. planes over the palace, but we have no confirmation of that, and of course the U.S. has denied those reports. I have heard scattered anti-aircraft fire in the past half hour, but as I said, the bombing is quite some distance from us, so it's easier for us to hear the tremendous explosions from the bombs. It is harder for us to pick up the lighter reports of the flak going up, Molly.
All right, that's CNN's Peter Arnett reporting for us live this morning from Baghdad. We'll be going back to him momentarily. First, Rick.
All right, Molly, now let's find out what the word is from the Pentagon this morning, and for that we join CNN's Jeff Levine live at the Pentagon. Jeff, are they saying anything there about these Baghdad radio reports of American planes being shot down?
Good morning, Rick. The word we have about those reports is one word, and that word is ridiculous. A Pentagon official says today that he can't confirm anything like that, but ultimately such a claim sounds on the face to be ridiculous. As to another report that was on the wires earlier, that coalition ground forces were advancing toward Kuwait, no one here could confirm that. In fact, Pentagon officials are being intentionally vague about the details of the operation. That situation will hopefully mitigate somewhat at the morning briefing. The briefing has slipped back a bit. It's now thought that will take place about 9 or 10, and that will give officials here an opportunity to review some of the intelligence data to determine more precisely what happened. We expect that someone from the Joint Chiefs of Staff will conduct the briefing. And while it's not exactly clear what did take place, apparently there were some impressive successes during the operation, as CNN's Wolf Blitzer reports.
As U.S. Air Force F-15 Eagles returned to their bases in Saudi Arabia, Pentagon officials said they were very pleased by the initial word from military commanders on the scene.
I will simply say that the preliminary reports we have received in terms of the success of the operation, and that includes the possibility of casualties, have been very, very encouraging. The operation appears to have gone very well.
Cheney said hundreds of fighter bombers and other aircraft from the U.S., Britain, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait participated in the initial strike. Other officials said much of the Iraqi Air Force appeared to have been destroyed on the ground. They say very few Iraqi planes even managed to get off the ground to challenge the invading U.S. aircraft.
Well, the biggest thing I saw was one of the most fantastic fireworks demonstrations I've seen since 4th of July party years and years and years ago. This was tremendous. Baghdad was lit up like a Christmas tree. Looked like everything in downtown was, fireworks were going off, a lot of AAA, impacts on the ground. I think we hit there just about the time we're 40 miles south is when they're pounding targets in Baghdad.
The purpose of our bombing facilities in the area of Baghdad is essentially to go after the command and control system of the Iraqi armed forces. And we're looking at principally military targets, command and control installations, air defense sites that could put our planes at risk, but they are militarily oriented targets.
Pentagon said it had no evidence that the Iraqis had managed to launch any of their Scud ballistic missiles. Privately, officials said all of the fixed-site Iraqi ballistic missile sites appeared to have been knocked out. And they say the U.S. and Allied air power also destroyed Iraq's nuclear and chemical weapons facilities. But some on Capitol Hill were cautious in their initial reaction to the optimistic assessment coming from the Pentagon.
I'm still skeptical. I mean, put me down as skeptical. I think that you're going to need a ground attack, that this thing is going to be weeks, not days, that we're still going to need, we're going to have some casualties here. In other words, don't let this optimism here, don't let it carry you away.
For Pentagon officials, though, word that the U.S. airstrikes crushed a big chunk of the elite Iraqi Republican Guard forces was especially encouraging. They say there are no immediate plans to move in U.S. ground forces into Kuwait. But if that is still necessary, the weakening of the Republican Guards should ease any such assault. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, the Pentagon.
Still no word at this hour of American or coalition casualties. Jeff Levine, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
Jeff, if we have time for one quick question before you go, what about the reports of ground fighting, of Iraqi shelling, of even Iraqi soldiers surrendering? Are you getting any reports like that at the Pentagon this morning?
Well, we are checking those reports, Rick, and they cannot confirm them, although it has been widely reported, and indeed the Secretary of Defense and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff indicated earlier, of course, that the initial phases were to be an air war, so one would have to be a little bit surprised at this hour that there could be a large-scale ground operation. No one here is confirming anything like that, and we may find out more at the morning briefing. Rick?
All right, thanks, Jeff. Jeff Levine reporting live from the Pentagon. Molly?
Of course, those attacking Allied aircraft are coming and going from bases in Saudi Arabia. For an update on activity there, we go to CNN's Rick Salinger. He's in eastern Saudi Arabia. Rick, what can you tell us this morning?
Well, the latest information we're getting here concerns some ground fighting near the border of Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, in particular about an attack by the Iraqis on an oil refinery that is at Khafji. The information that we have now comes from a high Saudi source who spoke with CNN, and what he said is this: last night, the Iraqis opened up with about 40 artillery rounds aimed at that refinery. Of those 40 rounds, only one round struck its target. And what it hit was a half-filled gasoline storage tank. That tank is reported to be burning. Now, the same Saudi official also spoke about what you were speaking of just a few moments ago. He said that about 50 Iraqi tanks have thrown up the white flag of surrender. However, I must emphasize that we have no independent confirmation of that. The Saudi official also said that some Iraqi soldiers aren't bothering to surrender, and what they are doing, perhaps quite ingeniously, is simply taking off their uniforms and putting on civilian clothes, trying to blend in with the local population. Meantime, the airstrike by the multinational force continues at a relentless pace. At an airbase that we can only say is somewhere in the Persian Gulf area, more than a dozen F-4 Wild Weasels took off on the moonless night about 1:26 in the morning. That is local Saudi Arabia time. An hour later, dozens more planes, Marine FA-18 fighter attack jets, took off from the same airstrip. Now, their mission was to knock out Iraqi surface-to-air missiles. Some of them flew directly into Baghdad and dropped their load. One pilot described it as like lighting up a Christmas tree down below. Yes, they did receive some resistance, in particular from what they call AAA, that's anti-aircraft artillery, but all of the planes returned to their bases safely. One more thing to add at this hour. A short time ago, I spoke with a Kuwaiti official here in eastern Saudi Arabia, and he expressed his pleasure that the liberation of his country is now taking place. But at the same time, he expressed his deep concern for the 350,000 Kuwaitis who remain behind in his country, and also for the Iraqi civilians as well. Reporting live from eastern Saudi Arabia, I'm Rick Salinger.
Thanks, Rick. CNN's Richard Roth is in Tel Aviv, an Israeli city that has apparently escaped any retaliatory attack by the Iraqis. Richard, what can you tell us?
Well, there's a large sense of relief here in Tel Aviv. The sun is out, shining bright. Streets are empty, though, here in this city. Some stores are, opening, but the majority are closed tight. The government has ordered everybody in Israel to stay indoors, open their gas mask kit, keep them nearby. Of course, Saddam Hussein had threatened to make Tel Aviv his first target should he be attacked by the U.S.-led forces. Now, we talked to several people who did venture out. Some said they were bored. Some said they had to go to work. That's why they were, quote, violating the government order, although it's doubtful there will be any punishment for that. Several people had high praise for the U.S. and the U.S. flyers who participated in the raid on Baghdad. One man said the U.S. forces have restored world order. Another woman said, though, that she was still very scared, and we checked out a Civil Defense Authority center where thousands of calls were coming in. People wanted more information, how to wear their mask, what to do, is the coast clear, you might say. One man who said things are definitely not safe yet, former Israeli Prime Minister and former Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin, who told CNN that the first strike was very successful by the U.S., but they need complete air superiority and that the situation is still very much unsettled. And many people in the Israeli government will tell you that. Officials, including Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, had prior warning of the U.S. attack that occurred early this morning, and they seem pleased with the level of U.S. cooperation and coordination on information regarding the raid. There were curfews that were placed on West Bank towns and parts of East Jerusalem by the authorities. Officials are concerned that the Palestinians who support Saddam Hussein might stage further uprisings. Those Palestinians, some of whom received gas masks in the last few days, courtesy of an order by the Israeli Supreme Court that everyone, including the occupied territory, should be allowed to have a gas mask. Nearly 200,000 were passed out. And now it remains to be seen whether these gas masks that everyone has will end up being used. People here are breathing a big sigh of relief. It appears that Saddam is not going to strike. He may not have any missile capability, but people here are still taking it very cautiously and are remaining inside their homes. The streets are empty. Newspaper headlines proclaiming a war, and U.S.-led forces have attacked Iraq. One man said, though, in response to a question on what did he think about Saddam Hussein's boast that he would make Tel Aviv the first target, he said that's the first and the last joke he's heard on the matter. Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
All right, thanks very much, Richard. Rick Moore?
Okay, Molly, let's go back to Baghdad and see what the situation there is now. Peter, I'm sure you've heard the reports of what Baghdad radio is saying about their success in fighting the coalition forces. What do you make of all that?
We're still trying to assess those reports, but we can give you a bomb damage assessment in the city. Some fellow journalists have just returned from a tour, and we can confirm that the Iraqi Defense Ministry took 3 direct hits. One wing of the 3-wing building is burning, and the soldiers standing across the street, they're not doing much about it. One part, the second wing of the building was flattened totally, and the 3rd wing is standing. That's the Iraqi Defense Ministry. Also, President Saddam Hussein's Socialist Ba'ath Party headquarters has taken a hit on the roof. I think the bomb went right into it. Interestingly enough, we are told by our colleagues who have been driving around that the Baghdad airport has been untouched. The airport terminal is standing. There are 2 or 3 Iraqi Airlines passenger planes there. So the airport is open. I don't know if that's some kind of signal, but the airport is opening and apparently could function. This is Peter Arnett reporting live from Baghdad.
All right, Peter, before you go, I know one of the CNN staffers earlier during all of this evening saw Saddam Hussein at the TV center there. Do you know, with this bombing going on, where he has been, where he is now?
That's all we have. Our staffer, Nick Robinson, was over there trying to establish the communication, satellite communications. At the TV station, Saddam Hussein did come by. He looked grim and resolute. He was apparently taping a message, but that's all we have seen of him. But it's the first time I'd actually seen him in public for the past week or so. But he is around the city, Bob.
This is Rick Moore, Peter. The presidential palace, if he were there, what kind of shape is it in now?
We have an eyewitness who was from a peace group, a European peace group that was camped near the presidential palace, and he told us that while there was a tremendous anti-aircraft fire going skywards from the palace, and the Iraqis are claiming they shot down 3 U.S. planes, a report denied by the U.S., he said there was no bombing of the presidential palace. He said the nearest bombing at that point was a few miles upriver, where there was a huge oil refinery on an island in the Tigris River, which he said was totally destroyed. In the early hours of this morning, we actually did witness that oil refinery blowing up, Rick.
All right, Peter, it's early afternoon there in Baghdad now. What is the scene? What are you seeing now as you look out the window? Is the bombing continuing? What's going on?
Every 10 or 15 minutes, the bombers do return. Just 15 minutes ago, the planes were over the city. We couldn't see them. I don't know what particular make of aircraft they were, but they were very noisy. They were swooping down. We could hear them, hear them. There was limited anti-aircraft fire from the city that apparently just made bombing runs to the south. Explosions we could hear and vaguely see on the horizon, but this bombardment doesn't seem by any means over, but it does seem to be moving out beyond Baghdad now to the perimeter of the north, south, east, and west, but there's been little in the last hour or two towards the city center, Rick.
All right, Peter. Okay, Peter, we're going to interrupt. We'll be coming back to you shortly. We have just received unedited videotape. We understand this is a briefing that occurred before the raid, a briefing for the 82nd Airborne.
In my opinion, long overdue.
How would you describe everybody's reaction here? It seems calm.
I think in some cases it was a relief to some of the personnel who have been here and had built up much anxiety over the months.
Can I get your rank, your first name, and your last name?
CW3, Jim Kasee. Better spell it. K-E-E-S-E-E.
Okay, could I get your rank, your first name, and your last name, please?
CW3, Theodore Pemberton.
How do you spell Pemberton?
P-E-M-B-E-R-T-O-N.
Where were you this morning when you found out about this? What was your initial reaction?
I was on my way to the bathroom. 2:30 in the morning. And I found out that we had been involved in an airstrike for 35 minutes.
And your initial reaction?
My initial reaction? We're going to war. About it. That's about it.
What's your job? How could it affect you?
Oh, just like everyone else here, I'm a logistician. We make sure the guys have what they need, and we take that very seriously. And that's our job. they need to get this thing over with as soon as possible.
Everybody seems to be taking it very calmly. Do you notice any difference in anybody, or perhaps are people taking everything more seriously?
Well, most of these guys here have been in the Army for 18, 20, 22 years. And we've seen this type of stuff in one form or another. So it's our job, and we try to do our job as professionally as we possibly can. And to get upset about something that we do every day doesn't serve any purpose. So this is, we fight as we train. And I guess that's about all I can say.
Okay, thank you.
I got to do something about that bag.
As we mentioned when we first started watching this is being fed into us live at CNN here in Atlanta. We're taking this as a live feed from Saudi Arabia, unedited U.S. pool tape. The voice you heard, Jim Clancy, who is with CNN, just happened to be the pool reporter on this. These are members of the 82nd Airborne Division. Interviews with a couple of the members, Airman Kesey and Pemberton, that you possibly heard just a few minutes ago, their reactions to what it was like when they were first awakened or first notified that war was indeed underway. And this is apparently more members of the 82nd Airborne Division and what apparently is a ready room or assembly room. We're not sure exactly what time this video was made. We think it was taken before the actual raid on Baghdad. Various guys sitting around. Jim Clancy was with them at that time. Jim, I understand you can hear us now. You're on the phone with us. Jim Clancy?
Right. What you've been looking at is members of the 82nd Airborne having breakfast this morning, reacting to the news that Operation Desert Shield has given way to Operation Desert Storm. You saw a lot of backpacks there, other bags. Those contain all of their chemical suits. Now, those are the full suits that would be worn. They're with them there as they sit and eat breakfast. They're now required to have them with them 24 hours a day. That is in case the alert is increased and they have to put on that chemical weapons gear. Last night, these soldiers with the 82nd Airborne were told to begin taking some special tablets that will increase the resistance to the effects of nerve gas. Now, that could be a precaution that's taken in anticipation of any Iraqi chemical attack. At the same time, it could also help the troops' bodies gear up, if you will, for the possibility of engaging in ground combat where it's very likely that chemical weapons could be used. A lot of the soldiers that we talked with this morning said that they were happy that it had come to this. They believe that as the bullets start flying, that it's really the countdown for them to go home. Some of the troops in the very early hours, the cooking staff, like this young man that's preparing French toast, he said they found out about it. They were at work. They've been listening to radios, monitoring it. Of course, the 82nd Airborne played a key role in the invasion of Panama, and they feel a little bit out of it at this point. They're just sitting, waiting, and watching for what the developments in the air war may mean for them. They already know that they've got to increase their supplies. Kitchens like this one might have to be moved on short notice. All of these things could... the whole situation is very fluid for them. Things could change in a moment's notice. So that's what we're looking at right now. We
okay, Jim,
talk with them.
What is the specific role of these members of the 82nd Airborne Division? Have they actually gone into any battle yet at this point?
Well, absolutely not. We have heard some reports that ground units have been moved up and engaged. From what we know, this is untrue, at least for this unit. And, of course, there have been no injuries or anything like that reported with the 82nd Airborne. They are standing by. We will see on later tape some of them packing up their kit gear and things like that. Like many of the other soldiers, the ground forces here in Saudi Arabia, they're standing by waiting to hear what their orders might be.
Pardon my ignorance, Jim, but I'm wondering, the 82nd Airborne, are these paratroopers?
Absolutely. These, one of the last units of the U.S. Army that would actually drop by parachutes in. It's been rumored that these might be the men that would go into Kuwait City, but of course they could play many different roles. They're a very qualified, capable fighting force. As I said earlier, they were involved in Panama, and they're used to a lot of action. They expect to see a lot of action. They've got armor that can be dropped in, artillery that can be dropped in, very mobile, capable force backed up by Apache attack helicopters and heavier helicopters, but they are actually a parachute force.
Jim, we heard parts of a couple of interviews you did with a couple of these soldiers. What was the overall feeling, the overall attitude about these young men who are preparing to possibly go to war soon?
Well, I think we're going to hear here in just a couple of more minutes, they had a feeling of relief. They think that all of this signals the fact that they may be counting down the hours, the days, the weeks, until they'll be able to go back home. And they very much want to do that. They're very interested in being able to get back and see their families. By the way, this unit was deployed on the 18th of August out here in the desert. They jokingly referred to themselves for some time as speed bumps. They've been really involved from the very first days of they were the U.S., the initial response of the United States to the invasion of Kuwait. They were moved in to help protect Saudi Arabia when it looked like they were going to be invaded. Here are some more of the interviews.
Jim, I'm sorry we're not hearing sound on this at this moment.
So has there been a lot of talk in the news on
Oh, here we
this
go.
morning?
No, not much of it. I just heard that they bombed. That was it. That's basically what we heard.
So you were at work at the time?
Yes, I was.
What's your reaction?
It's about time. Most everybody's pretty like, I don't know. Everybody wanted the war to start so the sooner the war starts, the sooner we can go home. So that's basically what everybody was saying.
You worried?
Huh? No, not too much. From what I hear about Iraq, no, I'm not that worried about them.
Sure.
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I need your first name, your last name, and your rank.
Okay. Alex Morgan.
M-O-R-G-A-N.
Airborne.
And your rank?
PFC.
Okay. Alex, where were you this morning? Were you at work here already preparing breakfast? What was going on?
I was at work, and I heard over the radio broadcast that everything got started, and I heard that we was taking them out slowly but surely, and hopefully it continues that way.
How about your own reactions?
I was really not surprised, but it was a good feeling to know that we made the first move and sort of got things accomplished.
Okay, that's good. Nobody's going to be on it more in about 15 seconds.
Yeah, turn style.
This goes all in.
Hi, lovely. Come and say hi to my mom.
She's a good friend. Yeah, your wife can see you. You should go into labor too, what? Yeah.
Grab your arms, grab your arms. Pass them down, help your buddy.
I'm part of the team here. Yeah, I'm part of the solution, not part of the problem.
Everybody got one. Let's see your hands, let's see your hands.
A lot of these wondering the last note they might have on record. Once again, they don't know if might be called in, might be given orders.
All right, again, we've been watching pool video. This is the 82nd Airborne Division. They are having breakfast just after they were notified that Iraq had been attacked by U.S. forces. Some were already up cooking, as you heard. You can tell the morale is high, their spirits are up, and it seems their spirits are even higher after the reports of the attack on Baghdad. Jim Clancy was the pool reporter talking several members of the 82nd Airborne Division in this unedited U.S. pool tape.
It is 5:30 in the morning in Washington, D.C. The lights have been burning all night at the State Department. CNN's Francis Hardin is there. Francis, what can you tell us, and is an official briefing planned from that quarter?
Good morning, Molly. The Secretary of State will begin his day bright and early with a 7:30 meeting at the White House. That meeting will include the National Security Advisor, Brent Scowcroft, and the Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney. It is also quite likely that President Bush will attend that meeting as well. The subject, of course, will be the Gulf War. Baker, as an old friend and trusted confidant of the president, will of course continue to play an important role in the execution of this war. But in a very real sense, the action moved out of this building when diplomacy failed to dislodge the forces of Saddam Hussein from Kuwait. Wednesday, in the hours before the attack, Baker spent much of his time notifying the allies of this country's intentions. That notification also included getting permission, a green light, if you will, from King Fahd of Saudi Arabia. The response from the allies to this country's notification was good luck and God bless you. But from Iraq, there has been no communication save the bellicose speech just a short time ago by Saddam Hussein on the radio. I'm Francis Hardin, CNN, live from the State Department.
Okay, Francis. Let me ask you, even as Baghdad is being bombed, do you have any indication from the State Department that there might be any sort of continued communication with Baghdad in any way, one more chance to get Saddam Hussein to back down?
Molly, let me tell you what the State Department said the other day when reporters posed that same sort of question to Margaret Tutwiler, the department spokesperson. The question was asked, what can be done after the deadline? What happens on January 16th, 17th, 18th? And she said at that time that the deadline was very real. At the same time, there was still the possibility hinted at that if Saddam Hussein wants to talk, this time after he's been sort of softened up with some bombs, that the door is open and they're willing to talk. But of course those conditions still remain, and those conditions are the 12 resolutions passed by the UN Security Council. And of course, from the United States point of view, one of the things that it will not do is link any kind of proposition in the Gulf with an international conference to resolve the Palestinian crisis. They don't want that linked to the current situation in the Gulf.
CNN's Francis Hardin at the State Department. We thank you for that, Rick.
All right, Molly, we're going to take a look back now with CNN's Mark Leff as Mark reports on what has led us from Operation Desert Shield to what is now Operation Desert Storm.
Hours after aircraft from 4 nations pounded Iraqi targets in the middle of the night, some members of the 28-nation alliance were loading up and heading back for yet another round of air attacks. And so far, the official word is that all U.S. and British pilots returned safely from the nighttime raids.
I think there was one SAM fired that I saw, but it was so far away and up through the smoke and haze, it was hard to make it out.
So nothing came close to you?
No, but that's the beauty of the system. We can stay far enough away that that's not going to be a problem for us, from the SAMs anyway. The bullets are the ones that scare me.
It looks a lot like, lights, flickering lights, like Christmas lights or something like that when the AAA's coming up. And then shortly after that, it looks like some big bomb fireworks or something like that going off. It was an awesome display, it truly was.
While all U.S. planes reportedly returned from the first bombing runs without being hit, the French defense minister says Iraqi ground fire did hit 4 of 12 French Jaguar planes attacking a military airfield in Kuwait. So far, reports indicate only minor resistance from Iraqi forces, a handful of missiles fired toward Saudi Arabia falling short of their targets. 2 empty oil tanks reported hit in what used to be the neutral zone between Iraq and Saudi Arabia. From Tokyo, an Arabian oil company official reported damage to a small refinery that handles the output of 2 oil fields. It's not clear whether it's the same one. CNN reporters in the Iraqi capital say some damage is visible from their center city vantage point, clouds of smoke covering part of the city, but they saw at least 1 anti-aircraft battery with radar still functioning. The British Broadcasting Corporation reports at least 3 bombs hit the Iraqi Defense Ministry. Iraq's President Saddam Hussein was at Iraqi television headquarters early Thursday morning and broadcast a message to U.S. President George Bush, telling him to withdraw U.S. and allied forces. Iraqi radio, meanwhile, reported the air raids were aimed at residential areas, a statement Britain's Prime Minister quickly countered.
Immense trouble has been taken, of course, to ensure that it is military targets that are the target of this attack, and an enormous amount of effort and care has gone into ensuring that there are the minimum possible number of civilian casualties.
Major said the operation, which reportedly has hit Iraqi troops and military equipment hard, will continue. And in Israel, which did not get the instant retaliation Saddam Hussein had promised, a former defense minister said the danger is not over yet.
You don't win a war by the first strike, unless there will be a continuation of your air activities to establish air supremacy. It will be very difficult to approach the next phase, the uprooting of the Iraqi forces from Kuwait.
Mark Leff, CNN, reporting.
We understand that part of the time that Baghdad was being bombed, President Bush was getting some sleep overnight. We assume that he is now awake and alert. And at the White House, CNN's Frank Sesno is there as well. Frank, can you tell us what sort of activity you expect there today?
Well, it's unclear. There's nothing precisely scheduled yet. I don't know if the president is, in fact, up and has been briefed. But the way the scenario was played out here is that the Situation Room here at the White House will be in constant contact via the Pentagon and other official organizations to get information back from the field. And through National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft, the president will be kept abreast of developments. Just exactly how closely he followed them through the early hours of this morning are unclear at this time. Secretary of State James Baker and Defense Secretary Dick Cheney are expected here at the White House for breakfast this morning at 7:30 with National Security Advisor Scowcroft and presumably the president as well, although that is somewhat vague at this time. There may also be some congressional briefings, if not here at the White House, then on Capitol Hill. Now, the reason some of this is up in the air is all of this broke last night over the White House staff, pretty much, except for the very top ranks of the White House staff, as it broke over the rest of the nation. Indeed, many White House staffers returned to the White House to at least watch their televisions, and they were informed over their televisions as many Americans were. This was a very tightly held operation in the very tightest circle of the president's advisors. He signed the National Security Directive giving authorization for this operation, giving the go-ahead for it on Tuesday, leaving the dates blank. The actual final signature for the green light go was put to the documents by Defense Secretary Cheney. Molly?
Frank, in the early morning hours of this morning, we have heard live from John Major, Prime Minister John Major in Great Britain. We've also heard on tape from Mikhail Gorbachev. Who has President Bush spoken to? Any confirmation of what world leaders he's consulted with?
Well, Gorbachev spoke to Secretary of State Baker. That's the word from Gorbachev himself. The president was in a great deal of contact prior to the mission with British Prime Minister John Major. Britain is the major operational ally outside the immediate Gulf states with the United States in this whole thing. The president also spoke with the Australian Prime Minister, Bob Hawke. Here domestically, Mr. Bush informed the congressional leadership personally that this operation was underway and left to the ranking chair and committee members of the Intelligence, Armed Services and Appropriations Committee notification responsibilities to his Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State. So there has been a great deal of top-level discussion going on, and I can presume that that will continue throughout the day.
All right, that's CNN's Frank Sesno reporting live for us this morning from what is sure to become a very busy place today, the White House. The outbreak of war has had a profound effect on the world business markets. For an update on that, we go to Stuart Varney. Stuart?
Well, Molly, stock prices all around the world have soared on the apparent success of the initial airstrikes. Let's start with London, where the market has been open for a couple of hours now, and it's up sharply. The FT100 index shows a gain of 42.5 points. It's at 2,097. That's a gain of 2%. Most European stock markets also way up at the opening bell. The Paris index is now up 5.5%. Frankfurt and Milan up just as much. Stock markets in the Pacific Rim, they're closed, but all of them showed very strong gains. Leading the way, Tokyo. It had its 10th best day ever. The Nikkei index gained 1,000 points. That's 4%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng index gained over 3%. In Australia, the index in Sydney was up better than 2.5%, and the Singapore stock market closed with a gain of 5.5%. As for oil, it has been trading on the London market overnight, and the price has plunged on the war news. At the moment, Britain's North Sea crude is down $5.35 a barrel. It's back to $23.65. On the credit markets, the bellwether 30-year U.S. government bond also trades in London, and it is way up in price, a gain of 2 1/32. That is a massive gain on the credit markets, by the way, and it's pushed the yield all the way down to 8.21%. As for the dollar, lower against all the major currencies, and the price of gold has plummeted. It's now down $21.70 an ounce. It's back to $381.50. We'll have more financial news in 1 hour. Until then, I'm Stuart Varney at the Business News Desk in New York.
Thanks, Stuart. We're going back to Baghdad now. Peter Arnett, of course, is there. Peter, what can you tell us?
Well, the skies are quiet. They have been for the last 30 minutes. We don't expect them to be quiet much longer. About every hour there's been a new strike in the environs of Baghdad, basically on the outskirts of the city. We can tell you, give you a bomb damage assessment, that the Defense Ministry was hit by 3 bombs. One wing is burning, one was collapsed totally, another is still standing, and there were no fire engines trying to put it out a couple of hours ago. The telecommunications center was hit. Interestingly enough, the Socialist Ba'ath Party headquarters, that's the party of President Saddam Hussein, took a direct hit. So that was not a strategic, it was presumably a political target. Interesting enough also, our colleagues tell us that the Baghdad airport was not hit. The terminal is still standing. There are several Iraqi Airlines planes out there. Maybe that's a message for either people to fly in or out, but that particular airport was not hit. As I said, the bombing is continuing. In the early hours of the morning, we saw an oil refinery in the Tigris River go up in a huge explosion, and there is a chemical plant. That was hit just north of us. Now, when I mentioned the airport, they may have hit the military side of the airport, but from what we can see, the civilian side is operable at this point. This is Peter Arnett reporting live from Baghdad.
Peter, before you go, we continue to get reports that the Iraqis are saying they have downed 14 Allied aircraft. What do you hear about that?
We hear the same reports that you hear. We can confirm that in the first 4 or 5 hours of this massive aerial bombardment, there was an enormous amount of anti-aircraft fired into the sky, surface-to-air missiles and AAA, that's anti-aircraft artillery into the sky, soldiers on the streets shooting up there. We could not see any hits. A lot of these planes are flying very high. We cannot confirm any hits on American or other planes from here. Peter Arnett again in Baghdad.
Peter, are you able to get out, or any of our crew able to get out into the city at all, or is it just too dangerous at this point in time?
I can report that the city really is not dangerous. It is, while there is bombing, it seems to be directed, as I said, now in the outskirts of the city. Our colleagues, Marie Colvin from the Sunday Times is here. She has just come back for an extensive visit to different parts of the city. She says that there are militia people out armed, but there are passers-by walking around. She said that the city has been basically emptied of people, but we might say unofficially, in the past two or 3 days. The government did say it could evacuate Baghdad in 48 hours. Now, there's been no evacuation order that we know, but a lot of people have gone. And on the streets today, there are taxis loaded with luggage and families sort of hitchhiking around. It is said that there is little resentment against, international journalists walking around. So everything considered, the city must be said to be calm. And at one point, no cameras, none of our video cameras are allowed out in the street. So while we can walk around, we aren't permitted at this point to take pictures. Peter Arnett in Baghdad.
All right, but isn't it interesting, Peter, that they continue to let CNN be on the air in Baghdad and around the world? Rick?
Molly, let's get another view on all of this overnight activity in the war in the Persian Gulf. Joining us now live from our bureau in Jerusalem is Mr. Faisal Hassani, who is a Palestinian leader in Israel. And first, Mr. Hassani, let me ask you, if you believe that the media reports that we on CNN are giving and the other media reports are accurate in that the bombing has been as effective as they say it has?
Actually, toward what we were seeing, watching, and hearing, there were some news which came contrary with others. So I prefer to wait more and then to answer your question.
Are you surprised at this point that Saddam Hussein did not live up to his promise and attack Israel?
Actually, I was surprised that the war started this night. And from the beginning, I was not in a mood that such a war will start because I believe that the war will help no one. Unfortunately, it started.
Now that it has started, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think there can be a swift conclusion to this, that there can be peace in the immediate future in that area?
I don't know, really. In the beginning, we were for a political solution. We fought for a political solution because we believe that military one will help no one, and after such a war, the Middle East will enter in a period of instability, which will cost everyone a very high price. Now we are hoping that someone will stop this war and start dealing and start reaching to a political solution. The main point for us as a Palestinians to see that the international legitimacy is implemented, but what we are fear that the Americans are not fighting for the international legitimacy, but they are fighting for the oil.
What about the situation that apparently held up any prospects for a peaceful solution before the war? President Saddam Hussein kept trying to link the situation in Kuwait with the situation for a Palestinian state. Do you think that is possible now?
I believe that this linkage is there. No one created the linkage. I would like to assume with me that Iraq accepted the idea of withdrawal from Kuwait. Would the Americans and the West accept this withdrawal and that's it? Or they will ask him to reduce his forces, to get rid of the chemical weapons, to get rid of the idea of atomic bomb? Would they talk about the security of the area? And in this case, can he do such a thing without talking also about the security in the Middle East, in this area, talking about the atomic bomb of Israel? So I believe the linkage is there. No one created the linkage. Unfortunately, the Americans take this idea in another way, and they thought that if they will go with it, they are giving a price for Saddam Hussein, which is not true. I believe that if the Americans accepted this idea, they were giving a price for the whole people of the Middle East.
On the other hand, there is another point, Mr. Husseini. The PLO in Lebanon has called for a general mobilization among Palestinians in Lebanon to attack U.S. and British interests worldwide. What is your response to that?
Look, I can say that it is a war, and during this war, each one will put his forces to the side that he believes it will help his interest. We are for the international legitimacy for such a solution. For us, the Palestinians here, I believe that our job, our duty is to defend our existence here, and that we are going to do.
By defend your position, would that mean also to attack?
Existence. Our existence here.
To defend your existence, would it also involve attacking to defend your existence?
We believe that there is units, there is forces inside the Israeli army, inside the Israeli authorities who are planning to implement the policy of transfer. And this is what concerns us, and this is the matter that we will fight against it.
All right, what is the situation in the occupied territories now for the Palestinians who are in Israel and the occupied territories?
Okay, in the occupied territories, most of the places are under curfew. Also, part of Jerusalem is under curfew. And we don't know a lot of details about what is going on there. But we hope that the international organization are now watching what is going there, and they will not allow the Israelis to start any policy of transfer.
Anticipating an attack by Saddam Hussein, an attack against Israel, an attack with chemical weapons, the Israeli government has distributed gas masks to all the Israelis, but it's our understanding not to many of the Palestinians. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. From the beginning, we asked for mask gas for every Palestinian, everyone here, and they refused. They decided only to give it to the Palestinians who are living in Jerusalem. And part of us, like me, I refused to get this mask because I wouldn't have it unless every Palestinian will have it. It was a sort of unhuman treating that the Israelis did in this occasion.
Mr. Husseini, there has not been peace in modern times in that region of the world, and when Israel was separated as a state in 1948, when that state was created, there was an immediate war. If the Palestinians should get their state, what would happen? Where would it go?
Okay, you know that in 1948, at the end of 1948, the Palestinians tried to build their own state through the Palestinian meeting in Gaza. But unfortunately, other Arab states opposed it and forbidden us from building our own state. I believe in 1948, if the Palestinians have been allowed to build their own state, maybe the future or the present of this area will be better than now.
Okay, Mr. Husseini, thanks very much for being with us. Mr. Faisal Husseini, a Palestinian leader at our CNN bureau in Jerusalem. Molly?
Thank you.
CNN's Tony Clark is in Amman, Jordan today. Tony, has anything been said by Jordan's King Hussein?
The king has talked just through spokesman on the phone, but I don't recall any specific statement by the king. The Jordanians found out about this by Jordan radio and television early this morning. Since that time, as Amman has awakened, there has been a definite worsening of attitudes, an increase of tensions here. This morning, the Egyptian ambassador's residence had rocks thrown at it. There is increased security around the American embassy. No reports of anyone hurt, either at the Egyptian ambassador's residence or at the U.S. embassy. There is an unconfirmed report that 4 journalists were injured as they were out covering a story. Again, that is an unconfirmed report, but there apparently has been some type of incident because the Jordanian government is now saying that they will not issue any more passes to journalists. We get letters of authorization every day that allow us to go out and shoot video of the area or interview people. The Jordanian government is now no longer issuing those, and in some cases has withdrawn those. According to the government, it is for the protection of the journalists because feelings are running so high here in Jordan.
Latest news of the attack on Iraq. The bold red headline reads, "War is here." And on the streets of Amman, it's clear who many here support.
We like Saddam Hussein. We don't like America. Don't like America. America and Israel together.
It is a war between the devil and God. We are of God. We believe in God, but they believe in devil.
For us, it is a national war.
But it is also a national war for Kuwaiti refugees living in Jordan. For them, it is a war for their homeland. Radio and television reports were their only link to what's happening in their country.
Saddam Hussein, he wanted to know about that. He want war? Okay. We want war also.
The war started on August the 2nd, and not today. And the guy who started the war is Saddam Hussein.
For many Kuwaitis here, word that the bombing had started brought mixed feelings.
I was crying and happy in the same time. I can't express my feeling to you because I was crying for my family in Kuwait, for the Iraqi people also in Iraq, And I was happy because I want to see my country free.
It was 3 in the morning when Jordan Radio first announced in Arabic that the fighting had begun.
أيها السيدات والسادة أحييكم وإليكم موجزا لأهم الأنباء.
At the U.S. Embassy in Amman, embassy personnel came to work prepared for what may well be a long stay, and Americans living in Jordan were told not to venture out. By mid-morning, Jordanian soldiers appeared to be digging in, setting up positions in Amman in case the fighting sweeps into this country.
There are some reports, unconfirmed reports, that bombs fell in a neutral zone between the Jordanian and Iraqi border. The Jordanian government could not confirm exactly where those bombs may have fallen. The bombs reportedly from U.S. warplanes. There are also reports that an Iraqi base near the Jordanian border is on fire after a heavy bombardment. That base is believed to be the center of missiles that were pointed at Israel. Right now, as I say, the tension is increasing here in Jordan. Everyone is watching to see what Israel does, watching to see what the pro-Iraqi Palestinians and Jordanians will do now that the Persian Gulf crisis has become the Persian Gulf War. I'm Tony Clark, CNN, reporting live from Amman.
Tony, there's obviously great anger in Jordan over the bombing of Baghdad, but is there any real fear that war could spread into Jordan?
The key is perhaps what Israel does. If Iraq is able to launch missiles, as Saddam Hussein has said, at Israel, and Israel has said it will retaliate, King Hussein of Jordan has been very clear that any Israeli jets flying over Jordan, any Israeli missiles flying over Jordan would be considered an act of war, and that could bring Jordan, which is wedged in between these two countries, bring it into the conflict.
All right, that's CNN's Tony Clark in Amman, Jordan, reporting for us live this morning. President Bush said last night there was little hope that Iraqi troops would leave Kuwait without being forced out. The president addressed the nation, listing the reasons why he felt it was necessary to go to war.
Our objectives are clear. Saddam Hussein's forces will leave Kuwait. The legitimate government of Kuwait will be restored to its rightful place, and Kuwait will once again be free. Iraq will eventually comply with all relevant United Nations resolutions, and then, when peace is restored, it is our hope that Iraq will live as a peaceful and cooperative member of the family of nations, thus enhancing the security and stability of the Gulf. Some may ask, why act now? Why not wait? The answer is clear. The world could wait no longer. Sanctions, though having some effect, showed no signs of accomplishing their objective. Sanctions were tried for well over 5 months, and we and our allies concluded that sanctions alone would not force Saddam from Kuwait. While the world waited, Saddam Hussein systematically raped, pillaged, and plundered a tiny nation, no threat to his own. He subjected the people of Kuwait to unspeakable atrocities. And among those maimed and murdered, innocent children. While the world waited, Saddam sought to add to the chemical weapons arsenal he now possesses an infinitely more dangerous weapon of mass destruction, a nuclear weapon. And while the world waited, while the world talked peace and withdrawal, Saddam Hussein dug in and moved massive forces into Kuwait. While the world waited, while Saddam stalled, more damage was being done to the fragile economies of the Third World, the emerging democracies of Eastern Europe, to the entire world, including to our own economy. The United States, together with the United Nations, exhausted every means at our disposal to bring this crisis to a peaceful end. However, Saddam clearly felt that by stalling and threatening and defying the United Nations, he could weaken the forces arrayed against him. While the world waited, Saddam Hussein met every overture of peace with open contempt. While the world prayed for peace, Saddam prepared for war.
The president reportedly signed the secret war directive on Tuesday, but left the date of implementation blank, giving Iraq's president a final day of grace to respond. But there was no word from Iraq.
Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev says he blames Saddam Hussein for the war in the Gulf. Mr. Gorbachev addressed his nation on the hostilities just a short time ago. The Soviet president says the Kremlin made a last-minute appeal to Hussein to withdraw just 1 hour before the U.S.-led military attack.
We express our deep sorrow that the military confrontation could not be averted. So I'm ready to emphasize one more time, we did everything possible to avert the conflict.
Mr. Gorbachev is now appealing to countries to prevent the war from spreading.
Here are some of the headlines from newspapers around the United States as war rages in the Gulf. From the New York Times, U.S. and allies open air war on Iraq, bomb Baghdad and Kuwaiti targets. No choice but force, Bush declares. From the Washington Post, U.S. allies launch massive attack against targets in Iraq and Kuwait. From the Atlanta Constitution, U.S. attacks the liberation of Kuwait has begun. And the New York Post headline screamed, war. U.S. jets blast Baghdad, Saddam's palace is hit.
President Bush is getting a huge outpouring of support from people in the United States for the way he is handling the Gulf War. In the latest CNN Gallup poll, 81% say they approve of his strategy, only 12% say they disapprove, and 7% say they do not know. 79% say they approve of the decision to fight, 15% say they disapprove, 6% say they do not know. And when asked how long they expect the fighting to continue, 17% said a few days, 39% said a matter of weeks, 23% said several months, 5% said hostilities could last a year or more, 16% said they did not know. 895 people were surveyed by telephone after the president's address last night. The poll has a margin of error plus or minus 3.5 percentage points.
As the United States goes to war, citizens around the nation react to the conflict in the Gulf.
I'm really concerned because a lot of our soldiers are going to be getting killed, and a lot of people close to a lot of people are getting killed, and I think it's really sad.
This is no Vietnam, and it's not going to be. And I back the president and the troops 100%.
It shouldn't happen. It shouldn't be happening.
I don't think that war is good at any cost. I think that if we had planned this better, if Hussein hadn't been our boy, and if we hadn't backed Iraq a long time ago, we wouldn't be having these problems now.
I think it's hard on everybody, but I think that he's doing the right thing, the president is.
I'm glad we went in and succeeded. Now, if we have to send in our ground crews, maybe it won't be quite as dangerous. We can get in, secure the area, make sure there wasn't a lot of casualties, make sure that everything has been hit that they wanted to do, and then we can start sending the guys home.
Maybe he's going to get the picture that he made a big mistake in messing with the United States and the United Nations, and that he can't push people around anymore.
I don't think it's good, and I don't think we should go to war over just some stupid oil.
Just still trying to absorb that it happened. Knew it would happen, but still trying to absorb, just hope and pray it gets over quick.
And ma'am?
I've been thinking all day about the Bette Midler song that's out now about God is watching us, and that's what I keep thinking all day long, is watching what we're doing and what everyone's doing.
All the aircrafts have come back safe. To me, that's the best news I could have heard. And my thoughts and prayers are with the men and women over in Iraq, and I just wanted to come home as soon as possible. I don't quite understand why we have to fight this war, but if we have to do it, let's do it and get out quick and bring them back home and bring them back safe.
We're going to go now to the Pentagon. CNN's Gene Randall is there, and Gene, I understand there's some new information coming from there.
Good morning, Molly. Well, one of the pressing questions here at the Pentagon this morning is one about casualties and the official response to Iraq's claim that its anti-aircraft gunners and pilots have shot down 14 attacking warplanes. There is no corroboration of the Iraqi claim, though we have learned, in fact, there may well be some losses of U.S. aircraft. We expect to hear more a bit later. The French Defense Ministry says 4 of its planes were hit by Iraqi ground fires. They struck a military airfield in Iraqi-occupied Kuwait, but the planes, we're told, got away safely. There is a report from Kuwait Radio from Saudi Arabia that the U.S.-led coalition has begun moving ground forces toward Kuwait. That would fly in the face of all indications that there will be no ground assault until a week or more of Allied airstrikes. We are told that U.S.-led ground forces may be engaged in ground feints, movements designed to confuse the Iraqi forces and open them up to air attack. How is the air operation going so far? The Pentagon line, very, very well, largely according to plan. A few hours after the war began, Wednesday night Eastern Time, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney talked about the targets both inside Iraq and Kuwait.
Our focus is on the destruction of Saddam Hussein's offensive military capabilities, the very capabilities that he used to seize control of Kuwait and that make him a continuing threat to the nations of the Middle East. These are the same capabilities that now threaten American and Allied forces in the Gulf.
Once again, we're expecting a briefing at the Pentagon in the next few hours, and the word out of here at this moment is that there may well be some losses of U.S. aircraft and their crews. Gene Randall, CNN Live at the Pentagon.
All right, thanks, Gene. Now, for the latest of what we know in Baghdad, let's go to our man on the scene, Peter Arnett in Baghdad. Peter?
That report from the suggestion from the Pentagon there were some U.S. planes hit, we can't confirm that here. What we can confirm is in the early hours of the raid on the city of Baghdad, there was enormous anti-aircraft fire, and I saw at least 3 surface-to-air missiles fired. There was lots of noise, and there were lots of U.S. aircraft up there. An individual we have met, a European member of a peace organization that was camped near the presidential palace, said the fire was particularly intense into the sky from there, and there was those gunners who the Iraqis say shot down some U.S. planes. There were reports the presidential palace was hit. We can't confirm that, but we can confirm from observation on the ground that the Iraqi Defense Ministry was destroyed at 10:30 this morning. It could have been cruise missiles, some observers think. But one wing is burning, and one wing was totally flattened, and just the skeleton of the third wing is standing. Other damage assessments we can give you is that the telecommunications center was hit and is not functioning. We have reports that the military air terminal at Baghdad Airport was hit, but the civilian air terminal has apparently so far not been struck. Interestingly enough, the headquarters of President Saddam Hussein's Socialist Ba'ath Party, the organization that runs Iraq, took a direct hit. That's about a mile from the hotel here. We saw at 3 o'clock this morning bombs destroying the huge oil refinery in an island in the Tigris River in Baghdad. There are still some choice military targets in Baghdad, and the U.S. has been bombing the periphery of the city all day. There was the last airstrike was about an hour ago, and there seems to be, while there's been a lull, we don't expect any let-up in the bombing till all those targets that we can see are going to be destroyed. Peter Arnett reporting live in Baghdad.
Peter, is there any new word on Saddam Hussein? You know, of course, about his radio address, which apparently was taped sometime earlier. Do we know where he is, if he is alive, what he is doing at this hour?
Saddam Hussein was very much alive mid-morning in Iraq. One of our CNN staffers, Nick Robinson, a technician, was at the Iraqi TV station trying to organize some transmissions, satellite transmissions. The president was there. He looked grim and resolute. Apparently, he was going to try and tape a message to the world. So we can tell you that as of mid-morning, Saddam Hussein is in Baghdad. Peter Arnett in Baghdad also.
All right, Peter, what is the scene on the streets in Baghdad at this hour? It's just a little bit after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. What's going on with the population there?
The population is calm. Now, we must remember that the city of Baghdad suffered rocket attacks during all of the 80s and an occasional aerial attack from Iran during their war there. This city was being evacuated 2 days ago. We started to see families were disappearing from the city. We learned officials admitted these people were going to visit relatives. Today on the streets, there are taxis piled with luggage going north and going to the west. And there are families walking along with suitcases. It reminds me to some degree of Saigon on the last day of the day before the communists took over Saigon. And I was there. There was an evacuation of people the same way with suitcases. But here, there's nothing like the panic that was in Saigon. And so on the streets, there are a few stalls open selling food supplies. There are lots of soldiers walking around in uniform, apparently looking for transport. But even though there is bombing on the peripheries of the city, the population is calm, and the people we talk to are standing behind Saddam Hussein and say that he is their leader that they support, and they're unhappy about the bombing, but they seem to be going about their duties. Most of these people we see, of course, are government workers going to and from their jobs. Peter Arnett in Baghdad.
Peter, what is your feeling at this hour, having lived through this overnight bombing there in Baghdad? What is your personal feeling about your safety, the safety of the other CNN staffers who are there, and other members of the international media in Baghdad?
We're in a 14-story building in the middle of the government centers in Baghdad. It is very clear where we are. It is the most visible landmark in this part of the city. From what I can see, every bomb the U.S. has dropped has been right on target. So my feeling is, unless we're being targeted, which I very much doubt, we probably won't be harmed in the bombing. As far as the attitude of the Baghdad people to us, correspondents, people who've been out, international press who've been out in the streets, are finding no animosity. So as of this point, we in the CNN group here feel that we are safe from any really serious harm.
All right, Peter, stay safe.
There are about 45 members of the press corps here, of the International Press Corps. Many of those are leaving. The government is trying to organize transportation, or they're trying to organize it themselves to the border in Jordan. So this is Peter Arnett reporting live from Baghdad.
All right, thanks, Peter. And we will be going back to Peter Arnett in Baghdad shortly, and we'll be going to the White House also after we take this time out.
This motel doesn't have 8-inch masonry walls like Red Roof Inn. Still, you meet some interesting people. You were saying?
Well, I grew up in Akron.
Of course you did.
But when I was 12, we moved to Findlay, where my...
Next time, hit the roof. Red Roof Inns. Call 1-800-THE-ROOF.
Right now, for every night you stay at a Red Roof Inn, we'll give you something very special to drive away with when you check out. A brand new Lincoln. Get $5 cash back for every night you stay through February 2nd.
Wherever you do business, the future is approaching at breakneck speed. And the road your business travels is constantly changing. But you can take advantage of change with the world's most comprehensive computing and communication services from EDS. EDS can help you be more competitive by focusing technology on business goals, by creating ways to improve quality and save time, by making everything work together. We can even help you manage it. You can't control change, but you can take advantage of change with EDS.
This is the Discover Card, and this is $100 million. That's the cashback bonus earned by card members. But if you don't use this, you don't get any of this. It pays to Discover.
The war in the Gulf. CNN is the network for the most complete coverage from the Middle East and throughout the world. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching the network viewers voted best in coverage of the crisis in the Gulf? CNN.
CNN's Frank Sesno is at the White House in the early morning hours in Washington, D.C. in the United States, reporting on the early news from there. Frank?
Well, Molly, there's no confirmation or any kind of official word about potential U.S. casualties, as Gene Randall mentioned a short time ago, but President Bush is receiving early morning updates from those who are watching this situation from the Situation Room and elsewhere. The president unexpectedly popped his head into the White House briefing room about a half an hour ago. He looked fairly upbeat and said things were going well, about as I've seen reported. The president said he has been popping back and forth between the residence and the Oval Office throughout the night. He was casually dressed, was not wearing a tie, and seemed in a pretty good mood, almost playful at times, as he lingered for just a moment before pushing on to the Oval Office. At about 7:30 this morning, a little more than an hour from now, Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney and Secretary of State James Baker are expected here at the White House to have breakfast potentially with the President and certainly with National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft. It's a little unclear at this time what kind of congressional briefings there will be throughout the day, but White House officials expect that key congressional leaders of the various committees and the Senate leadership will be briefed on the objectives and results of the war in the Persian Gulf. Last night in the President's speech, he outlined the rather limited U.S. goals, saying that the objective was to enforce the 12 UN resolutions, but then he went on to make clear that in doing that, the U.S. will go considerably farther, taking out Iraqi nuclear, chemical, and biological facilities and all but decimating, at least in its objectives, the Iraqi military forces on the ground and its air potential. So the situation is unfolding. The President is receiving updates. He is on the job now, and we expect to be hearing more from officials here at the White House as the morning goes on. Molly?
Thanks. CNN's Frank Sesno at the White House. We expect to be hearing a lot more from him today. Thank you, Frank. Rick?
Molly, in Saudi Arabia, some Saudi citizens and U.S. forces are expressing cautious optimism about the course of fighting so far. CNN's Rick Salinger has our report.
Air raid sirens sounded in the middle of the night in eastern Saudi Arabia.
Please find a place to sit down.
Carrying gas masks, people headed for the shelters. It turned out to be just a precaution. No Iraqi missiles were fired in this direction, as was feared. Saudi reaction to the attack on Saddam Hussein's forces came quickly.
It's about time that we don't let this man to get away with what he did. I think we will be, as I said, we will win. God is with us and the whole world is with us.
British tornadoes and American fighters returning to base could be seen doing victory rolls. Early reaction from the U.S. troops was satisfaction mixed with regret.
Well, I think we were all disappointed that the negotiations failed and we had to go to a military action because we're the last part of diplomacy as the military. But I think everybody's elated that we proved what our Air Force has always been capable of doing.
I think there's probably a great sense of relief that now we don't have to wait anymore. We know what's going to happen and we know what is happening.
I'm glad it's going the way it is. I hope it stays this way and gets done soon as we all go home.
The streets of eastern Saudi Arabia were quiet in the early morning hours. Few ventured outside until they were certain it was safe. When the air raid sirens stopped, many people, especially the workers from other countries, raced out of their homes and to the public telephones to let their loved ones know everything was all right. Still concerned about the possibility of an Iraqi attack on Saudi Arabia, they carried their gas masks with them. They spoke of relief that the waiting was over and of disdain for Saddam Hussein.
He's a stupid guy. I believe me. I'm sure that the Iraqi people, they don't want this war.
We are happy now with already the whole army to stop Saddam Hussein and the best side. So we can leave to our Kuwait people to come again.
The editor of Saudi Arabia's Arab News said he expected the Iraqi army to begin mass defections.
Well, they will give up because they are in close proximity to the Allied forces and they're far away from Saddam, so I think they will defect in thousands.
For the U.S. troops, there were smiles. The job they came here to perform was finally underway. Rick Salinger, CNN, in eastern Saudi Arabia.
When we come back, more of CNN's coverage of the Persian Gulf War, including a live interview with former U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld.
Used to be when you got a cold or flu, most doctors would say, take 2 aspirin. Those days are gone. Now they say, take 2 Tylenol. Doctors are recommending Tylenol more than ever. 6 times more than aspirin for colds and flu. Doctors know extra-strength Tylenol is stronger relief than regular aspirin for the aches and pains and sore throats of colds and flu. Tylenol, the doctor's choice by 6 to 1, and the pain reliever hospitals use most.
Sarah, keep an eye on your brother.
Face it, you never really know how demanding business is going to be. So more and more companies are choosing Konica, the copiers they know they can rely on.
Let's go, kids.
No matter what size your company, no matter what size the job, Konica copiers are ready. Konica, capturing the imagination.
No one can guarantee you a perfect world. A world where the unexpected never intrudes. But some of us know we'll be taken care of quickly and compassionately. In an imperfect world, you're in good hands with Allstate, a member of the Sears Financial Network.
The war in the Gulf. CNN is the network with the most complete coverage, from the inner sanctum of the Oval Office to strategic planning in the Pentagon, the banks of the Nile in Cairo to the chambers of the Security Council, from the front lines of the Saudi desert to the streets of Baghdad, a city under siege, latest developments in Israel and a Jordan caught in the middle. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching the network viewers voted best in coverage of the crisis in the Gulf? CNN.
The war in Iraq is now more than 11 hours old. Pentagon officials say about 100 Iraqi air bases have been damaged or destroyed in initial air raids. Reports from CNN correspondents in Baghdad indicate the airstrikes are continuing. Joining us now from New York to talk more about Operation Desert Storm is former U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. Secretary Rumsfeld, welcome to CNN. Our correspondents, as I said, in Baghdad say the bombing over Baghdad does continue, and reports are less clear from Kuwait, but we know there have been some heavy hits on Iraqi targets in Kuwait. How much longer does this bombardment go on, in your opinion?
Well, it could go on for a period of days. There's no question but that it's regrettable that Saddam Hussein was as intransigent as he's been and that it's come to this, but it seems to me that the United States action is the correct one and that what it will involve is a relatively sustained period of days of aerial bombardment, which will in fact have a significant effect on the Iraqi forces.
Secretary Rumsfeld, our correspondent again, Peter Arnett in Baghdad, told me this morning that there have been maybe 4 or 5, maybe 5 or 6 passes by Allied fighters over Baghdad. Does that indicate that they may be having some trouble taking out some of their targeted targets?
No, I wouldn't say so at all. First of all, reports in the early stages of a conflict like this are understandably confusing because they're piecemeal. What is being seen from Baghdad, of course, is a fraction of what's going on. And I think that one ought not to draw any conclusions from that at all, other than we know for a fact that the United States forces are exceedingly well trained, that they're well equipped, that they've had ample time to prepare themselves, that they have excellent intelligence as to where the targets are, and that they will be systematically, throughout the country of Iraq, attacking those targets, and in my judgment will be successful in inflicting substantial damage on them and degrading the Iraqi capability with respect to their potential nuclear capability, their chemical capability, their possible bacteriological capability, their command and control, their surface missiles, their airfields, and their aircraft.
So after 5 or 6 days of this kind of punishment, what then?
Well, one would hope that we would be able to see some Arab partners of ours come forward and take a lead, that there would be defections from the Iraqi forces, and that we would be successful in isolating portions of the Iraqi ground forces. And certainly I think everyone would pray that we would not have to engage in a major, sustained ground battle, because the losses in that phase of the conflict would be substantial. So it's way too early to know what will follow the air attack, but I suspect that the air attack will be very successful, and to the extent that it has an impact beyond its military effect, that is to say it causes defections or it causes interruptions of their lines of communications to their forces in Kuwait or elsewhere in the country, that we would have the possibility, if we manage it correctly and if we're fortunate, of not getting into a major land battle.
From what you've seen and heard overnight, is it your opinion that Saddam Hussein is at this point capable of retaliation?
Well, retaliation. First of all, his Air Force has never been, it's been reasonably well equipped in terms of the aircraft, and the numbers are not modest. But during the Iran-Iraq War, the Iraqi Air Force did not handle itself with any particular great skill. They were very cautious. They were frequently unwilling to go to the altitudes necessary to be effective. And I would suspect that in terms of the Air Force, that we will be very successful in gaining control of the skies, both over Iraq and Kuwait. There is no question but that he does have some capability with respect to missiles, and it's way too early to know whether, to what extent those surface missiles have in fact been immobilized. As far as a ground attack, I don't see the Iraqis doing that. It seems to me that they're pretty much locked into defensive positions. I think it's unlikely that they're going to make a major ground attack against U.S. forces in Saudi Arabia or something like that, if that's what you meant by retaliation.
Mm-hmm. At this point in time, there has been some talk that perhaps there might be a pause in all of the Allied attacks that are going on to perhaps give Saddam Hussein a chance to step back if indeed he deems it necessary to do that. Do you foresee anything like that happening?
I think it's a possibility. I personally would hope that there would not be a pause until what can be done from the air is done very, very well. The future loss of life, it seems to me, will be reduced in the event there has to be some ground activity. It will be the losses will be reduced to the extent we sustain the air attacks long enough and effectively enough that we can accomplish everything that can be accomplished using those particular weapons. The idea of a pause after that, it seems to me, is a good one. And I think that a period there where the Iraqis understand what we're capable of doing and have an opportunity to, if they wish to, start withdrawing, or if the forces wish to move away from Saddam Hussein and the powers in Baghdad, would, as I suggest, further reduce the loss of life later.
All right. We thank you for your views. That is Donald Rumsfeld. He is a former U.S. Secretary of Defense, and we thank him for being on CNN this morning. Rick.
Molly, we are continuing to get reports of planes, Allied planes in the coalition either being shot down or missing. There is a report now from French press that has just come in on the wire services that a British Tornado GR-1 fighter bomber was lost during the military strikes against Iraqi targets. British military sources in the Gulf are quoted as saying that. The plane was believed to be the first lost by British forces and was understood to have been taking part in the second wave of the strike attack against Iraq. That's according to a dispatch from the British news agency. The precise location of the incident and the fate of the two-man crew not immediately known, the report said, repeating sources in the Gulf being quoted as saying a British Tornado fighter bomber has been lost. Well, as the bombs fell on Baghdad last night, anti-war demonstrators across the U.S. stepped up their protest. CNN's Greg Lefebvre was in San Francisco, where thousands filled the streets.
An angry demonstration turned to fury. In San Francisco, protesters broke free of police lines and set fire to a California Highway Patrol cruiser. They vandalized 2 other police cars. Marchers carried flaming torches and set fires in front of the offices of the Chevron Oil Company.
Bush, you tried it. Now we're gonna riot. Bush, you tried it. Now we're gonna riot.
At least 4,000 people marched from neighborhood to neighborhood. They carried signs saying "No blood for oil" and "Stop U.S. war," though most signs simply said "No war." Demonstrators admit to failing to change President Bush's mind, but they still hold hope.
If he loses control of the people of this country and we shut things down, we can stop the war. It's been done before. We can do it again.
In Berkeley, protesters burned flags. Crowds of 1,000 roamed the city's streets and headed for the freeway, hoping to block traffic. Highway patrol officers did not want a repeat of 3 freeway closures this week. They moved in and made arrests. For the most part, people gathered on street corners, in bars. They watched. They listened.
I felt that the economic sanctions were working and that we should have waited. I just really want it to be over fast. I don't want anybody to lose their life, any Americans to lose their life.
But we don't have to have a war in every generation, and it just doesn't make sense.
The California Highway Patrol issued a motorist advisory telling travelers not to drive into San Francisco this night.
If you do not disperse, you will be arrested.
Among those on the street, a mixture of anger, resignation, and sadness. People waiting, worrying, weeping. Greg Lefebvre, CNN, San Francisco.
CNN's coverage of the war in the Gulf continues. Just ahead, a complete overview of the overnight Allied attacks on Iraqi targets.
And we will see what the outbreak of battle is meaning to the world financial markets in a report from the CNN Financial Desk in New York. Stay with us.
If you can hammer a nail, you can build a great deck like this one. If you can wire a lamp, you can install track lighting like this. I'm Bob Vila. To do great projects like these, all you need is the Home Repair and Improvement series from Time Life Books. Every volume has all the clear-cut instructions you need to take on home improvement jobs with confidence. You'll discover how simple it really is to add value to your home and save money by doing it yourself. From adding built-in shelving in a closet to installing new electrical outlets. Order your first book, Kitchens and Bathrooms. Examine it free for 15 days. Keep it for the special introductory price of just $1.99. Other volumes like Basic Wiring and Plumbing will follow. Keep only the ones you want. Cancel any time. You'll also get this Stanley tape measure free with your first purchase. So if you can handle just a few basic tools, you can create a home you'll be proud of with the Home Repair and Improvement series from Time Life Books.
This is CNN.
Our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues on CNN. These are live pictures from Amman, Jordan, where it is quiet this morning, not so in other parts of the Mideast. We will have a complete briefing from the Pentagon at 9 a.m. this morning, and that will be carried live here on CNN. Molly?
We also have many other live reports planned for you this morning, but first we get an overview on last night's attack on Baghdad and elsewhere from CNN's Jennifer Michael.
They made it back to an airbase in Saudi Arabia, alive, and able to describe Wave 1 of Operation Desert Storm. Hundreds of U.S., British, Saudi, and Kuwaiti aircraft bombarded Iraq and occupied Kuwait. U.S. pilots tell what they saw and what they did as they waged war from the sky.
It looks a lot like, lights, flickering lights, like Christmas lights or something like that when the AAA's coming up. And then shortly after that, it looks like some big bomb fireworks or something like that going off. It was an awesome display, it truly was.
You sit there and you watch this stuff come up, and at some point you become comfortable almost with what you're doing because you're in your cockpit, and then you realize that this isn't the time to become comfortable with what you're doing because you've got stuff being aimed at you. And it kind of jogs you back into reality, and you go, that is aimed for me. I need to be looking at it a little bit better. So it kind of brings you back into reality real quick.
We launched out, and we were all pumped right from the beginning. We had a lot of good adrenaline going, and we knew they were going for a reason. We weren't just a regular launch. We knew that they were going in there to get Iraq.
They did their job, and some went back for a second raid. Pentagon sources describe the airstrike as a blowout. They say President Hussein's chemical and biological warfare facilities were largely destroyed. His Air Force virtually decimated. The Iraqi people last saw Saddam Hussein on television, purportedly visiting troops in Kuwait. Hours ago, amid the chaos of battle, a CNN staffer says he spotted President Hussein at the Iraqi television station, apparently preparing to record an announcement. In a fiery radio message, the Iraqi president declared he would not be crushed by the United States or its allies.
The whole nation will overthrow the thrones and the presidencies that have been traitors to it. These traitors will be overthrown after the defeat of the Satan in the White House, Bush. And in this poisonous hornet nest of confrontation, criminal Tel Aviv will also be beaten, and Palestine will be liberated, and its people will take their lands back.
While Saddam Hussein remains defiant, world leaders allied against him say they stand united and hopeful that the Iraqi president will give up and get out of Kuwait.
We express our deep sorrow that the military confrontation could not be averted. So I'm ready to emphasize one more time, we did everything possible to avert the conflict.
I hope now that it is clear to Iraq that the scale of the Allied operation is such that they cannot win. I hope that Saddam Hussein will now make a very swift decision that he must do what he has been invited to do by the world community for a long time, that he should get out of Kuwait and enable this matter to end swiftly and decisively. I hope that he will do that.
Jennifer Michael, CNN, reporting.
The war in the Persian Gulf is having a major impact on financial markets around the world. For an update on that situation, we join Stuart Varney in New York. Stuart.
Well, Rick, the financial markets around the world clearly believe that the war is going well for the anti-Iraq coalition. Overnight, oil and gold prices plunged. Stocks are rallying sharply. Two developments outside the markets. The president giving the order to release 1.1 million barrels of oil per day from the strategic reserve for the next 30 days. And some major oil companies responded to the war by freezing wholesale gas prices, among them Chevron, Atlantic Richfield, and Conoco. Joining me now on the phone from London is Peter Genoux. He's the manager of the petroleum trading desk at Lehman Brothers International. Peter, what's the latest on oil prices?
Stuart, at the moment, the benchmark March Brent contract trading at $22.50. That's down a whopping $10 from the highs we saw last night.
Am I right in saying that that takes the oil price back below where it was before the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait?
That is correct.
We had a report that said Iraqi artillery had hit some oil storage tanks on the Kuwait-Saudi Arabia border. Why has the price of oil not responded to that?
They hit some storage tanks on the loading platform up at Khafji. That terminal is virtually out of order at this time. It's not at all a significant production facility or transshipment facility.
If and when a major land battle begins, what happens to the price of oil then?
Well, at the moment, the market is enthused with the euphoria of success of the coalition forces. As a result, it's assuming the forces are striking for a clear victory. There will be no comeback whatsoever.
Peter Genoux with Lehman Brothers International in London. Thanks for joining us. Now let's move on now to the price of gold. It is sliding on those reports from the Gulf. At the moment, the price of gold is down at $20. It's back at $383 an ounce. The dollar sliding against all the world's major currencies. At the moment, the dollar is down 2 2/3 yen. It's down 2.5 pfennigs and down 1 1/3 cent against the British pound. Treasury bond prices are way up. The government's 30-year bond is now up 2 points. That's considered a major gain on the bond market. The yield is all the way down to 8.21%. And with a look now at European stock markets, we go to CNN Business News correspondent Rick Neiman, standing by in London. Good morning, Rick.
Good morning, Stuart. It's Jim Harriet, actually. Stock prices in Europe have skyrocketed right from the opening this morning. Investors optimistic that the Gulf War will be short and sharp and won't disrupt oil supplies. In Paris, the CAC 40 was up more than 6%, 89 points at the open. Since then, it has added to those gains. Right now, it's up 95 points at 1557. Now, if that holds, it would be the biggest single-day gain in Paris Bourse history. Some stocks there were suspended for as long as 30 minutes earlier this morning because of the sharp rise in prices at the start. In Germany, Frankfurt's benchmark DAX index jumped 5% at the open, 68 points. At this hour, it's up 90 points, just 5 points shy of its all-time one-day gain. Milan, also a big winner, adding 5% at the open. And here in London, trading has been hectic. The Financial Times 100 index hasn't gained as much as its continental cousins. Right now, it's up 48 points. That's about 2.3%. The Bank of England has said it is monitoring events in the markets closely, given the volatility we've seen today after the attack on Iraq. And the British Central Bank says it will be ready to move if the situation calls for action. In any case, the markets at least have some solid news to trade on today. Prices have been drifting lower for several days in anticipation of military action. That's it from the Business News Desk in London. Stuart?
Thank you, Jim. Japanese stocks were the first to react to news of Operation Desert Storm, and they set the tone for the European rally. The Nikkei stock average overnight gained 1,000 points, its 10th best performance ever. It showed a gain on the day of 4%. Heavy buying by European investors of U.S. stocks already this morning, and that suggests a strong gain for the Dow when it opens. One trader is looking for about a 50-point gain for the industrial average when Wall Street begins trading. Blue chip American stocks in London are up at least 1.5 points. Some of them are up as much as 3 points. The XMI contract that's based on U.S. share prices in London is up a very strong 10 points at this hour. U.S. markets, by the way, all set to open on time. That's the latest in business. I'm Stuart Varney in New York.
Thanks, Stuart. Still to come, we'll take you live to Baghdad, then on for a live report from Washington. Stay with CNN.
These days, there are more pain relievers than ever. But last year, more people switched to Tylenol gel caps than any other. Why should you switch? All the extra strength pain relief of gel caps has been concentrated, then covered by a smooth gelatin coating, which makes them so easy to swallow. Extra strength Tylenol gel caps. Concentrated, powerful, easy to swallow. Join the switch to Tylenol gel caps.
In American business, there is an award bestowed each year upon a select group of companies. Among the 10 recipients this year, AT&T. The award? The San Francisco Examiner's Golden Turkey for the worst advertising of 1990. We at MCI are glad to have this opportunity to give wider publicity for this award.
The VHP picture tube makes it seem like you're really there. When you watch the new RCA home theater, it also has pics and pics, so you can watch two things at once in color. The new RCA home theater is just another way we're changing entertainment again. Buy the new RCA home theater and Blockbuster Video will furnish the films up to a $150 value.
Let's add a few graphics.
I like that.
And if we add another color.
At Pitt Printing, we know it's not just another brochure or presentation. It's your business. This is great. Pitt Printing. Give us a call. We'll show you why we're the biggest business printer in the world.
The war in the Gulf. CNN is the network for the most complete coverage from the Middle East and throughout the world. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching the network viewers voted best in coverage of the crisis in the Gulf? CNN.
We will be going live to Baghdad in just a couple of minutes, but first let's get congressional reaction to the war so far. President Bush's orders sending U.S. troops into war had the consent of Congress. It is expected initially Congress will give him firm support. But votes for the resolution supporting the military action were close. CNN's Mary Tillotson is on Capitol Hill with more. Mary, what's the mood up there today?
I think some caution. As you said, the votes were close 5 days ago when Congress voted to give Mr. Bush the green light for this use of military force in the Persian Gulf. In all, 230 members of the House and Senate voted against war and in favor of sanctions to push Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait. But now the shooting is started. It is expected that the leaders in the Senate early today, when the Senate comes into session, will introduce a resolution that would put Congress on record as fully supporting both the president and allied troops in the Persian Gulf. And I would not be surprised if a vote in favor of that resolution were unanimous or very close to it. Still, one more invitation to Saddam Hussein to withdraw from Kuwait, now that he has had a taste of the allied air power arrayed against him. Washington, like other allied capital cities, is encouraged by the apparent success of those early airstrikes, but House Armed Services Committee Chairman Les Aspin sounded a cautionary note in the early hours of this war.
If the air forces do it well, then the ground forces that they face will be
pretty well decimated with the air attack, and then the ground forces don't face such a severe problem. So, you know, it's not a question. I mean, even if the Air Forces don't do it entirely themselves, they may do 90% of it or 80% of it, in which case then the ground force operation, it would be fairly simple. But I would be very surprised. I'm still skeptical. I mean, put me down as skeptical. I think that you're going to need a ground attack, that this thing is going to be weeks, not days, that we're still going to need, we're going to have some casualties here. In other words, don't let this optimism here don't let it carry you away.
Every member of Congress who has had anything to say about the war since the first bomb started falling last night has promised that Congress will vote for whatever funds are necessary to provide whatever weaponry and support are necessary to the Allied troops in the Persian Gulf. But I think it is a quite distinct question as to whether the current public and congressional enthusiasm for the war remains high if the casualties become high, and if the war drags on for weeks or perhaps even months. And as Aspen was saying, it's much too early to know that yet. Mary Tillotson, CNN Live on Capitol Hill.
Mary, can you put a date on this? The general feeling now from Congress seems to be rally around the president. But as you point out, for how long?
I think the general feeling is rallying around those young men and women whose lives are on the line in the Persian Gulf. And I think as far as funding is concerned, that will continue just as it did for years in Vietnam. I think the question really is less congressional support than what happens among the public, the people whose children are out there. And I can't put a date on it. I think it is everyone's fervent hope, and the countries involved in this, that it will be short and quick and casualties on both sides will be low. But I think, as Aspen was saying, it's much, much too early to know whether that will unfold.
All right, thanks, Mary. Mary Tillotson reporting live from Capitol Hill this morning. Molly?
It is about 14 minutes before 3 in the afternoon in Baghdad, Iraq. CNN's Peter Arnett remains in the El Rashid Hotel in Baghdad. Peter, does the very violent status quo continue in the skies over Baghdad? CNN's Peter Arnett, are you able to hear me in Baghdad? Apparently not. Apparently not. We will try to reestablish our line of audio communication with CNN's Peter Arnett in Baghdad. Right now, we'll go to Candy Crowley. She's at the State Department. Candy?
Good morning. I guess one could say at this point that the terms war and diplomacy seem to be oxymorons, but a very real case can be made that without the diplomacy that took place prior to this war could not have taken place. Throughout the last 5 months, Secretary of State James Baker, in addition to trying to convince Saddam Hussein that he should pull out of Kuwait, has spent much of his time trying to get the coalition partners together. And indeed, they have stayed together, even as the first shots were fired. When we heard that from Baghdad, we, within hours, heard from the Prime Minister of Britain and also from the Soviet Foreign Minister, who were still up front and on board within hours of opening fire. One of the things that has happened here, or the only movement we have here today, is that Secretary of State James Baker will be over at the White House, this morning for breakfast with Defense Secretary Cheney and National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft. There will, of course, also be meetings with the president. But for right now, the action really is over in Saudi Arabia. Diplomacy, of course, always continues, but one could say that the time for diplomacy ran out at midnight on the 15th. Candy Crowley, CNN Live at the State Department.
All right, that's CNN's Candy Crowley live at the State Department this morning. We have managed to reestablish that very vital audio link to Baghdad. CNN's Peter Arnett is there. Peter, I asked you before, and I don't think you heard me, has the very violent status quo been continuing in the skies over Baghdad?
The battles are continuing. It's mid-afternoon here, exactly 12 hours since the first U.S. warplanes came to bomb Baghdad. They apparently caught the Iraqi air defenses by surprise. In fact, the alarm sirens didn't go off until 15 minutes after the first attack. Since then, there's been wave after wave of bomber attacks on military and government targets inside the city and industrial targets on the outskirts. The most recent raid was 40 minutes ago with the roar of warplanes sounding overhead, but they weren't visible to us because of the cloud cover. Anti-aircraft fire from the Baghdad air defenses has been powerful and constant, and the government is claiming that it has shot down 14 U.S. planes or multinational force planes. Jordan radio is saying that 14 pilots have been captured. The impact of all these air raids, we can tell you that the defense ministry has been destroyed in Baghdad, as there's been a direct hit on the Socialist Ba'ath Party headquarters. That's President Saddam Hussein's party that runs the country. The telecommunications center has been hit amongst other targets. A CNN technician saw President Saddam Hussein at the Baghdad telecommunications center mid-morning. The Iraqi leader looked grim and resolute. He has broadcast a defiant statement declaring that that this is the mother of all battles, and the mother of all battles has indeed begun. Most of the civilian population has moved out of Baghdad to safer locations in the countryside. We've seen no panic in city streets, but the bombing raids apparently confined to military and industrial targets and well clear of the civilian community. Peter Arnett reporting live from Baghdad.
Peter, let's talk for a moment. Your descriptions of the bombing of Baghdad have been extremely vivid. What, though, are the chances of getting the video that you have of that bombing out of Baghdad and back to us here at CNN?
We've been trying all day to send the video by satellite. However, there's been a microwave station apparently hit in the bombing, which has put this transmission point out of operations. As we speak, one of our tapes is on the way to the Jordan border with a convoy of press who have decided to leave by land. They're leaving Baghdad as of now. It'll be a 10-hour drive to the Jordan border, and we'll have the first video, hopefully, when that convoy arrives in Amman. Molly?
Peter, I've heard you say this morning that you feel relatively safe in the Hotel El Rashid where you are, that you don't believe that the hotel is going to take any sort of a direct hit from Allied forces. What can you tell us about the well-being of you, our crew, the other journalists that are there?
Molly, when you made that comment to one of our CNN younger people here said, well, you feel safe. They figure that I've seen so many wars, but I have been under bombing before. I've been under American bombing, in fact, in Hanoi in 1972. But my assessment is that this hotel is solid. None of the attacks that have been launched on the city in this locality have been nearer than maybe a mile away. This is a 14-story building. It's the highest landmark in the area. And I think if we stay in this hotel, we'll be safe. When we go out in the city, of course, if we are invited by the government at some point, maybe to visit the battlefield in the south, of course, there is an element of danger. In terms of the safety of the press corps in Baghdad, there are 45 journalists from many nations that are registered with the Ministry of Information. To our knowledge, they are all safe. They were all in the hotel during the most serious bombing early this morning. They have been out in the streets, and we've been sending messages back to their folks at home. But from what we can see, no one has been touched here, and we're all safe. Molly?
From what you hear out on the streets, is there any indication that Saddam Hussein will try any more communication with the people of Baghdad?
Well, Iraqi radio is making broadcasts. I think their communication system is in disarray, but I think that whenever they get back into operation, I think he'll be talking to his people. From the people we spoke to, there seems to be a lot of support out in the city for him. I mean, he has been a popular leader, certainly in the capital city of Iraq, it seems. Molly?
All right, Peter, this is Rick Moore. We've been getting some conflicting reports this morning about the possibility of ground forces in combat. What are you hearing there in Baghdad?
You know, Rick, we are in a little cocoon. We can report to you basically what we can see from this hotel. We're on the 9th floor. We can actually see a lot, but we can't look south of the border of Kuwait or Saudi Arabia, so we cannot help you in any way on any operations that may be happening beyond the horizon here. Rick.
All right, thanks, Peter. And we're going to take a break now. We'll be going back to Baghdad Live a little later, and we will also be looking back to when this war began. At almost 12 hours ago. If you'll stay with us, we'll have that report coming up next.
season again. When the aches and pains, the fever and chills of the flu get you, it's important to know doctors are recommending Tylenol more than ever, 6 times more than aspirin for the flu. Doctors know there's more medicine in extra-strength Tylenol than regular aspirin. It's stronger relief for the aches and chills of the flu. Tylenol, the doctor's choice by 6 to 1, and the pain reliever hospitals use most.
No one can guarantee you a perfect world. A world where the unexpected never intrudes. But some of us know we'll be taken care of, quickly and compassionately. In an imperfect world, you're in good hands with Allstate, a member of the Sears Financial Network.
These people never thought of themselves as high-pressure salespeople. They've always been committed to service. That's why they've become successful Better Homes and Gardens real estate agents, and why they use our proven real estate marketing systems to serve their customers better than anybody. After all, we've found that once you place service above everything, everything else falls into place. For information about a career in real estate, call 1-800-ADVANCE or your local Better Homes and Gardens real estate firm.
The war in the Gulf. CNN is the network with the most complete coverage, from the inner sanctum of the Oval Office to strategic planning in the Pentagon, the banks of the Nile in Cairo, to the chambers of the Security Council, from the front lines of the Saudi desert to the streets of Baghdad, a city under siege. Latest developments in Israel and a Jordan caught in the middle. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching the network viewers voted best in coverage of the crisis in the Gulf? CNN.
These are live pictures from Amman, Jordan, where it's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a peaceful, beautiful day, but not so in other parts of the Mideast. Our coverage throughout the day will continue from Jordan, Egypt, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and other points around the world, including a Pentagon briefing from Washington at 9 this morning. Molly?
The drama during the first bombing wave of Baghdad was captured by the reporting of 3 CNN correspondents in Iraq's capital. CNN's Bernard Shaw, Peter Arnett, and John Holloman were in a hotel in Baghdad when U.S. warplanes roared through the sky. We bring you now an excerpt from those early moments of the war. CNN anchor David French was on the air last night when all eyes turned to Baghdad.
We have to go to Baghdad, Secretary. We're going to Bernard Shaw in Baghdad.
This is, something is happening outside. Peter Arnett joined me here. Let's describe to our viewers what we're seeing. The skies over Baghdad have been illuminated. We're seeing bright flashes going off all over the sky. Peter?
Well, there's anti-aircraft gunfire going into the sky. We hear the sound of planes. They're coming over our hotel. However, we have not yet heard the sound of bombs landing, but there's tremendous lightning in the sky, lightning like a fix. Bernie?
I have a sense, Peter, that people are shooting towards the sky, and they are not aware or cannot see what they're shooting at. This is extraordinary. The lights are still on. All the street lights in downtown Baghdad are still on. But as you look, you see trails of flashes of light going up into the air, obviously anti-aircraft fire. We're getting starbursts, seeming starbursts in the black sky. We have not heard any jet planes yet, Peter.
No plane. Now, the sirens are sounding for the first time. The Iraqis have informed us.
Well, we heard Peter Arnett saying the Iraqis have informed us, and then we didn't hear anymore. This is probably just a technical glitch. They have 4 wires there that they can use, and those wires can be easily severed or pulled.
the first sights and sounds of war last night, and there were millions of people around the world listening and watching. We will continue updating the latest from the Persian Gulf War at the top of the hour, including live reports from our correspondents in Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and at the Pentagon, the State Department, and the White House.
And we will also continue to talk to our CNN correspondents in Baghdad. We plan to bring you analysis of the latest developments in live interviews with former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and former National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane. Stay with CNN.
Jack Patton, publisher of Business Week.
I'm proud that so many leading companies advertise in our pages. American Express, AT&T, General Motors. Business Week ad pages read like a who's who of business. Why do so many successful companies choose our pages to tell their stories? Because they're trying to reach people like you. People who are successful themselves, or well on their way to being there. Just look at the numbers. You see, I'm just as proud of our readers, too, because they help make Business Week the world's #1 business magazine. America's most successful business people read Business Week because it's simply the best source for objective reporting and thoughtful analysis of the week's business news, from international trade to personal finance. They get the full story in our pages every week. And that brings me to your subscription to Business Week. Whether you've already arrived or on the way up, you should subscribe to Business Week right now. You will be in excellent company.
Now is the time to subscribe to Business Week, because right now you can get 32 issues of Business Week for the low basic rate of $24.95, a savings of more than 60% off the $2 cover price. It's all the business news you need every week, the kind of value real success is built on. And with your paid subscription, Business Week will send you the compact data bank absolutely free. The data bank is more than a calculator. It also stores all your important phone numbers and even serves as an electronic appointment book. And remember, it's free with your paid subscription to Business Week. Here's how to subscribe.
Subscribe today and get all the week's business news delivered to your home or office for only 78 cents an issue. Just call 1-800-356-9700 and we'll send you 32 issues of Business Week for only $24.95. This low basic rate saves you more than $39 off the cover price, and your satisfaction is guaranteed. The data bank is free with your paid subscription. That number again is 1-800-356-9700. Call now.
This is CNN.
Good day to all CNN viewers. President Bush says things are going well in the war that U.S. and allied forces launched overnight to force Iraq out of Kuwait. The president paid a surprise visit to the White House press room about an hour and a half ago. Mr. Bush said things are going well exactly as you've all reported. British military sources say one of their Tornado fighter bombers has been lost in the bombing of Iraq. 4 French planes were hit by ground fire, but they all made it back safely to their bases. There is no official report on U.S. plane losses, but Pentagon officials indicate there are some. There are many rumors and unconfirmed reports from the war front. CNN's Charles Crawford has the latest on what is known and what is not.
The Pentagon will not comment on Kuwaiti radio reports that Allied forces are advancing toward the Kuwaiti border from positions in Saudi Arabia. Also unconfirmed, reports that a number of Iraqi tank troops in Kuwait have begun to surrender. What is known is the air assault on targets in Iraq continues. Allied warplanes in control of the skies scored direct hits on the Iraqi Defense Ministry in Baghdad. One wing of the building is reported completely destroyed. Another wing is on fire. Despite his official backing for the U.S.-led alliance, Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev issued a downbeat response to the outbreak of war.
We express our deep sorrow that the military confrontation could not be averted. Though I'm ready to emphasize one more time, we did everything possible to avert the conflict.
Iranian leader Hashemi Rafsanjani also expressed regrets. The official Iranian news agency quotes Rafsanjani as saying, Iran did everything it could to prevent war. And the PLO says the events in the Gulf mark a black day for world history and is calling on Arab leaders to oppose what it calls the American-European Zionist alliance that attacked Iraq. Perhaps the most favorable response to Operation Desert Storm is coming from the top 4 U.S. oil companies. Mobil, Chevron, Unocal, and Conoco announced price freezes on gasoline shortly after the war began. Charles Crawford, CNN, reporting.
Iraqi President Saddam Hussein braved Allied bombing raids today to tour the streets of Baghdad. That's being reported on Baghdad radio. They say the president, who seldom appears in public, visited the Air Force and Air Defense headquarters, reported badly damaged in the U.S. that led the blitz that began during the night. Baghdad radio's report gave no account of damage, but the few Western correspondents able to report to the outside world say the Defense Ministry has been hit in the first wave of bombing. Earlier, the reclusive president was spotted by a CNN staffer at Baghdad television, looking grim and resolute. It's now a little after 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Baghdad. Peter Arnett has been doing our spotting from his vantage point at the hotel. Peter, what's it look like now?
The skies have been quiet for the last hour and a half. We've had breaks like this earlier in the day. They're usually broken by yet another wave of bombing. It was indeed 13 hours ago that the first planes came over this capital city of Iraq and started bombing. There was an enormous anti-aircraft fire resisting them. Targets were selected with surgical precision, the Pentagon says, and it seems like that to us here. Reporters have been out on the streets, say the Defense Ministry was hit with 3 bombs, has been mostly destroyed. One wing in flames, one wing collapsed, another tottering. Another target that we have verified that was hit was the President Saddam Hussein's Socialist Ba'ath Party headquarters. That's the party that runs the country. And the telecommunications center was hit. The oil refinery that we saw destroyed earlier in the morning from our hotel window is another on the casualty hit list, along with a chemical plant that is to the north of our location. We have been out on the streets of Baghdad, and interestingly enough, traffic is flowing. While there have been airstrikes during the day, they're mostly confined to the outskirts, and the population, which got inured to this bombing not of this extent, but used to the fact of war and the fact of Iranian rockets falling on them, they are out and about to some degree, and a few shops are open. Peter Arnett reporting live from Baghdad.
All right, Peter, thank you very much. We will be coming back to you throughout the morning, the afternoon, your time there in Baghdad. Now let's see if we can find out any more about what has or has not happened to the U.S. planes involved in the raids into Iraq last night. Gene Randall is standing live now at the Pentagon. Gene?
Good morning, Rick. We're still trying to determine if, in fact, American planes have been lost in the airstrikes against Iraq and Iraqi-occupied Kuwait. There is no evidence to support Baghdad's claim it shot down 14 attacking warplanes, but we have learned there may well have been some Allied losses. There is a British press report that the British lost a Tornado fighter bomber with a 2-man crew aboard. The plane was said to be taking part in the second wave of attacks against Iraq. The French Defense Ministry says 4 of its planes were hit by ground fire as they operated inside Kuwait. Those aircraft apparently got away safely. We're told Defense Secretary Dick Cheney and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Colin Powell, will brief us at 9 o'clock this morning Eastern Time, though sometime before that, there'll be a briefing by a Saudi general in Saudi Arabia. In the meantime, the word out of here is that the air war against Iraq is going very, very well. In the words of the Pentagon, largely according to plan. Gene Randall, CNN Live at the Defense Department.
Thank you, Gene. The U.S., Britain, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait participated in the initial airstrike against Iraq. U.S. pilots came back jubilant to Saudi Arabia. They said they encountered a few airplanes, but nothing that came close.
It looks a lot like, you know, lights, flickering lights, like Christmas lights or something like that when the AAA's coming up. And then shortly after that, it looks like some big bomb fireworks or something like that going off. It was an awesome display, it truly was.
You sit there and you watch this stuff come up, and at some point you become comfortable almost with what you're doing because you're in your cockpit, and then you realize that this isn't the time to become comfortable with what you're doing because you've got stuff being aimed at you. And it kind of jogs you back into reality, and you go, that is aimed for me. I need to be looking at it a little bit better. So kind of brings you back into reality real quick. We launched out, and we were all pumped right from the beginning. We had a lot of good adrenaline going, and we knew they were going for a reason. We weren't just a regular launch. We knew that they were going in there to get Iraq.
Defense Secretary Dick Cheney and General Colin Powell, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, will hold a news briefing today at the Pentagon at 9 a.m. Eastern. CNN does plan live coverage. We will also plan live coverage of a briefing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia by the Department of Defense. That briefing is scheduled for 10 a.m. Eastern. Stay with us. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger still to be interviewed right here on CNN.
Wherever your business takes you, the Gulfstream 4 can take you there. The Gulfstream 4 can take you nearly 5,000 statute miles non-stop, equaling or exceeding airline timetables. Or it can take you to several locations in a single day, optimizing your time and energies. No other business aircraft gives you global access with such uncompromised timeliness, convenience, and security.
I have a horrible sinus headache. There's pounding, there's pressure, there's pain.
Today, Linda Clark is trying Tylenol Sinus.
Tylenol Sinus took away the pressure. It took away the pain. It took away the pounding. I like that it's a Tylenol product. I trust that name.
Tylenol Sinus, the strength you need from the name you trust. And now look for new Tylenol Sinus gel caps. Maximum strength, concentrated, and gelatin-coated so they're easy to swallow. Only from Tylenol, the first sinus gel cap.
Our projection screen looks so real, you'll feel like part of the show when you watch the new RCA home theater. It also has surround sound that's so real,
Stand back, everyone.
you'll forget you're sitting at home.
Let me handle this.
The RCA home theater also has Pix and Pix. It lets you watch two things at once, in color. Another way, RCA is changing entertainment again.
Ask any two people to describe the New Yorker, and chances are you won't hear the same word twice. For those who want the intellect stirred, there's Pulitzer Prize-winning fiction. For those who want wit, there's humor and satire, plus the latest on music, art, dance, sports, and of course, the New Yorker's famous cartoons. Get 52 weekly issues of the New Yorker for just $25.95, 70% off the newsstand price, and get this brand new cartoon collection free with your paid subscription. Call 1-800-257-1257.
Joining us now to assess where we are, where we have been, and where we might be going in Operation Desert Storm, former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. Mr. Secretary, if memory serves me right, you said on CNN yesterday afternoon you expected Saddam Hussein to do something before the war. He apparently did not.
Well, I could not see what Saddam Hussein had to gain from a war. The offers that had been made by the United Nations, by France, and indirectly by the United States seemed to me to leave him in such a potentially strong position that I thought he would find some excuse to accept it. And I still, from a rational point of view, find it hard to understand why he didn't. But we have the satisfaction of knowing that the president agreed to really minimum conditions to prevent the war.
You are considered by many to be one of the quintessential diplomats. Do you think the last diplomatic avenues were all traveled down before those bombs were dropped last night?
I think the last avenues were traveled plus 25%, because when you consider some of the proposals that were brought to Saddam Hussein, which would have led to the withdrawal of all Allied forces, left his forces intact, put Arab forces friendly to Iraq into Kuwait, plus subsequent negotiations on all issues, I believe that we have the satisfaction of knowing that the maximum had been offered in order to avoid the war.
Mr. Kissinger, knowing what you now know, what we all know about Operation Desert Storm, as it is being called now, how would you assess the value of what has been done so far toward its ultimate goal, which is to get Iraq out of Kuwait?
Oh, I think, first of all, that the President and the administration deserve the gratitude of the American people for the steadfastness with which they have conducted our policy. I think what is now, what this operation does, is this: I expect the Iraqi military forces to collapse within a measurable time, say up to 2 weeks. Then the United States has no interest in destroying Iraq as a country. Quite the contrary. We supported Iraq in a war of 8 years against Iran, and the territorial integrity of Iraq remains an American interest. And we should make sure that we do not generate a new aggressor in that area from the neighbors of Iraq by creating a total power vacuum. But what this operation will do is that the moderate Arab countries, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf states, even countries like Jordan, which, because of its geography, took an ambiguous position, now can, together with us, attempt to fashion a plan for solving other problems of the area in the Gulf, on the Palestinian issue, and that we can be doing this without having a gun at our head, held at our head by somebody who took 9,000 hostages. I think this is a tremendous benefit for the peace of the world, and I think that we have gained ourselves 5 years for constructive diplomacy in which those who were on the side of moderation and against the terrorists will now be able to shape the future of this crucial area. I think this is the major achievement of this operation, which I expect to end in a relatively brief period of time, 2 to 3 weeks.
The war is literally in Saddam Hussein's backyard now. Have you been surprised at the apparently limited counterattack so far, and what do you expect from him next?
Well, his behavior, of course, has been puzzling, and I thought all along that Iraqi offensive strength was vastly overrated, and I never thought that they could mount a strong counterattack. I hope that we can avoid, and we appear to be avoiding, a ground action that will involve a lot of casualties. But I think that unless Iraq has capabilities that no one ever conceived, I would expect that the military capacity of Iraq will be reduced, that at some point surrenders of the Iraqi army in Kuwait are going to begin, and that at that point the military operation can be wound up. I do not believe that Saddam Hussein has the capability for sustained resistance to the kind of operations that are now being conducted.
Mr. Secretary, thank you so very much for being with us this morning. Mr. Henry Kissinger, former U.S. Secretary of State. Molly?
CNN has just gotten word that there will be a U.S. military briefing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. That's to happen in about 15 minutes, and of course we'll take you there live when it happens. Right now we're going to switch to London. We take you to the British Defence Ministry, where Tom King, British Defence Minister, is holding a briefing of his own. We'll listen in.
The Chief of Defence Staff to speak. Thank you, Secretary of State. The Joint Commander, Air Chief Marshal Hine, has reported to me that the initial raids have gone well. Many of our tornadoes were involved in a series of attacks on Iraqi airfields and radars. The multinational air control is working very impressively. Our Air Commander in theater speaks of an air of quiet efficiency with timely information coming in from a whole variety of sensors. Very well coordinated Allied attacks have been made with large numbers, hundreds of combat aircraft and supporting tankers in the air at the same time. Many hundreds of night air-to-air refueling has taken place. RAF crews are very pleased with their aircraft. Their hard training, particularly in recent weeks, and the detailed planning and preparation for this eventuality has paid off. Raids are continuing today, and I anticipate will go on now at a continuing high rate. I have had no reports of Scud missile attacks, though I know that there have been some false alarms. Other Iraqi activity last night, as the Secretary of State has indicated, was low. They seem to have been caught by surprise, and no doubt the raids aimed at their command and control systems have made reaction very much more difficult for them. Our own combat air patrols over Saudi Arabia have reported no enemy contacts. Thank you.
We'll take questions then. Yes.
Can you pass that water? Sorry.
Is it inevitable that there will be a large number of civilian casualties?
No, all the efforts and the careful preparation to which Sir David Craig referred were directed very much to identify the key elements in the Iraqi military capability and to try and ensure a minimization of the risk of civilian casualties. And that is certainly the basis of the planning that was done, and on the information available to me so far, I think that is being achieved.
Mr. Davis, please. I couldn't come to the second stage, whether or not the tornado was brought down by enemy fire, or was it an engine fault?
We don't know. We know that it was an engine fire. It's a perfectly fair question to ask, because it may have been one not due to enemy action, or it may have been caused by enemy action.
Was it over Kuwait or over into...
We're not talking about the actual sphere of operations or what targets it was involved in at this stage.
Marshal Evans.
Would you care to say something about the skill and courage of the British pilots in this early stage of the operation?
I pay tribute to the, as Sir David did, to the tremendous preparation that they have done and their spirit right through from the very start of the way in which I was, this aircraft was from Muharraq, which I remember when those tornadoes arrived at Muharraq, and the way in which they accepted that challenge, not knowing at that stage what they might face, is exactly the same spirit that they've shown and which people on television have been able to see as they've returned from these missions. Their courage, their good sense, their sense of responsibility, I think, have come through very clearly indeed. I know the whole country will be proud of them.
Mr. King, Norman Rees of ITN. Are you surprised by the apparent lack of response of the Iraqi ground defences and their own aircraft?
Sir David Craig may like to add to this, but I would say straight away, and I said the story so far. This is very early days. We believe there is evidence that we have significantly damaged Iraq's military capability and in certain aspects of its air defenses. But it's far too early to be certain about that. They may well be conserving the resources that they have, and it may be worth not wishing to risk them in the initial stages. There are a number of possibilities that exist in this, and certainly I would say that it has been an encouraging start, that the missions have been accomplished with great skill and courage. We believe, on the initial evidence, that in the main the targets were hit and the objectives were achieved, but it is early, and we have yet to see whether the initial successes will be carried on. I think there was very easy for the public mood and your mood perhaps in presenting it to swing from one extreme to the other. And I would warn people against jumping to early conclusions. This is very early indeed in a very difficult challenge that we face against a country that possesses very considerable armaments, that possesses some very nasty weapons as well. And while we certainly are determined to be effective in carrying through this operation, I wouldn't want people to come to early conclusions on this matter.
President Bush has said that one objective is to take out Iraq's nuclear and chemical capabilities. Do you have any idea whether these facilities...
What you're looking at is a military briefing going on...
I'm not going to comment
at this hour at the British Defence Ministry in London. That was British Defence Minister Tom King. He, along with Marshal David Craig of the British Air Force, were briefing reporters in London on just what the status is of British forces who are taking part in the Allied attack on Iraq. We do expect a U.S. military briefing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, set to begin in about 9 minutes from now, and of course CNN will take you there live. Rick?
Molly, we now have what we believe is the first response from an Iraqi official since the war began in Baghdad and other parts of Iraq overnight. It is the Iraqi ambassador to London who was interviewed by ITN.
Enemies attacked the civilian targets, although they claimed that they did not attack civilian targets. I have no details about the casualties. They should be very heavy.
Will the ferocity of the attack force Iraq to compromise?
Not at all. We believe in our cause and we will defend our cause.
We'll have more on what they're saying in Iraq, what they're saying in Baghdad, what they're saying in Washington. Stay with CNN.
Day after day, night after night, there's an easy way to save on AT&T long distance. And all it takes to get started is one simple phone call. Just call 1-800-874-4300 for the AT&T Reach Out America plan. Reach Out America gives you an additional 25% discount starting at 5 p.m. So you'll get the biggest discount during the best time to call. But that's just the beginning. The AT&T Reach Out America plan also gives you a 10% daytime discount. Great. Plus an hour of weekend and night calls, so you can call all across America for one low price.
Oh, my assistant just brought me a copy of the budget.
To order the AT&T Reach Out America plan, call 1-800-874-4300. You'll get a 25% discount off our already low prices from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. An hour of weekend and night calls, plus our daytime discount. It all adds up to savings 24 hours a day.
Hi, Grandma. Yes, I'm fine, and so is Harry.
And it costs just $8.70 a month. Order the AT&T Reach Out America plan now and see how easy it is to save on AT&T long distance 24 hours a day. To order, call 1-800-874-4300.
Ready?
Need another reason?
And call, Maria.
The plan also includes an international discount at no extra charge.
I'll be there tomorrow.
You can even get an option that lets you save on calls away from home. And it's so easy to order. Just call 1-800-874-4300. And save on quality AT&T long distance, day and night. AT&T, the right choice.
It is 27 minutes past the top of the hour. The lights at the White House in Washington, of course, have been on all night. Frank Sesno has been there watching. Frank, what's going on at this hour?
Well, right now, Rick, we expect that the president will be meeting shortly with his top advisors, among them Defense Secretary Cheney, Secretary of State Baker. We just saw a few moments ago Vice President Quayle go in here, reporting for work this morning. The president popped his head into the White House briefing room around 5:40 a.m. Eastern time this morning to say that he was very pleased that things were going very well, although he provided no details on the military operation in the Persian Gulf. In addition to the consultations and updatings that the president is receiving from the Situation Room here, he's expected to meet with congressional leadership later in the morning, and top administration officials are expected to report to Capitol Hill to be briefing other lawmakers there throughout the course of the day. The situation, of course, in Florida flux. The White House is cautious, not trying to be too overly optimistic, and watching very closely. I'm Frank Sesno, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
All right, thanks, Frank. We will be checking back with you shortly, of course. We're expecting in about 10 minutes a U.S. military briefing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We will be carrying that live here on CNN. Right now, at this hour in London, a British defense briefing is still underway. And we go back there with British Defense Secretary Tom King.
Point I made at the beginning, this is a continuing operation. This isn't, and I think some people think that we're reporting on events that have happened and have finished. As we sit here now, further sorties have been flown. But as far as I'm aware, as I speak, they have not yet been committed.
The initial sorties were mainly tornadoes on the British side, were they?
I can't hear.
Yeah. Sorry, the aeroplanes used in the initial British sorties were tornadoes.
GR1s.
And tanker aircraft, of course.
With the tanker refueling aircraft.
Mr. King, Brian McCartney, Daily Echo, you said when you were asked about the land assault and the possibility that there had been surrender, that reports were coming through, you said to us, do you mean the same newspaper and wire reports that we're getting, or are you talking about reports to the government from the forces?
We have had separate reports, but not through military channels.
Can you say which channels?
No. A lot is happening at the moment, and I'm very anxious not to give you anything that isn't absolutely right and that we're sure of. We've already had a number of completely bogus reports on a whole range of different matters, and therefore you'll understand why the speed at which things are happening at the moment, I'm very anxious to keep my pledge with you to only give you information of which we're sure. We're not sure of that, but it is true that we have had those reports from a separate route, but there is considerable confusion with many things happening, and I would rather wait until we have better confirmation on that. Yes, absolutely.
Are you surprised with the way how things have gone so far?
So far, it has been encouraging. But so far is the right word to use. Iraq remains very powerful. It has considerable military might. It has taken a very high degree of skill, courage, and determination to achieve what we believe will have been the significant results of the first hours of this operation. But I do wish to emphasize that there is still very considerable challenges to face. We shall continue to pursue them as effectively as we can, and Sir David has referred to the meticulous planning and the very good cooperation that has gone into getting us as far as we have, which I hope will stand us in good stead. But I would caution everybody against jumping to any conclusions at this stage as to how soon or how early an outcome and how satisfactory an outcome we would see.
So David mentioned GR1 were primarily active, but you also mentioned this capsule flow. Now, were they flown by other tornadoes? Or?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, including other tornadoes. Both types of tornado were airborne during the last night.
Can I clarify, have you said it's the GR1 variant which is missing?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you give us some idea of how...
If I didn't say it, I mean, that is correct.
Can you give us some idea of how we actually take supplies and how effective multiplied
Now, I'd rather not go into operational matters about the length of a sortie or the number of sorties people fly at this stage, because that could give information which we'd rather not release to the opposition.
Anybody else? I'm not aware that he has this morning.
Mr. King, what's the Arab reaction to the events overnight?
Well, I've been more concerned with our elements and our contribution to these events. I'm not aware of specific Arab reactions from that perspective.
Mr. King, can you say whether...
Will you be going to the WEU meeting in Paris, and what do you expect to come from that?
No, Mr. Hamilton, the Minister of the Armed Forces, has gone in my place.
What is the purpose of that meeting?
I would need to check. It is, of course, to coordinate and to keep European cooperation going in the defence field. To be honest, any specific items on the agenda, I haven't had a chance to look at.
Peter.
The Defence Secretary Tom King speaking at the Ministry of Defence.
That, of course, was British television telling you that you've been watching a military briefing at the British Defense Ministry talking about the status of British forces in the Gulf. I believe right now we're going to take you to Saudi Arabia. Is that true, to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for a U.S. military briefing? Can I get confirmation that we are ready to go to Riyadh? That briefing, I'm told, is still pending. We will take you live there just as soon as it happens. Iraq's President Saddam Hussein braved the Allied bombing raids to tour the streets of Baghdad today. Mr. Hussein visited the badly damaged Air Force and Air Defense headquarters, and he was seen earlier at the headquarters of Iraqi TV. Apparently, President Hussein is still defiant. His message to the Iraqi people was broadcast during the night on Baghdad radio.
God is with us, dear brethren. God is always the patient, the steadfast, and He will support them in any case. With the gravity of the conflict and the steadfastness of the believers, success will become possible, so that the whole nation will overthrow the thrones and the presidencies that have been traitors to it. These traitors will be overthrown after the defeat of the Satan in the White House, Bush. And in this poisonous hornet nest of confrontation, criminal Tel Aviv will also be beaten, and Palestine will be liberated, and its people will take their lands back. And the Golan Heights will be liberated, and the Arab individual will be liberated everywhere.
It is not known if Saddam Hussein's address was recorded earlier or was broadcast live on Baghdad radio. We have this word just in to CNN. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney has confirmed to CNN that the United States has lost one plane in the attack on Iraqi targets. According to some sources, this information, according to my producer, is coming from Georgia Senator Sam Nunn to CNN. We are being told, though, that through Senator Nunn, it is being confirmed that Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney is saying that indeed one United States plane has been downed in the attack on Iraq. Stay with us. We'll have more details of that story and all the news. Stay with us.
Your weight is up, your energy's down, your self-esteem's low, your blood pressure's high. You know what you need? Exercise. But who has the time? You do. Just imagine what a difference you can make in just 20 minutes a day, 3 times a week with NordicTrack. NordicTrack. They call it the world's best aerobic exercise. NordicTrack's patented flywheel provides smooth, non-jarring continuity of motion, so there's no stress to your back or knees. Your total body gets into the action. That's not true with ordinary exercisers. NordicTrack's total body workout burns more calories. You'll lose weight, reduce stress, and feel better. I'll bet you never imagined fitness at home could be this easy. Now is the time to get rid of that unfit body. Create a new you. Try NordicTrack for 30 days at home with no risk or obligation. You'll see and feel the difference. Call for a free video and brochure.
This is CNN.
We are, as we've been saying, awaiting that very important U.S. military briefing that will take place shortly in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We will go there just as soon as it begins. Right now, we're going to take this opportunity to talk to Robert McFarlane. He's a former national security advisor to President Ronald Reagan. He joins us in our Washington studio this morning. Mr. McFarlane, saw action as a Marine in Vietnam. He is the son of a Navy pilot and now in the Persian Gulf, so he has a very personal interest in what's going on there. Secretary McFarland, can you boil down for us just exactly what's happened so far in your view and how far we have yet to go with this air bombardment?
Well, the military objective first was to put out their eyes, their radars, and ability to see us, and that has gone extremely well. We also wanted to destroy their offensive military power, for mostly air, and all those aircraft that we didn't destroy, we've cratered the runways so they can't get off. So the first phase of battle has gone extremely well. Looks to me like today, if there is an ability to react, we would see it fairly early on, either a missile getting through or an aircraft or two, but we've been extremely successful, it appears, so far.
We do apparently have some confirmation from Defense Secretary Dick Cheney that the U.S. Did indeed lose one plane in the assault. Are you surprised that the losses were not greater?
Yes, it's a real tribute to the excellence of the Allied military power and their tactics that we didn't suffer more losses than that, and truly an astonishing successful raid.
You know as well as anybody about this kind of thing. Do you expect, or what kind of response do you expect from Iraq after last night's bombing raid? Nobody really seems to know.
Well, it was clear going into the last days of the diplomatic struggle that Saddam just had no understanding of the scale of violence that he faced. No rational person that understood what was about to occur could have behaved as he did. Now that it has happened, it seems to me that we are going to see one of two things very quickly within probably a week's time. On the one hand, either the shattering effect will lead to an uprising within his own country and force a change and push him out, or he himself will see that there is simply no way of retrieving any gain from this. What he anticipated would happen would be a groundswell of grassroots Arab support, the peasant, average person in the street from Morocco to Oman. It's going to be interesting to see if that really happens too. A massive anti-U.S. sentiment seems to me unlikely.
Do you know if your son, who is a Navy pilot, took part in the raids last night and today?
I don't know that. There are 6 carriers there, and he's on one of them. Looks to me like the burden of the first strike was focused upon Air Force aircraft, and that they did an extremely good job.
What kind of damage do you believe that Allied forces are able to do at this point in Kuwait? We're talking about mainly ground forces there.
Well, first of all, I think President Bush emphasized that we have no quarrel with the Iraqi people, and for that matter, it even includes the Iraqi soldier. We would like to destroy the military capability, the weapons, the artillery, the aircraft, the tanks, and so forth, the air defense systems, radars, and missiles. And so that will be the foremost priority in the next days here. We'd like to avoid human loss to the extent possible and make clear to the Iraqi people and to the Iraqi military that it's our fight is with Saddam. It's not with anyone else.
Are you, Mr. McFarland, one of those who foresees any sort of an extended ground war going on between the thousands of forces put out in this region?
Well, we'd like to avoid that, and I think President Bush will not do that at all unless there is absolutely no other recourse. At this point, with the first day's success, it would seem as if the coercive potential, the persuasion that is being put on Saddam by this massive air destruction will enable us to avoid a ground engagement. To imagine that the Iraqis would attack offensively would be very unwise on their part, but I would not anticipate that in the next few days there would be any need for a ground action by the U.S.
All right. Former National Security Advisor Robert McFarland, thank you very much for sharing your views on CNN with us today. Rick?
Molly, we are still awaiting the beginning of that U.S. military briefing in Saudi Arabia. When that occurs, we will be going to it live. Right now, we'd like to take a break, and as we go into this break, look with us at newspaper headlines across this nation this morning. Here's what the press is having to say about the war that started just hours ago. We're looking at planes instead of newspapers. This is... And now, the Washington Post headline, U.S. allies launch massive attack against targets in Iraq and Kuwait. The headline in the Atlanta Constitution, very large type, U.S. attacks. The liberation of Kuwait has begun. In the New York Times, U.S. and allies open air war on Iraq, bomb Baghdad and Kuwaiti targets. No choice but force, Bush declares. And the New York Post, reminiscent of a World War II headline, war.
Those who think only short-term may take a bearish view of the times ahead. But those with a long-term perspective will see the future as a whole different animal. At Merrill Lynch, our insight and understanding can lead you to the opportunities that lie ahead. Merrill Lynch, we're bullish on the future.
It seems that every time you turn around these days, another pain reliever with ibuprofen in it is comparing itself to Tylenol. But you know what they can't say? They can't say they're gentler than Tylenol, because they're not. Tylenol won't irritate your stomach, the way ibuprofen sometimes can. That's a medical fact. And is it any wonder that today hospitals use Tylenol 14 times more than ibuprofen? Tylenol, the pain reliever hospitals use most.
In American business, there is an award bestowed each year upon a select group of companies. Among the 10 recipients this year, AT&T. The award? The San Francisco Examiner's Golden Turkey for the worst advertising of 1990. We at MCI are glad to have this opportunity to give wider publicity for this award.
Advantages. We both have Schwab accounts, but I've got the edge. We both have Schwab One, the brokerage account with free checking. Both save on commissions, and both earn income between investments. My old broker charged $80 for an account with checking. At Schwab, we pay zip. But I've still got Jack beat, because I can find my Schwab One checkbook.
For a free Schwab Fact Kit, call toll-free 800-257-1257.
Our war in the Gulf coverage continues now. As we reported just a few minutes ago, CNN has gotten confirmation of one plane, one U.S. plane down in the war. Gene Randall is at the Pentagon with details. Gene?
Rick, we don't know a lot. We know that one warplane has been confirmed by the Pentagon. No word on the fate of the pilot or the crew. This fits with an earlier report we had this morning that there were probable U.S. coalition losses in the air war. The British have apparently lost a fighter plane, a Tornado, with a two-man crew aboard. 4 French aircraft were hit by Iraqi ground fire, but reportedly got away safely. At 9 this morning, Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney and his Joint Chiefs Chairman, General Colin Powell, will be in this room to answer questions. Some of those questions certainly will be about casualties. Gene Randall, CNN Live at the Pentagon.
Thank you, Gene. We're going to switch you live now to Jerusalem. CNN's Linda Scherzer is standing by there. Linda?
Molly, the outcome of today's bombing raids on Iraq came as a major blow to the Palestinians here. First to the people who were still hoping that a war could be averted, and also to those Palestinians who were still placing their bets and putting their faith in Saddam Hussein. Of course, the Palestinians have been avid supporters of Saddam Hussein. In recent weeks, the Iraqi leader has been loudly championing the cause of the Palestinian people. He even reportedly offered to consider withdrawing his forces from Kuwait in exchange for an Israeli withdrawal of their troops from the West Bank and Gaza Strip. That option, it seems, however remote, is now non-existent. And for the Palestinian people, it comes as a major disappointment. The mood was a somber one in the Palestinian communities of East Jerusalem and the occupied territories. The man they had hailed as their new hero had just taken a beating, and many are worried that Palestinians will suffer for it.
Most of the people here, they feel, sad, I'm sure. All the people.
Like the Israelis, Palestinians were told to stay inside their homes once the war began. Only the Palestinians had no choice. Most of the occupied territories and parts of East Jerusalem were placed under curfew to prevent rioting. There were reports of demonstrations in East Jerusalem, at least one where Palestinians wore their army-issued gas masks. Meanwhile, Palestinian leaders worry that if Iraq is defeated, the chances of a solution for the Palestinian problem will go down with it.
It will consecrate the language of violence, and it will undermine the language of conciliation.
You know that we are hoping and trying to avoid such an attack, such a war, and to reach to a political solution within the framework of the international legitimacy.
This is Linda Scherzer reporting live from Jerusalem.
All right, thank you, Linda. We have been reporting throughout the morning that we would be going to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for a U.S. military briefing. That briefing is now underway. We join it live.
Strike Eagles, F-16 Fighting Falcons, F-4G Wild Weasels, A-10 Thunderbolts, F-111s, F-117 Stealth Fighters, and B-52s. Naval and Marine aircraft included F-18 Hornets, AV-8 Harriers, A-7s, and A-6s. Additionally, United States Army AH-64 Apache attack helicopters also took part in the operation. These aircraft delivered both guided and unguided munitions. Also, Navy ships launched conventional Tomahawk cruise missiles during the entire operation. Although we can't discuss specifics on either targeting or mission results, our first indications are very encouraging. Command and control for the operation is provided by AWACS aircraft, the E-3A Sentry and the E-2C Hawkeye. Protecting all coalition aircraft from Iraqi interceptors were U.S. Air Force F-15 Eagles, U.S. Navy F-14 Tomahawks, and U.S. Marine F-18 Hornets. These aircraft provided air cover during all phases of this operation, including escort into and out of the target area. Additionally, Air Force EF-111s and Navy EA-6s provided electronic combat support. Supporting this massive effort were air refueling aircraft that included Air Force KC-10s and KC-135s, Navy A-6s, and air refueling aircraft from the French Air Force. French Jaguar fighter bomber aircraft also participated in operations on day one. As we stated earlier, Iraqi response has been limited, and we have received no reports of Iraqi Scud missile launches. However, the U.S. Embassy strongly urges all American citizens in Saudi Arabia to remain at home or place of work until the situation clarifies. The American Embassy is open 24 hours a day and is closely monitoring the situation. I would like to reiterate the goals of the President for this campaign. They are to have Iraq leave Kuwait and comply with all associated UN resolutions, to restore the legitimate government of Kuwait, and to restore peace and stability in the region. In closing this announcement, I'd like to provide you with a portion of the text from the message that General Schwarzkopf used when he announced this operation to all soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines of the U.S. Central Command. He stated, "The President, the Congress, the American people, and indeed the world stand united in their support for your actions. Our cause is just. Now you must be the thunder and lightning of Desert Storm. May God be with you, your loved ones at home, and our country." Ladies and gentlemen, that's all I have for you at this time. Mike?
At a later time. Ladies and gentlemen, the statement that you've just read, we're having copies made of it now, and in just a little bit we'll have those copies available for you at the back of the room. Thank you very much for being here for this statement.
You've been watching a U.S. military briefing taking place live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The spokesman there reiterating what the president has said about this attack on Iraqi targets. Apparently they're not taking any questions from reporters, but we will be continuing to bring you all the details that we have from the situation in the Gulf. An overwhelming majority of the U.S. public supports the president's action in the Persian Gulf War. A CNN Gallup poll was done immediately following the president's address last night. That poll shows that 84% of the respondents either saw or heard the address. 86% were satisfied with the president's explanation. Only 10% were not. 81% of those surveyed say they approve of the way President Bush is handling the Persian Gulf War. 12% say they disapprove, and 7% do not know. 79% approve of this decision to go to war. 15% do not, and 6% say they do not know. As far as how long the fighting will go on, the majority, 39%, think battle will be over in a matter of weeks. 23% think it will continue for several months. And only 5% believe the fighting could go on for a year or more.
Stay with us. Our complete coverage of Operation Desert Storm continues.
No one can guarantee you a perfect world. A world where the unexpected never intrudes. But some of us know we'll be taken care of, quickly and compassionately. In an imperfect world, you're in good hands with Allstate, a member of the Sears Financial Network.
These days, there are more pain relievers than ever. But last year, more people switched to Tylenol gel caps than any other. Why should you switch? All the extra strength pain relief of gel caps has been concentrated, then covered by a smooth gelatin coating, which makes them so easy to swallow. Extra strength Tylenol gel caps. Concentrated, powerful, easy to swallow. Join the switch to Tylenol gel caps.
Okay, so I paid a little more to stay in this motel. But hey, it's got this lovely pool.
Why pay for a pool you can't use? Next time, hit the roof. Red Roof Inns.
You know, my mom says you can get a really bad burn on a day like this.
Right now, for every night you stay at a Red Roof Inn, we'll give you something very special to drive away with when you check out. A brand new Lincoln. Get $5 cash back for every night you stay through February 2nd.
The war in the Gulf. CNN is the network with the most complete coverage, from the inner sanctum of the Oval Office to strategic planning in the Pentagon, the banks of the Nile in Cairo, to the chambers of the Security Council, from the front lines of the Saudi desert to the streets of Baghdad, a city under siege, latest developments in Israel and a Jordan caught in the middle. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching the network viewers voted best in coverage of the crisis in the Gulf, CNN.
As we have been reporting throughout the morning, the war in the Gulf is having a tremendous impact on world financial markets, and Stuart Varney is keeping tabs on the current impact. Stuart?
Well, quite simply, Rick, we have the world's financial markets exploding today. That's on optimism about the multinational offensive to liberate Kuwait. Crude oil, the dollar, gold prices, all of them plummeting. International stocks and U.S. Treasury bonds soaring. Word is, U.S. financial markets will open on time, and when they do, stocks are expected to rise sharply. We'll have more on that in a minute. First, the other market action, starting with European exchanges. Investors in London and on the continent going on a buying binge on hopes that the war with Iraq will be short. At the moment in Frankfurt, the DAX index is up a very strong 7.5%. In Paris, the CAC 40 index is up 7% even. As for London, the FT 100 share index at this point shows a gain of 55 points. It has reached 2110. Oil prices trading in London at their lowest level since before the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. Reports that the U.S. and its allies control the skies over the Gulf, lessening fears of supply disruptions. At the moment, a barrel of Britain's North Sea crude is down $7.70, all the way back to $21.30 a barrel. Developments in the Gulf are now hurting two traditional safe haven investments, gold and the dollar. At the moment, the price of gold is down $23. It's back to $380 an ounce. And the U.S. currency is sharply lower all across the board. The dollar's down almost 3 yen. It's down almost 3 pfennigs against the German mark and down more than 1.5 cents against the British pound. Now, quickly, the credit markets. The Treasury's 30-year bellwether bond up 2 14/32, and that's pushed the yield all the way back to 8.18%. Overnight in Tokyo, stock prices dipped at the opening bell, but then came storming back. The Nikkei average posted its 10th biggest gain ever, up more than 1,000 points. That's about 4.5%. It closed well above that 23,000 level. Explosive rallies for stocks in Europe and Asia today, and traders of U.S. stocks in London expect a similar trend when Wall Street opens in less than 2 hours. Joining us on our newsline with details is Mike Benson. He's the chief trader of U.S. stocks in London for Lehman Brothers International. Mike, we've heard reports that European investors are buying U.S. stocks very heavily. Is that still accurate?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it seems to be fueling itself here midday. Most U.S. shares started up a point to a point and a half, but now by midday we're seeing things up as much as 3 points like IBM. Some of your other blue chips like GE up 2 points plus. So demand seems to be feeding on itself rather than subsiding.
What would be your forecast for the opening of the Dow Jones average in New York?
I would have guesstimated 50 points, but that might be on the low side, 50, because that's where the collars check in. I don't think Wall Street will look back today. Up 50 is the start, and could be up as much as 75 to 80 points by the end of the day.
All right, that's Mike Benson from Lehman Brothers in London. Thanks for joining us, Mike. And that is the latest in business. I'm Stuart Varney at the CNN Business News Desk in New York.
All right, thanks, Stuart. That's going to wrap it up for our coverage for this morning. Coming up in about a half hour here on CNN, a live interview with a member of the PLO Executive Committee from Amman, Jordan.
Also to come, live coverage of a statement to be broadcast on Iraqi television. Stay with CNN for complete coverage of war in the Gulf.
This incredible stereo component system can be yours free from U.S. News and World Report. That's right, a free stereo. In a moment, you'll find out more.
Movie stars on the cover of Time. Cartoons on the cover of Newsweek. At U.S. News and World Report, how to build your fortune. Entertainment news or news you can use? Which is important? Let's hear what some readers have to say.
It compared a few different approaches to investing and let me choose.
And I pick out a few things in finance, and I think I've made some right financial moves as a result of it.
Best jobs for the future.
If we make a move, should we rent? Should we buy? Should we stay where we are? Should we try to improve the place?
Those kind of things are important to me right now in my life.
I say U.S. News gives you an insight into what might be tomorrow.
If you call right now, you'll receive this exclusive stereo component system absolutely free. This custom-engineered audio system features twin dynamic speakers for pure stereo sound, precision AM/FM radio tuner, and an LCD quartz alarm clock with snooze bar. And it's yours free with your paid subscription.
A stereo sounds fantastic.
Call now, and you'll also get great savings, over 60% off the cover price. You'll get 36 weekly issues, including exclusive annual guides like these. Pay in just 4 easy installments of $6.89, or use your credit card.
That is big savings.
Take it home, drive it around the block, kick the tires, and if you don't like it, send it back to us and we'll give you your money back.
A great magazine, great savings, annual guides, a money-back guarantee, and the stereo is yours free.
That's a very good deal. It makes perfect sense to subscribe.
I take the subscription and the stereo.
So pick up the phone and call right now.
Call now, 1-800-445-4800.
This is CNN.
CNN's continuing coverage of the Persian Gulf War underway once again. We're going to rejoin the CNN crew in Baghdad now. CNN correspondent Peter Arnett, where we understand there is renewed activity. Peter?
Well, there was a renewed siren. There was a huge roar just at 4 o'clock our time here, just 2 minutes ago, sending people scurrying in this giddy environment. But it has not been followed by any air attack. It's only the second time a siren has sounded in the city since the first raids this morning. And it seems to me they may be just testing their alert equipment. Now, President Saddam Hussein is vowing to fight on against this multinational allied bombing attack and possibly ground invasion. Iraq Radio has announced that everyone up to the age of 34 will be called up for military duty. Iraq government and strategic installations and command and control installations have taken a terrific pounding in Baghdad all day today. And if the action here is above Baghdad as any indication of what's happening elsewhere in the country, then Saddam Hussein's military machine must be under tremendous pressure. We can confirm here that the defense ministry is pretty much being destroyed. It looks as though it took 3 hits, one wing burned to the ground, one wing demolished, another tottering. The Socialist Ba'ath Party headquarters, Saddam Hussein's party, was hit with a bomb. A major oil refinery in the island in the Tigris River has been destroyed. A chemical plant in the city's north is burning, and a telecommunications center has been hit. But I would like to point out that Baghdad is not a city in ruins, far from it. This is a modern city. It has a very attractive skyline that is standing. Outside our hotel window vantage point, car traffic is busy. People are walking along the sidewalks. They did scurry away when the alert did sound. But the bombing here seems to have been pretty surgical, as the Pentagon presence, as the Pentagon suggested, said it would be. We've asked officials about civilian casualties. We haven't been told of any so far. Bob?
Peter, you say this latest air raid siren was apparently not accompanied by any attack. When was the last Allied assault on the city?
The last Allied attack about 2 hours ago. It was in the outskirts, about 10 miles from the center of town where we are, or the area where we are. After that bombing run, the planes came over us overhead. They're obscured by cloud cover, but there was a roar as 2 or 3 aircraft went by. We haven't had any activity since then. Bob?
With that much time intervening since the last attack, how much activity is there on the streets, can you tell?
All day there's been movement of people around this city. There are soldiers assembling in uniform without weapons, but assembling at bus stations, obviously to be taken somewhere or other. People are in taxis loaded with luggage. The city has been evacuated. People have been evacuating from here for the last couple of days. Taxis have been laden with luggage. There are people walking around with luggage, but there is no panic. Government employees going to and from work. The sun is shining bright. The city mood is calm, but the threat of recurring multinational air attacks is real and will probably continue all day and for as long as President Bush and the multinational force commanders desire it. Bob?
Final question, Peter. Where are you and other CNN crew members in the Al Rashid Hotel right now?
We are in the 9th floor in our own little command center here, reporting to you amongst our equipment. Half of our staff is sleeping. We are all safe. There's been no explosives or any damaging gunfire or any serious threat of casualty or being hurt anywhere near us. The nearest bomb was a mile away. The whole press corps numbered 45 when the attack started. About half of those are attempting to leave Iraq in a convoy that will go to the Jordan border. We have elected to stay for the time being. Bob?
Thank you. CNN correspondent Peter Arnett reporting to us live from the 9th floor of the Al Rashid Hotel, where he's been since war broke out last night at about 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Reporting, Bobby.
Bob, the war in the Gulf is now nearly 14 hours old, and the footage that you'll be looking at momentarily is U.S. aircraft at a Saudi air base that's being fed to us now from the military pool. The war began with coalition jets striking targets throughout Iraq and Kuwait. The U.S. Defense Department characterized the attacks as precision strikes against military targets. Baghdad was heavily hit, but CNN reporters say civilian areas appear to have been spared, as we just heard from Peter Arnett. Iraq claims 14 jets were shot down. The U.S. confirms 1 was lost. There are reports that Iraqi artillery has hit back at a Saudi oil installation and it is on fire. So far, no major ground fighting has been reported. The opening battle, as expected, has been in the air. CNN's Mark Leff has more.
The first unconfirmed reports of casualties among the Allied forces attacking Iraq and Kuwait came several hours after the first wave of pilots returned to reload. Although some U.S. pilots told reporters everybody who took off came back, Baghdad Radio claims Iraq shot down 14 Allied planes over Iraq and Kuwait. The U.S. Defense Department at first called that claim ridiculous, but later indicated there may have been Allied losses. State broadcasters in both Jordan and Iran reported Iraqi gunners hit one U.S. F-15, whose pilot bailed out into the Persian Gulf. Aircraft from at least 5 countries are reportedly involved in the raids. Britain's defense minister would not confirm reports that one British Tornado fighter bomber crashed after being hit by Iraqi fire.
We don't know. We know that it was an engine fire. It's a perfectly fair question to ask because it may have been one not due to enemy action or it may have been caused by enemy action.
What is over Kuwait or over into...
we're not talking about the actual sphere of operations or what targets it was involved in at this stage.
There was heavy anti-aircraft fire when the air raids began over Baghdad more than 13 hours ago. And there's word from Paris that at least one French pilot may have been slightly injured over Kuwait when Iraqi ground fire hit 4 French Jaguar aircraft going after missiles at a military airfield. The French defense minister says the entire 12-plane squadron did land safely. There have been several reports of Iraqi forces firing across the border into Saudi Arabia, hitting a storage tank at a refinery near Khafji. The British Broadcasting Corporation reported shells fired from Kuwait into Saudi Arabia caused an unknown number of Allied casualties. 8.5 hours after President Bush went on television to announce the attack and to say the world could wait no longer, the president told reporters that things were going well. Mark Leff, CNN, reporting.
There remain large numbers of military questions unanswered concerning what's going on in the Persian Gulf area. Let's join CNN Pentagon correspondent Gene Randall. Gene?
Good morning, Bob. The Pentagon confirms one U.S. plane has been lost in the continuing air war over Iraq and Kuwait. No word on the fate of the pilot or crew. Meanwhile, the U.S. Central Command in Saudi Arabia calls the first phase of the air war very encouraging, but Pentagon officials are quick to point out the war with Iraq is far from over. The message was echoed in London by British Defense Secretary Tom King.
And I would warn people against jumping to early conclusions. This is very early indeed in a very difficult challenge that we face against a country that possesses very considerable armaments, that possesses some very nasty weapons as well. And while we certainly are determined to be effective in carrying through this operation, I wouldn't want people to come to early conclusions on this matter.
About an hour from now, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney and his chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Colin Powell, will be in this room for a briefing, and we will be here too. Gene Randall, CNN Live at the Pentagon.
There have been meetings, no doubt, going on all night at the White House. Frank Sesno is standing by there now. We know that the president will soon be headed for a breakfast meeting. Frank?
Well, Bobby, first of all, apparently that breakfast meeting is underway. It involves Secretary of State Baker and Brent Scowcroft. But before the breakfast meeting, the two of them, plus White House Chief of Staff John Sununu and Deputy National Security Advisor Bob Gates, met with the president. The president, Bobby, has been on the job on and off in the Oval Office from about 5 o'clock this morning. According to White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater, who shared with us just a few moments ago the president's earliest thoughts, he is pleased at the relative minimization of civilian loss of life and the surgical nature of the bombing strikes. And he is pleased that there has been what he calls minimal casualties among U.S. service personnel, but the White House is not issuing any specifics in terms of casualties among U.S. or allied, or even estimates of casualties among Iraqi forces. Fitzwater says that the president took a short walk by himself around the South grounds with his dogs around 5:10 this morning, and then proceeded to the Oval Office and from there to the Situation Room, where he got an update, collected the overnight written reports of military action, whereupon he returned to the Oval Office to go over those. Later today, the President, at 9:30 this morning, Eastern Time, that's a little over an hour from now, will be having the congressional leadership here to the White House, joined by Secretaries Baker and Cheney to be briefing the congressional leadership. After that, about later in the morning, the President and the Cabinet will be going from the White House here to Fort Myer for a religious service there, presided over by the local chaplain, and also the Reverend Billy Graham, a friend of President Bush's, who spent the night here at the White House, by the way. The President is a religious man and has consulted religious figures and clergy throughout the final days leading up to the war in the Persian Gulf. There will be a cabinet meeting here at the White House at 3 o'clock this afternoon. That is what is going on here at the White House, a busy place today. Cautious optimism here, but Marlin Fitzwater was asked if this war is over, and he said most emphatically, no. Frank Sesno, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
We have just gotten a report from overseas in which we understand we can expect to see some of the first pictures of damage caused in the war which has broken out between the Allies and Iraq. The report comes from Jeremy Thompson of Britain's ITN.
At the cutting edge of the Allied land force, an American infantry unit dug in almost within sight of the Kuwait border. Their task to probe ahead of the front line as the Liberation Army moved forward. Straddling the main road to occupied Kuwait, they'd set up a checkpoint as a sudden stream of vehicles came towards them fleeing to the south. On the horizon, the reason why. A huge black trail of smoke betraying where incoming Iraqi artillery had struck an oil refinery inside Saudi Arabia. It seemed that everyone from the town of Khafji had decided it was time to leave, including the police and the fire service. Above all, the soldiers were waiting for the possibility of spies. A team from Kilo 33 platoon set off to check the state of the communities the Saudis had left behind. On the outskirts of Khafji, a clear sight of the fire raging in the damaged oil plant. We were now just 6 miles from the Kuwait border. The sergeant and his team stopped to survey the ground ahead. They'd had reports of figures seen on rooftops, possibly enemy artillery spotters helping to guide in the Iraqi shells. Overhead, American helicopters kept a brotherly watch on their comrades below. We're entering the Badlands now, the soldier told his men as they drove through the archway into a deserted town. Khafji had been known as a safe hideout for Iraqi terrorists, but now it appeared no more than a ghost town. 2 hours of Iraqi shelling early this morning had left few obvious marks of damage, but every shop was shut, not a soul was on the street. In the eerie silence, evidence of a panic-stricken evacuation, we came across this car abandoned in the middle of a crossroads. Team Kilo 33 found no sign of hostile forces, though, and no reports of injuries in Khafji. For the moment, the Iraqi artillery has stopped raining down on the deserted town of Khafji. They have had several hits, though the only serious damage is to the oil refinery. What the Iraqis really seem to have achieved is just to drive away the local people. As the oil blaze blackened the border skies, the Allied forces still had not chosen to return fire. Jeremy Thompson, ITN, close to the Kuwaiti border.
We would point out to you at this point that at least one oil industry observer has already said that the attack on the refinery at Khafji does not represent any major setback or blow to either Saudi Arabia's oil production or to the Allied cause. Within the next quarter hour, we expect to bring to you an interview with a ranking member of the Palestine Liberation Organization from Amman, Jordan. That is within the next quarter hour or so. Our coverage continues.
Wherever you do business, the future is approaching at breakneck speed. And the road your business travels is constantly changing.
But you can take advantage of change with the world's most comprehensive computing and communication services from EDS. EDS can help you be more competitive by focusing technology on business goals, by creating ways to improve quality and save time, by making everything work together. We can even help you manage it. You can't control change, but you can take advantage of change with EDS.
Most credit cards total your charges and send you a bill. But once a year, the Discover card totals your charges and sends you something in return. It pays to Discover.
As war erupts in the Persian Gulf, the world turns to one source, where the principals check the widening conflict, key figures monitor world reactions, and families look for news of hope. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching CNN?
I have a horrible sinus headache. There's pounding, there's pressure, there's pain.
Today, Linda Clark is trying Tylenol Sinus.
Tylenol Sinus took away the pressure. It took away the pain. It took away the pounding. I like that it's a Tylenol product. I trust that name.
Tylenol Sinus, the strength you need from the name you trust. And now look for new Tylenol Sinus gel caps. Maximum strength, concentrated, and gelatin coated so they're easy to swallow. Only from Tylenol, the first sinus gel cap.
Within the last hour or so, British Defense Minister Tom King confirmed the fact that the British Air Force had lost one aircraft in the initial airstrike. It was a British Tornado aircraft, and let's take a look at the statistics on that particular aircraft. It is an air defense reconnaissance aircraft. Its maximum speed, 1,452 miles per hour. Maximum range, 1,726 miles. Weapons on board this aircraft, 27mm cannons, radar, homing, and air-to-air missiles. Again, these are the statistics on a British Tornado aircraft like the one that was brought down today in the initial attack on Iraq. Well, many of the squadrons active in the raids on Iraq are normally based at the big U.S. naval installation in Norfolk, Virginia. CNN's Tom Mintier has a live report now on what life is like there now that the morning after the coalition attack against Iraq.
Bobby, this is a city that has more than 35,000 servicemen serving in the Gulf area. So throughout the night, everyone was waiting and watching with great deal of anticipation the events going on in the Persian Gulf. But this is a city that's also returning to work. Early this morning, construction workers, we saw them getting off a bus and going to the job site just as they normally do every morning. They got off the bus and walked up 20 floors and started moving steel around. It's a city that is prepared for the types of military options that have been used by the president. They realize the dangers involved. They live with it every day, this being a military town. Everyone around here has a connection in some way to someone in the military, a brother, a cousin. They all know people, but for the most part, everyone we talk to in this town is supportive of military action.
We should blow him away and get it over with. It's that simple.
He waited, gave enough time to do it, you know, talk to his people and went through what we had to do, you know.
I think that, you know, America, you know, doing the best they can. I think Bush is following his job to the best of his extent. That's all, you know.
It's very, very concerning, possibly losing Americans or other nationals. And who needs war? Nobody wants war.
Where I just have to keep them in God's hand. That's all I can do. Hope that they all come home safely. That's all you can do. Nothing else you can do. Just pray.
The last woman you saw is Patricia Lamb. She has a brother, Mike Lamb. He is in Saudi Arabia somewhere. He was based in Hawaii. He's been in the Marine Corps for 18 years. She says she doesn't know where he is right now, but she says she wants him to know that her prayers are with him. I'm Tom Mintier, CNN, reporting live from Norfolk, Virginia.
For an analysis now and some insights on the Allied airstrikes against Iraqi positions overnight, we're being joined by retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Sam Dickens. Colonel Dickens commanded a fighter squadron during the Vietnam War. He joins us from our Washington bureau. Colonel, what can you tell us about what kind of planes, missiles were used, and in what order in the initial attacks last night?
Well, I think that the experience that's been demonstrated by our joint forces in cooperation, when we're talking about United States Air Force and the U.S. Navy, Marine Corps, Army was involved as well as the Saudis, the French, the Kuwaitis, the British. That's an extraordinary professional coordination of combined forces. When we're talking about the weapons that were used, we're talking about suppression of air defense capabilities of the Iraqis. We're talking about Wild Weasel that can intercept, fly down into the radar capabilities for interception, knocking out the SAM-2s, the SAM-3 missiles, because the first thing that you want to do is really suppress any capability to destroy our own aircraft. And of course, we had a cap. We had a fighter aircraft airborne, providing that cap, that coverage that was so necessary for the fighter bombers that had to dedicate all their efforts to destroying their targets. So you've got a well-honed fighting team that knew their targets, had been studying their target folders for an extensive period of time, and just all extraordinary, well-coordinated on the ground before and then by AWACS aircraft. So it's an orchestration that defies the most professional stage management movie to get all this professional working so effectively together. I'm amazed, I would say, if the reports are correct, at how few of our own aircraft have been shot down. I think it's just fabulous, and again, just demonstrates the professionalism of all the forces involved.
We have to interrupt our conversation with you, Colonel Dickens, right now. We have something late. Bobby?
Bob, John Holloman is up and about in Baghdad at this hour and joins us now on the telephone with some new information. John?
Bobby, good morning. I've just taken a tour of Baghdad, not of the whole city. We were allowed to go out on the streets for about 30 minutes, and I was able to tour some specific areas in which there might be some interest around the world. Let me just read my notes that I've kind of scrawled as I drove through the streets. There's been no damage that is visible at President Saddam Hussein's presidential palace. We did see on the outside of the palace that there was some fencing that seemed to be bent, but it doesn't look like damage that would have been caused by what happened here overnight. In crossing the Tigris River towards the United States Embassy, the section of town in which the U.S. Embassy is located, there's no visible damage on the river, on the main bridge that we normally use to get across. But as we crossed the river over to the north side of the Tigris and the west side, we saw more and more signs of anti-aircraft weapons on the roofs of buildings. In the Karada district, which is the district in which the embassy is located, it's near the Tigris River banks, we saw one area of horrendous damage. That's the only way I can describe it. It is obvious from what I saw, and first I'll tell you what I saw, and then we can talk about my conclusions, perhaps. At the Iraqi telephone company's main center for getting telephone calls from Baghdad to the outside world, there are a series of satellite dishes and other dishes used for microwave transmissions on the roof of that building, or at least there were. At this moment, those dishes are misshapen. It's almost as if they were melted by what happened. Some of them have holes, obviously apparently from machine gun bullets, and everything on that roof used to send telephone signals out of Baghdad has been destroyed. All the stores in the area around this district, in fact, every shopping area we went to, and we went to about 7 on our tour, all the stores were closed. We saw a fire truck on the street, but no sign of fire in downtown Baghdad. Clumps of soldiers on many street corners. You'd go for maybe 5 blocks and see a clump of 5 or 10 soldiers standing around talking, sitting on the steps, many of them just shaking their heads in amazement. At the U.S. Embassy itself, as we drove by, the Iraqi guard, who's been there every day since we've been here, waved at us and showed a sign of recognition. The embassy itself isn't damaged, but it's certainly empty, and we're told we may not have access to the embassy anymore. One person who we talked to after we passed the embassy, we were talking about U.S.-Iraqi relations, and he said those relations will not be repaired for decades. There's bloodshed between us now. We drove by the building, which is the headquarters for the Iraqi Air Force. There's broken glass all around that building. The National Theater's in the same area. Again, broken glass. One person we saw on the street said that when those F-15 fighters, or whatever they were, came in last night, all his children were awakened and they were screaming in fear. They were scared to death. We drove by the Baghdad Sheraton Hotel, a place where CNN had its headquarters for a while, months ago. The Sheraton looks okay. It appears it was spared. And the restaurants along the Tigris River. We've done many stories in the days when this crisis was not perhaps so tense, when we could talk to you and show you the nightlife in Baghdad. We showed you the restaurants where crucified fish is served, and all of those restaurants seem to be okay. No damage to them. No damage visible on the river itself. Let's see, on Rashid Street, the place where we have done several reports talking to the people of Baghdad and the area where President Saddam Hussein walked the streets just recently with Kenneth Kaunda, the president of Zambia, the other night. There's glass all over those streets, and we saw one huge building, again, a telephone company building, where up at the roof area of the building, a huge chunk of concrete and reinforced steel bars had just been ripped off the side of the building. And there were some houses next door to that building, some brick houses, where we're told people were living last night, and those houses have been turned into piles of rubble today. That's about the report I can offer you from my trip on the streets. Bobby, Peter Arnett has gone out now to take a look before the sun goes down here. There's about another hour of sunlight before, well, we can't imagine what might happen at night tonight in Baghdad, but all of us are fearful. Bobby?
John, this may be a tough question, but is it likely that Hussein has moved his military and governmental functions out of Baghdad at this point?
No way to tell. As you know, we had not seen President Saddam Hussein on television in a live picture or in person for days. And this morning, our engineer, Nick Robertson, was at the TV station preparing to attempt to feed some pictures from CNN to you. And it turned out because of all that damage that I described to you in the communications building, he was unable to make a feed. But President Saddam Hussein walked into the building while he was there. And so Nick may well be the only Westerner to have seen President Saddam Hussein today. And he said that the president looked resolute, looked determined when he walked in. Today was not a day to stick out your hand and shake the hand of the president of Iraq. I imagine Nick didn't do that. He just stood and observed. But we don't know. The presidential palace, as I say, still seems intact from what we can see from outside. Anti-aircraft guns above all of the huge gates of the presidential palace right now.
John, what kind of restrictions are you all under now that you're venturing out into the street?
We cannot take a television camera with us, Bobby. That's for a broadcast journalist, a TV news reporter, that is the most horrible restriction there is. And in fact, until just very recently, they wouldn't let us go out on the streets at all. We were able to go through a special relationship we have with somebody here, and that's how we got to come back and report these things to you. But it's going to be very difficult for us to show you any pictures other than the pictures we take from the windows of our hotel, it appears, for the near future. We've been trying all day to make contact with an Iraqi government official to get the Iraqi government, to speak with us live here on CNN. We think maybe in the next couple of hours we'll be able to do that, but I don't want to promise that to you or our viewers. We're attempting to work that out, and there is an official who speaks very good English who will probably be in the vicinity of our hotel in the next few hours, and we'll try to bring him to this microphone and let him share his thoughts and impressions with our viewers.
All right, John Holloman reporting live from Baghdad. Take care of yourself. And when our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues, we'll be back with an interview with Senator Sam Nunn and also with a member of the PLO Executive Committee in Amman, Jordan. Stay with us.
With so many pet foods to choose from, which one do you trust to keep your pet healthy? Listen to the following message, and I'll be back with an important free offer.
A lot of pet foods promise good health, but just one has the unsurpassed nutrition, quality ingredients, and proven performance that is recommended by veterinarians for good health above all the rest. Hill's Science Diet. Science Diet is recommended by veterinarians 3-to-1 over any other brand, and fed by most veterinarians to their own pets. Science Diet, because the first choice of veterinarians should be your choice, too.
I'd like to send you a free sample of the food veterinarians recommend 3-to-1 over any other. Science Diet. Call 1-800-482-3800 and receive this free sample pack with canine or feline formula. Science Diet, because the first choice of veterinarians is my choice, and it should be your choice, too.
is CNN.
The situation in Baghdad continues to evolve. Let's rejoin CNN correspondent John Holloman. John?
I'm going to tell our viewers, in case you happen to be broadcasting us live now, that is the most horrifying sound you can hear in Baghdad. That was the first sound we heard last night after the sun went down, before all hell broke loose in this Iraqi capital. I'm going to turn off my microphone and listen to you, Atlanta, to see if you were able to hear that.
John, were you talking to me? We did hear that very clearly. And it was...
Yes, Bob. Stand by just a moment. I'm getting a message here. All right. This is the second time we've heard the siren. I did not hear the earlier one about 30 minutes ago, Bob. Wait a minute. Iraqi television news has just come on. We'll talk about that in a minute, Bob. But first, I wanted you to hear that siren as we heard it. The last time that I heard a siren like that, it was at about 3 o'clock in the morning, Baghdad time, when the coalition-led attack began, and I just froze in my tracks when I did hear that sound. I don't see any signs that the siren was done for anything other than a test at this moment. I don't see anything on the horizon except a beautiful sunset about to develop. I don't see any signs of any airplanes coming in. I don't see any anti-aircraft fire. I probably interrupted you needlessly, Bob Kane. I'm sorry to have done that. On Iraqi television right now, we're seeing pictures of President Saddam Hussein. I don't think there's any way for you to see those pictures. If there is, we're going to record them here in Baghdad, and we'll get them to you and try to find out what the president has said in this televised address as soon as we can. But at this moment, we cannot even hear what he's saying.
CNN correspondent John Holloman reporting to us live from Baghdad. We could point out briefly the military view that one of the reasons for not seeing planes, even if the raid warning is real, is that the planes often fly too high to be seen. There's also the factor that sometimes the attack might be from missiles, and thus, of course, also would not be seen. CNN correspondent Reed Collins is joining us live from Washington for a conversation with one of this country's most knowledgeable military experts. Good morning, Reed.
Good morning, Bob. We have with us Senator Sam Nunn, the Democratic chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. You got a little bit of early information, I believe, from Secretary of Defense Cheney, didn't you, sir?
Secretary Cheney and I talked early this morning, and he felt the operation had gone extremely well, but he also cautioned that it's not over. It's continuing. We still have some continuing challenges and dangers out there, but in my view, we have achieved our initial strategic goals. One was to protect Israel and, of course, the cities of Saudi Arabia from the Scud missiles that could have had chemicals on them. That was important, of course, from a humanitarian point of view, but also from the point of view of not letting the coalition come apart because of Israel's involvement. So the relationship between the United States and Israel has been crucial here, and I would say that it's been handled extremely well. The other strategic goal was, of course, to control the air, because if we can control the air, and I think we are pretty much in control of the air now, then I think it's just a question of time in terms of being able to destroy an awful lot of the ground assets.
Some of the returning F-15 pilots said they saw, even in the nighttime, and Iraqi pilots don't like to night fly, some planes in the air, but they were going north. They weren't coming down to meet them, and the U.S. pilot suggested that was a good idea. What do you suppose we can say about the situation now? We're in late daylight over Baghdad. Is it possible that air superiority can be declared achieved?
It's very close. I don't believe we've destroyed all their aircraft. They have a lot of aircraft in very well-protected shelters, some of them underground shelters. But they obviously didn't use their aircraft. And aircraft that aren't used in the initial stages, you have to ask what are they going to use them for and when they're going to use them, and it doesn't make much sense to me. But nevertheless, they did not use a lot of their aircraft. We've destroyed a number of them, I'm sure. We've destroyed a lot of airfields, and I think we're close to having air superiority. But we still have some dangers. They could put up some aircraft, and they could even go on kamikaze-type missions. You never know about that. You have to be prepared for it. We have the danger of, although we think we've got most of the fixed-site Scud missiles, they could have some Scud missiles hidden. They're mobile, and they could have them hidden. And, of course, we've got the danger of the artillery. That's sort of the ultimate danger when we have to use ground forces.
Ground forces, is this going ultimately to be a ground grinded-up war?
I hope not. We've got great ground forces out there, and they're ready to do their job. And they're already doing a lot. They're serving very well, and they're helping fix the enemy. They're, by maneuvering, I'm sure, they're helping channel the Iraqis into positions where we can hit them. But that would be very expensive and very, in terms of human life, I hope we can avoid it. The air power is overwhelming. We've never seen anything like this. This is a new era in the air battle, and we're doing extremely well. I hope that we will have, although you certainly can't predict it now, a psychological collapse on the other side. It can't be predicted, but we can hope and pray that happens.
Is this what we're waging, really, a psychological war as well as a technological one?
Well, anytime you have this kind of overwhelming technological advantage, and you have the pilots and the training we have, and you have, for instance, cruise missiles, and they've done extremely well with cruise missiles, electronic warfare, jamming the radar, confusing the SAM missiles when they shoot at our aircraft, we must have done that extremely well. When you have that kind of advantage, it's bound to have a big effect on the psychology of the adversary. I think every now and then we ought to praise our defense industry out there. They get a lot of knocks, but they've developed a tremendous amount of technology that is saving precious American lives.
All right. Let's go. We have to go back now to Bob Kane. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Bob.
Reed, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein is on Iraqi television. We don't have pictures, but we can hear what he is saying. Let's listen.
The oppressors and the suppressors of peoples and nations everywhere, God, make the fires of war a cool breeze for Iraqi holy warriors. God is great, God is great, God is great.
And that was through the voice of a translator, apparently.
Victory is great, and those who have attacked us will lose. President Saddam Hussein has visited the command center of the Air Force and the Air Defense Force, and he met a number of staff officers and was impressed by the high morale of our great pilots, our Eagles.
What we just said to you was President Saddam Hussein on Iraqi television making a statement to the people. We believe it was recorded about 4 hours ago at the Iraqi television headquarters. John Holloman, CNN Live in Baghdad.
Substance of what we just heard, John, showed no sign whatsoever of any intimidation or any backing down on the part of the Iraqis. Was that your reading? We did not hear the whole thing. John Holloman, do you hear me? If you do, John, how did you assess what you heard the Iraqi leader saying? John Holloman is apparently not able to hear us at the moment, but what we heard from the Iraqi translator, President Hussein. John, do you hear me now?
Bob. Yeah, Bob. What happened was right as I was talking to you, all the electricity went off at our hotel. We're getting electricity by generator, and the generator just shut down. We can, as you can hear, operate our equipment with batteries, and we just didn't have a battery nearby. We've got one now, and we'll keep a spare here. But anyway, go ahead, Bob.
I was asking, John, and telling you, first of all, that we did not hear that much of President Hussein's speech through the translator, but what we heard showed us no sign of any intimidation on his part or of any sense that he may be backing down, in any way frightened by what has happened overnight. Was that your reading?
Well, I didn't understand a word that the president said, Bob. I looked at his face. I watched his eyes as he spoke, and he looked serious. He looked somewhat sad. He spoke for only about 5 minutes, so you'll know. As we're speaking, I'm hearing some explosions, it sounds like, off in the distance, just to let you know, in case we should go away suddenly. All right, stand by, Bob. I'm going to go to the window. We have anti-aircraft fire here now. Nope, this is incoming. I'll let you hear it as it happens. I'll just go to the window. It's daylight, Bob, so if there are American planes visible in the sky, I ought to be able to see them, American or U.S. planes. The skies are filled with birds. And yes, I see some contrails from jets. The contrails appeared instantly in the sky, maybe 200 yards of contrail just out of nowhere. The planes that are flying over, apparently from the coalition that are drawing this anti-aircraft fire from Iraq, are flying so rapidly that you I mean, they're invisible. I mean, they come over, and you can't see them. And then Peter Arnett has just joined me. Peter's, I think, eating some peanut butter. Swallow, Peter. This contrail that you see here, Peter, is about 200 yards long. It just appeared instantly.
Yeah, well, that's the speed of these aircraft. I think it's interesting, John, that after 13 or 14 hours of suppressive fire, the U.S. and multinational planes coming over Baghdad are still facing enormous anti-aircraft fire. The Pentagon has confirmed that one plane was apparently shot down. Well, there's still a lot of resistance from ground defenses here in Baghdad. John?
All right, Peter. It sounds like thunder, but obviously there's no rain in the forecast of rain, of water at least. As we look out the window, the sun is beginning to sink in the sky, and it's a beautiful sunset. It's red, yellow, and orange. And as we look out the window, we can still hear some anti-aircraft fire from various locations around us. We can hear this thunder of what apparently is some bombs coming out of these airplanes that are flying over, but we can't really see much sign of that. Okay, let's see. We've lost electricity now here in the building, Peter. We're on batteries, but Atlanta can hear us.
Yes, I've been finding that officials we've been dealing with are asking us a lot of questions about what's going on. They haven't been informed very well, so it seems they're asking about details of the engagement, about the extent of the engagement, about what's happening to their own forces as the information presented from the Pentagon, from Britain, from other sources. On the horizon to the south, we see smoke rising, it looks like, from another oil refinery. There are towers in the distance. John?
All right, Peter, I can hear this raging sound outside the window. You can probably hear it, too. We assume it is the coalition jets flying over our location or flying over an area where we are. I'm seeing anti-aircraft fire now from the area of Baghdad's small downtown airport. And you can hear the reports as I can. Very noisy outside, Bob. I'm going to get a little lower and crouch down here behind my hotel balcony. I see more anti-aircraft fire coming. The fire is pointing toward the south. You can see the bullets going out off toward the south as these anti-aircraft gunners here in Baghdad try to engage the airplanes that are overhead. There's no sign that that's been too successful. As I can, Peter, you can talk, and then maybe we can do like a left to right for our viewers, showing them what we can see.
By all means, John, this is to my count, 15th, 16th, 17th raid on Baghdad since the first one at 2:30 today. They've been coming in waves.
Come on, let's go across the hall. We have some new pictures. Oh, hold it. Stand by, Bob. We have a long extension cord, and we're trying to take it to another side of the hotel where there's even Nick.
John, do you hear me?
Nick Robertson, our engineer, says that there's a potential that there's been some sort of missile attack here. We don't want to report things that we don't know. But, Peter, you untangle the extension cord or go to the window. Your choice. There's definitely something going on outside now. On the east side of our location in Baghdad. As we look out the window, we still see some birds outside. We see an anti-aircraft battery on a nearby building. Peter, I'm moving too fast. I should conserve my energy at this moment. Peter Arnett.
John Holloman is trying to see every bomb that falls for the benefit of our viewers. Of course, we can't see very little, actually, of what's going on because we're on the ninth floor of a hotel. Our vision is limited to basically northeast, southwest. But we can hear a lot, and we do see anti-aircraft going into the air. This raid has been going about 7 or 8 minutes now. The duration of most of these raids is 15 to 20 minutes. John?
Okay, Peter, off on the horizon, probably 5 miles away from downtown Baghdad, I just saw a puff of black smoke near some television antennas. And as you can continue to hear the noise in the background, Sleeping Beauty Bernard Shaw once again rousted from his bed.
What are you doing awake? You know, the most frightening thing about this kind of attack bombing, John Holloman, is that you cannot see a damn thing. You cannot see anything.
I'm going to tell you something, Bernie. I was looking out the western window of our bureau here a few minutes ago. We heard the sirens. We heard the anti-aircraft. I looked up, and instantly, as if, in a second, in a blink, there was a contrail from apparently from one of the coalition jets that appeared. It was 200 yards long, and it just moved like that. There it was.
Precisely. And by the time the warplanes come in and they drop their payload, they're gone, and then you have the effort to try to attack them. Peter?
Yes, well, it's been said all day that the U.S. multinational forces control the skies over Baghdad, and I guess elsewhere in Iraq and Kuwait, that it's also been said that maybe Saddam Hussein's military have got weaponry hidden out of sight, have not revealed it. We saw this time what could have been 2 surface-to-air missiles fired into the sky. Maybe he is concealing some heavy stuff that he'll use, that the military will use when as this war progresses.
And what that means, if Saddam Hussein does have military hardware that he has managed to hide from the Allied forces, what that means is that we here at Ground Zero in Baghdad are going to be subjected to this repeated bombing, these repeated bombing attacks, these waves of warplanes coming in over and around Baghdad until the Allied forces feel that they have isolated and annihilated the targets on the ground. And I'll tell you, I was just sleeping a moment ago, and when I heard what I heard, believe me, I wish to hell that I had not been here at Ground Zero.
Well, we all wish that, Bernie, but we are here in Ground Zero. I think a point to make to our viewers is that Baghdad is not a city in ruins. I've been saying that all day. The targets that the Pentagon is selecting seem to be military, government, strategic targets, command and control. Right in front of me, looking out the hotel, the back window, there are workers going to a small plant. People are in the streets. All of the buildings I'm looking at, and I'm looking at several hundred, are standing. They are not damaged. The targets that are being chosen, like the Defense Ministry, which was destroyed this morning, the Telecommunications Center, oil refineries, we haven't yet learned of any civilian casualties. We've asked officials constantly all day. They haven't been revealed to us. So Baghdad still stands, as I repeat, it is not a city in ruins or getting that way.
Bernie, I just came back from the street, so you'll know. I went over to the area where the U.S. Embassy was, and as I was driving there, I discovered some of these targets. And you know what we were talking about in the midst of this, that perhaps these attacks were very precise, seemed to be true. For example, the main telecommunications center called the PTT here in Iraq, it had been hit heavily. All the satellite dishes and the microwave transmission dishes on the roof had melted. I mean, these are huge 30-foot wide pieces of metal that had just sort of melted and crumpled together.
Tell me, John, has CNN been able to get pictures out to the world?
Nope, we have not. While you slept, we've continued to work with the Iraqi authorities.
I haven't done much sleeping, by the way, my brother. I haven't done much sleeping.
I'm sure that's true, Bernie. This is not a good place to sleep, not an easy place to sleep. But what we're trying to do is some other means of getting pictures out, which we don't want to talk about at the moment, but we're going to try in the next little while to provide our viewers at least with some pictures from Baghdad.
Just a thought for our viewers and our families. When these air raids come in, the hotel we're in goes into a state of alert. They turn off the power. All of the staff and many of the guests go to the shelter, go to the bunkers downstairs. We are in an alert status. We haven't had water all day, but we've had power between these raids. So but this building has not been hit. Obviously, it is not being targeted, but we are in a preparatory situation here, and we do go into an alert status, or the hotel does, whenever these airplanes come over.
Not to be facetious, what you're really saying is there's no room service.
Exactly right. There's no service of any kind. Although, about 4 hours ago, a maid knocked on my door to make up my bed, and I was lying in it at the time.
Before you go,
sure, Bernie.
Go away. Before you go away, I just want to buttress what you and Peter have been observing. Believe me, if this were not, and I say this very seriously, if this were not surgical bombing, our viewers would not hear your voice, Peter's voice, or my voice. If this were indiscriminate bombing, believe me, the world would have no idea of what's going on here until the Allied forces gave their version of it.
Exactly, Bernie. You know, that's one of the interesting points of all this. In covering a war, which I have not done until yesterday, I've always been told that you're constantly under scrutiny of various government officials, and Iraqi government officials certainly tried to keep us from talking to you last night. They said it was for our own safety. They were trying to take us away from our vantage point to a shelter that's underground. But the fact is that in order to get these sounds to you now on this microphone, the government of Iraq and the government of the United States have to both be cooperating. Because if anybody wanted to pull the plug, it would be not that difficult for them to do.
And, John, as I said to you a couple hours ago, ask yourself this question. Wherever you are in the world, ask yourself this question. Why? Why is CNN able to get out these kinds of reports? All right. Just think about that for a moment. The other observation is, if this is happening during the day, we know what we went through last night, gentlemen. If this is happening during the day, and if the Allied forces feel that there are still some places, some viable targets, some targets that are threatening their aerial control here in Baghdad and around Baghdad, what are we going to go through tonight?
Well, that's a big question.
Well, we'll never know until it happens, Bernie, but I'd like to point out that what we are seeing is a tiny little prism of the battle, where in Baghdad it is the capital, that there is similar activity, probably greater, all over Iraq and in Kuwait. So we are giving you really only the few planes we see. Beyond this city, there is an enormous air bombardment. There are enormous casualties being taken, but we're giving you only what we can see.
I still come back to the men and women of Iraq who are part of this nation's armed services, who had the misfortune to be at their duty stations wherever these bombs and these rockets fell during this confrontation over the past few hours going into the night, and who will have the misfortune of being wherever they are when these weapons, modern-day warfare, fall upon them during this confrontation. I cannot get away from, Peter Arnett, John Holloman, I cannot get away from the human factor. And I'm thinking about the relatives of the pilots who are involved in this whole operation. There is a human factor here that should not be forgotten. We're not talking about machines. It takes human beings to operate these machines. And one of the reasons why I have not been able to get to sleep, I've been awake for, I don't know, it must feel like 40 hours. I think it's going on 40 hours. One of the things I cannot get out of my mind is the fact that behind all this are human beings.
Yes, human beings, and human beings the target, Bernie. Just one last reflection from me before we go back to Atlanta. There is one other people that I saw who were able to cope, as we can see, cope with the bombardments and adversity as the Iraqi people are doing it. And it was in Hanoi when I was there in 1972, when it was also Allied bombing. I found the North Vietnamese did adapt to this kind of pressure. And now the Iraqis have had 8 years to adapt. They are walking around the streets as we look out now, just a few minutes after the raid, and it'll remain to be seen, of course, how long this solid view and how long this ability to cope is going to last in the face of what will be obviously an increasing pressure from the multinational forces on Baghdad, the rest of Iraq, and Kuwait, Bernie.
Peter Arnett, I only think of a little boy I once heard who said, "This is not the way it's supposed to be."
Okay, gentlemen, we got to go back to Atlanta now for more news. John Holloman for Bernie and Peter in Baghdad.
John Holloman, Peter Arnett, and Bernard Shaw. It is 5 minutes till 5 your time in Baghdad. Please try to get some rest and take care of yourselves. And our coverage continues in a moment.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm having a dinner party and I've run out of coffee.
Come in.
Thank you.
Would Taster's Choice be too good for your guests?
Oh, I think they could get used to it.
It's a very sophisticated coffee.
They have very sophisticated taste.
Do they?
Yes. Well, I must be getting back.
Savor the sophisticated taste of Taster's Choice.
So have you met your new neighbor yet? Oh, I've popped in for coffee.
Wherever your business takes you, the Gulfstream 4 can take you there. The Gulfstream 4 can take you nearly 5,000 statute miles non-stop, equaling or exceeding airline timetables. Or it can take you to several locations in a single day, optimizing your time and energies. No other business aircraft gives you global access with such uncompromised timeliness, convenience, and security.
Performance, endurance, elegance. What more can anyone ask of a luxury car?
Quite a bit, actually.
As the war in the Gulf continues, CNN is the network for the most complete coverage from the Middle East and throughout the world. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching the network viewers voted best in coverage of the crisis in the Gulf? CNN.
Our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues now, and the hostilities of the last 13 hours have had a huge effect on the financial markets. Oil prices are beginning to move. Stuart Varney joins us now from the business desk in New York. Stuart, good morning.
And good morning to you, Bobby. Markets around the world reacting very sharply on the apparent success so far of Operation Desert Storm. London oil traders looking at the biggest one-day price drop in history. That's because there's been no damage so far to Saudi oil facilities. That had been a market concern. At the moment in London, a barrel of Britain's North Sea crude is down $7.40 compared to the Houston close. The British benchmark selling for $21.60 a barrel. Long-term interest rates plunging this morning. The Treasury's key 30-year bond is now up 2 24/32. The yield all the way down to 8.16. Precious metals prices falling very sharply. Gold down more than $24 an ounce, back to $378.50. And the dollar's going south as well. At this moment, it's down more than 3 yen against the Japanese currency, down 2.5 pfennigs against the German mark. International stock markets rallying. In Tokyo, the Nikkei average closed up 1,004 points. That's 4.5%. In London, the FT100 is up 64 points now at 21.19. Shares at the Paris Bourse up 8%. That market registering its largest percentage gain on record immediately after Allied troops began battle. In Frankfurt, the German DAX index closed with a gain of 7%. U.S. stocks have already begun to trade in London, and most of the blue chips are up sharply. Traders there expect the Dow to open here between 50 and 75 points higher. That's when Wall Street opens later on this morning. That's the latest in business. Another report in 1 hour, including the opening numbers from Wall Street. I'm Stuart Varney at the Business News Desk in New York. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney after this.